Chapter 159. The Demon Clan engages in war once more. Zhao Hao harbors an even deeper hatred for the Demon Clan. Had he emerged a moment later, he wonders if the Xianxia sect would have faced annihilation. At this moment, two boys around the age of 11 approached. "Brother Sect Master, you have finally returned. Some disciples of the Xianxia sect have already been slain by the Demon Clan." The speaker was a young girl, from whom Zhao Hao could discern the outline of Lin Xiaofeng. "Xiaofeng, is it? I am already aware. Such tragedies will not befall our disciples again." Lin Xiaofeng appeared somewhat sorrowful, for the several boys who had incessantly called her aunt were no longer present. Zhao Hao then addressed Lin Chuyang, saying, "Brother, do we have enough medicinal pills in the sect?" Lin Chuyang replied, "We can sustain ourselves for quite some time. The pills you provided earlier were indeed plentiful, and we are utilizing them sparingly." Zhao Hao furrowed his brow. "Brother, we must increase the exchange ratio for the disciples' medicinal pills. Their growth and strength is far too slow. If the pills run low, I will find a solution." His two direct disciples also approached. Both had reached the pinnacle of the great emperor realm and would soon break through to the divine realm. Zhao Hao praised the two, and upon hearing his commendation, they were filled with joy. Thus, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang took residence in the Xiaoyang sect. Zhao Hao once again traveled to the city to procure a substantial amount of medicinal pills, which he returned entirely before handing them over to Lin Chuyang. The entire sect once more entered a phase of rapid cultivation. Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang continued to absorb the Bajuo immortal flower. On the 5th day after their return, an elder from the sword sect arrived at the Xiaoyang sect. "Sect Master Zhao, the Demon Clan has launched another war. Our ancestors wish to invite you to join the battle." The elder from the sword sect stated his purpose directly. Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang stood up immediately. "Let us go. These Demon Clan members must be eradicated once and for all." The two tore open a rift and, accompanied by the elder of the sword sect, arrived at the sword sect. At that moment, the 5 ancestors of the sword sect were already awaiting them in the great hall. Upon seeing Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang appear in the sky, the 5 ancestors came forth to greet them. Subsequently, the high-ranking officials of the sword sect convened a meeting within the great hall. "Dao is Zhao, Dao is Fang. The Demon Clan has deployed nearly 20 beings at the Divine Emperor level in this war, while our human forces, including the 2 of you, number only 15. This battle is exceedingly perilous." The sword sect master spoke directly. Upon hearing the words of the sword sect's leader, Zhao Hao inquired, "Do you know the reason behind their declaration of war?" The leader of the sword sect replied, "It is because one of their divine emperors has fallen, along with numerous divine sovereigns and divine kings of the demon race." Zhao Hao wore a knowing expression. "The divine emperor they lost was slain by me. Upon returning to Chuyang Zone, I discovered they were attacking my sect, so I dealt with it swiftly." The sword sect leader and the esteemed ancestors were left utterly stunned by this revelation. "I see, but this time it poses a significant problem. They have mobilized a vast army." An elder of the sword sect spoke up. Zhao Hao, unfazed, responded, "There is no need to panic. Although we have only 15 divine emperors, I possess a mysterious elixir that can elevate a person to the peak of divine emperor for 1 hour. At that time, we will surely have the advantage in numbers." The high-ranking members within the hall were left in awe upon hearing Zhao Hao's words. "Is there truly such an elixir?" Zhao Hao explained, "This elixir has no adverse effects. After its use, one will only feel weakened for a brief period." He then produced a single pill and handed it to the leader of the sword sect. "You may test the effects of this elixir. However, I believe that even with just 15 of us, we can eradicate the demon race." Receiving the approval of the 5 elders, the leader of the sword sect promptly swallowed the elixir. In mere moments, the leader's cultivation soared from the realm of divine sovereign to the peak of divine emperor. A tremendous force swept across the entire sword sect. At that moment, the 5 elders were utterly astonished. "Indeed, such a miraculous elixir exists. Heaven bless our human race. Haha, I feel incredibly powerful now." "Elders, there is no need for concern," proclaimed the leader of the sword sect. Subsequently, the 5 elders of the sword sect stated, "We should not delay. The sooner we act, the sooner we can resolve the threat of the demon race. The 5 divine sovereign elders of the sect shall accompany us. When the time comes, you will consume this elixir and join the battle." The 5 elders then tore through the fabric of space, leading Zhao Hao and others directly toward the border of the demon and human realms. 12 individuals descended upon the battlefield, where the human cultivators at the edge were already engaged in combat with the demon race. However, the human cultivators found themselves at a disadvantage. With the arrival of the members of the Sword Sect, the divine emperors from various sects, including the Dao Sect, Blade Sect, and the Everlasting Divine Sect, also made their entrance. Esteemed guests, this battle may prove exceedingly perilous. Everyone must take care of themselves. A powerful figure from the Blade Sect spoke up. The elder of the Sword Sect then addressed the assembly, saying, "Everyone, there is no need for alarm. This time we have reinforcements." The divine emperors from the Blade Sect, Dao Sect, and Everlasting Divine Sect could not help but glance toward Zhao Hao and his companion. They could sense the formidable aura emanating from the two. Are these two the outstanding juniors who emerged from the testing tower? Yet even with them, our numbers are still somewhat lacking. The elder of the Sword Sect retorted, "Old Blade, did you not notice that I have 5 companions beside me?" The Blade Sect Divine Emperor surveyed the 5 Divine Sovereign Elders next to the Sword Sect Elder and remarked, "Old Sword, you cannot be suggesting we let them join the battle, can you? That would be tantamount to sending them to their doom." Zhao Hao then produced 10 peak Divine Emperor pills and handed them to the Elder of the Sword Sect. "Take them just before the battle commences." The Elder of the Sword Sect eagerly accepted them. He subsequently distributed 2 pills to each of the 5 Elders. "Rest assured, Old Blade, when the battle begins, our number of Divine Emperors will surely match that of the Demon Clan." Just as the conversation unfolded, a dark cloud from the Demon Clan loomed over the battlefield. 20 formidable Demon Clan Divine Emperors made their presence known on the battlefield. Upon seeing 15 Divine Emperors from the human side, they could not help but smirk derisively. To the humans, "If you surrender the one responsible for slaying our Divine Emperors, I can assure you that this battle will only result in the destruction of 1,000 of your life planets." A leading Divine Emperor from the Demon Clan declared. In response, the Elder of the Sword Sect boldly proclaimed, "You Demon Clan Divine Emperors have intruded into our territory. Your demise is well-deserved. Today, as you attack our realm, we shall instill such fear in you that you will never dare to return." The Demon Clan Divine Emperor was instantly infuriated by the Elder's words. He charged towards the human Divine Emperors in a fit of rage. "Consume the pills," the Elder of the Sword Sect commanded. Boom, boom, boom. On the side of the human race, 5 Elders of the Divine Sovereign Realm have directly ascended to the pinnacle of the Divine Emperor Realm. Chapter 160. The Retreat of the Demonic Clan. The Demonic Clan observed the 5 individuals before them with a mix of suspicion and uncertainty, their auras nearly rivaling that of a consummate Divine Emperor. However, both sides had already engaged in combat, leaving no time for hesitation. The pinnacle Divine Emperors of the Demonic Clan numbered 5, perfectly matched against the 5 Elders of the Divine Sovereign Realm. Meanwhile, the remaining demonic Divine Emperors clashed with the remaining Divine Emperors of the human race. As the battle commenced, the starry expanse around them was shattered into fragments. Fortunately, there were no human planets in the vicinity of this battlefield. Otherwise, the casualties would have been catastrophic. Zhao Hao faced a mid-level demonic Divine Emperor. Drawing forth the Flame Godsword, the torrent of fiery divine power surged forth, leaving his opponent unable to raise his head. "Damn, this brat is actually a consummate Divine Emperor. What terrible luck I have," exclaimed the demonic emperor engaged in battle with Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao, intent on a swift resolution, did not conceal his aura, relentlessly inflicting injuries upon the demonic emperor. Each strike of his sword was unopposed, carving deep gashes into the foe's form. Subsequently, Zhao Hao unleashed the 3rd move of the Flame God Sword technique, which he had comprehended on the chaotic battlefield. A fiery divine dragon erupted from beneath his sword, charging directly at the demonic emperor. In response, the demonic emperor unleashed his ultimate technique. Yet, their techniques collided, and the demonic emperor's attack was swiftly shattered, the fiery dragon consuming him entirely. In an instant, the demonic emperor was reduced to ashes. The battle waged by Zhao Hao attracted the attention of others. The remaining demonic Divine Emperors were taken aback. They had not expected the fall of one of their own so early in the conflict. With no opponent to contend with, Zhao Hao began to hunt down additional demonic Divine Emperors, placing the demonic clan at a distinct disadvantage. Within approximately 10 minutes, another demonic emperor fell, vanquished by Fang Ningxiang, who shattered her opponent with a frigid prison of ice. At this juncture, the demonic clan found themselves thoroughly outmatched. Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang commenced their hunt for other demonic Divine Emperors. Their prowess was at least at the semi-immortal level, rendering the slaughter of Divine Emperors an effortless task. As time progressed, The demonic divine emperors began to perish in droves, and in the blink of an eye, Zhao Hao and Xianxia had eliminated 4. The demonic clan immediately issued a retreat order, and the remaining 14 demonic divine emperors fled towards their territory. Zhao Hao intended to pursue them, but was halted by the Grandmaster of the Sword Sect. Young Zhao, the territory of the demonic clan is exceptionally peculiar. Our powers would be suppressed if we ventured there. The battle had indeed begun and ended with remarkable swiftness. Zhao Hao, observing the retreating demonic cultivators below, could not help but unleash a powerful strike, resulting in the demise of hundreds, if not thousands, of demonic beings. The human cultivators, who had previously been at a disadvantage, found their spirits lifted as the demonic forces retreated. At that moment, the divine emperors from other major sects approached Zhao Hao and Xianxia, eager to forge closer ties. Zhao Hao casually exchanged a few words. Old 5, remain here and oversee matters. The rest shall return with me, the Grandmaster of the Sword Sect proclaimed. Subsequently, the group tore through the fabric of space and departed. Zhao Hao found himself once again within the Grand Hall of the Sword Sect. Esteemed colleagues, the losses inflicted upon the Demon Clan this time are severe. It is likely they will remain subdued for a while, allowing us to continue nurturing our future generations. We must not allow the legacy of humanity to falter, the Grandmaster of the Sword Sect declared. At that moment, there were a number of cultivators at the Divine Sovereign level within the sect's testing tower. Should they achieve breakthroughs, it would directly augment the number of divine emperors among humankind. Young Zhao, this is a communication jade talisman. I shall contact you directly should any matters arise. The Grandmaster presented Zhao Hao with a jade talisman. Very well, my senior sister and I shall take our leave now. Should anything come up, please do not hesitate to inform me. Zhao Hao and Xianxia then exited the Sword Sect and tore open a spatial rift to return to the Qiang sect. At this moment, the disciples of the Qiang sect were diligently engaged in their cultivation, fully committed due to the ample resources available to them. Zhao Hao and Xianxia made their way to the main hall of the sect leader. At that juncture, Lin Xiaofeng and Lin Xiaoyi also arrived at Zhao Hao's hall. Brother sect leader, we have finished our sugar beans. Could you kindly provide us with more? Lin Xiaofeng boldly requested. How old are you now? You must focus on your cultivation. I see you both have reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Strive to break through to the divine realm soon, Zhao Hao remarked. Thereafter producing several 9 transformation primordial pills from his spatial pouch and handing them to the two. Upon receiving the pills, they bowed to Zhao Hao, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, brother sect leader. At this moment, Zhao Hao's 2 direct disciples also approached. Upon their arrival, they respectfully greeted Zhao Hao and Xianxia. Greetings, master. Greetings, Uncle Master. Shirtong. Ziwei, what brings you here? They inquired. Master, my junior sister and I have come to seek your permission to leave the Qiang sect for some practical training. Zhao Hao pondered for a moment before responding. Have you both considered this thoroughly? The outside world is fraught with peril. The two replied earnestly, Master, we have given it much thought. To reach the divine realm swiftly, we require experience. Zhao Hao contemplated for a while and said, Very well, I grant you permission. Remember, be vigilant in the outside world. Do not allow yourselves to be deceived. Often, human hearts are more treacherous than divine beasts. The two nodded in agreement. Zhao Hao then touched their foreheads, and a beam of light entered their brows. I shall bestow upon you additional pills. Remember, these pills are exceedingly precious. Do not give them to others, but use them for your own cultivation. The two nodded once more. Master, we understand. Zhao Hao provided them with a substantial amount of 9 transformation primordial pills and restorative pills for cultivation. After kneeling in reverence to Zhao Hao, they took their leave. These 2 little ones are quite amusing. Zhao Hao chuckled softly. Xiang then remarked, Junior brother, should we not proceed to the small world? Zhao Hao then recalled the promise he had made. Senior sister, very well. Let us proceed to the teleportation array and return to our little world, he declared. Xiaofeng, please summon your senior brother Lin. I have a matter to discuss. Lin Xiaofeng immediately scampered off. Moments later, Elena Chuyan upruaka. Master, did you call for me? Lin Xiaoyang inquired, puzzled. Indeed, senior brother, my sister and I need to make a brief return to our little world, so I must relay some instructions to you. Zhao Hao then presented 10 pinnacle divine emperor pills to Lin Xiaoyang. During my absence, please ensure the sect is well cared for and prevent any further incidents of disciples being slain by the demon clan. Lin Xiaoyang, delighted by the 10 pills, replied, understood. Master, I will use these pills wisely. Very well, senior brother, my sister and I shall take our leave now. Please look after the disciples of the sect. Of course. Master, I will. Lin Xiaoyang and Lin Xiaofeng then departed from the Master's hall. Chapter 161. Return to the Little World. Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang soon arrived at the grand hall of the teleportation array. Senior sister, let's ascend, but do be mindful to conceal our aura, otherwise. I fear the teleportation array may be damaged. Fang Ningxiang nodded in agreement. Once they entered the teleportation array, it activated, and they were swiftly transported to the Chaoyang sect's teleportation array in the Little World. They promptly descended from the array and concealed their presence as they ventured beyond the back mountain. At that moment, in the Master's Grand Hall, Nangong Shuyan immediately sensed the arrival of Zhao Hao and his companion. She swiftly made her way to the edge of the back mountain. Upon seeing Nangong Shuyan approaching through the air, Zhao Hao smiled warmly. It's truly you. Zhao Hao, Ningxiang, you have returned. Nangong Shuyan exclaimed. Master, it is indeed us. Nangong Shuyan laughed joyfully. Come, let's return to my Grand Hall. We have much to discuss. Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang followed her to the Grand Hall of the Chaoyang sect. Zhao Hao, Ningxiang, where does the other side of the teleportation array lead? What is your current cultivation level? Zhao Hao shared the details of the Chaoyang sect in the starry sky, informing Nangong Shuyan that beyond the Emperor realm, there lies the divine realm. They spent a long while in her hall, conversing amiably. Master, do you wish to journey to the starry sky? Zhao Hao asked. Our Chaoyang sect is currently in a phase of development, and I fear I cannot spare the time to venture there. Nangong Shuyan replied. Zhao Hao refrained from pressing further, aware that his master had likely developed a strong attachment to the present-day Chaoyang sect. The thought of leaving might make her feel uneasy. Subsequently, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang departed from the Chaoyang sect, tearing through the fabric of space, and arrived at the Zhao family city. Although they concealed their aura, they still emanated a sense of oppression that unsettled the inhabitants of the city. At that moment, Zhao Yugong ascended into the air, suspecting an impending attack on the Zhao family. However, Zhao Yugong directly spotted Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang. Zhao Hao, is that you? At this moment, Zhao Yugong felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang approached him without hesitation. Father, it is us. Subsequently, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang returned to the Zhao family estate. Meanwhile, both the younger and elder generations of the Zhao family had gathered in the Grand Hall. Zhao Hao observed that they had all reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. However, due to the constraints of the world, they could attain only this level of power. Zhao Hao, you have returned? Zhao Ye inwitted. Zhao Hao smiled and greeted Zhao Jia. Cousin, indeed, we have wandered through the outer realms, and now we wish to take you all to the starry skies. Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, Zhao Yugong and the others were filled with fervent anticipation. Zhao Hao, can we truly venture to the starry skies? Will there be danger? Zhao Hao reassured them. Fear not, father. We have a safe haven in the starry skies, and my sister and I possess sufficient strength to protect you all. At that moment, Zhao Hao's spiritual sense detected 3 young women approaching the hall. He recognized them as his beloved younger sisters. Upon entering the hall, Zhao Xiaoxiao immediately spotted her elder brother. Brother, you are back. I have missed you so much. Zhao Xiaoxiao rushed forward to embrace him. Zhao Hao affectionately patted her head and said, Xiaoxiao, it seems you have not wasted your years. You have already attained the Emperor realm. Zhao Xiaoxiao replied, Brother, I have been diligent in my cultivation. You have no idea. I reached the Emperor realm long ago. But after that, I could not break through despite my efforts, so I paused my training. Zhao Hao lovingly said, All right, this time I shall take you to the starry skies, where you can continue your cultivation. At this point, Zhao Hao noticed the 2 young women beside Zhao Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, are these 2 Min and Lan? Zhao Xiaoxiao responded, Of course, brother. Min and Lan are my attendants, and they have also reached the quasi-emperor realm. The family quickly became lively as they exchanged pleasantries. Today, with Zhao Hao's return, our family shall host a banquet to celebrate his homecoming. Zhao Yugong announced. Jiaoye, please inform my in-laws that Ningxiang and Zhao Hao have returned. Zhao Jia readily complied and set off toward the small world of the Fang family. Soon after, Zhao Hao saw his mother, who had also achieved the Emperor realm. It could be said that the direct descendants of the Zhao family had nearly all reached the Emperor realm, primarily because Zhao Hao had previously bestowed upon them divine bodies and left behind ample cultivation resources. Moments later, Fang Hongfei arrived with Fang Qingsno and Gu Chunfeng. Upon seeing her elder sister, Fang Snow immediately rushed over and embraced Fang Ningxiang, tears streaming down her face. "Sister, I have missed you so much." Fang Ningxiang affectionately returned the embrace. "Xiaoxia, it seems you have not squandered these years. You have already attained the Emperor realm." Fang Ningxiang could perceive Fang Snow's cultivation level. At that moment, Gu Chunfeng approached and grasped Fang Ningxiang's hand. "Xianger, your mother has missed you dearly." Tears streamed down Fang Ningxiang's cheeks. "Mother, it is all my fault for causing you worry." Zhao Yugong then interjected, "In-laws, the banquet is about to commence. Let us sit and converse." The members of the Zhao family began to indulge in the feast. Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang took their places at the table, enjoying food and drink with their kin. The ingredients Zhao Yugong procured were the finest in this small world. Such lavish meals were a rarity for the clan, and today they feasted heartily. Fang Hongfei then spoke. "Zhao Hao, now that you've returned, you won't be leaving again, will you?" Zhao Hao responded earnestly, "Father-in-law, I wish to relocate both the Zhao and Fang families to the starry skies. What are your thoughts on this?" Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, Fang Hongfei replied, "Zhao Hao, is it safe in the starry skies? Our clan has yet to reach the Emperor realm. Would it be feasible?" Zhao Hao reassured him, "Father-in-law, rest assured. My senior sister and I have established a foundation in the starry skies. Bringing you all over will be quite simple." As the conversation flowed, everyone was filled with anticipation about moving to the starry skies. Zhao Hao subsequently informed them about the teleportation array at Xianxia. However, this time, Zhao Hao intended to use his returned celestial-level flying vessel to transport everyone across the starry expanse, rather than having them utilize the teleportation array. "Zhao Hao, what is your current cultivation level?" Fang Hongfei inquired, voicing the curiosity of all present. Zhao Hao replied, "Father-in-law, my senior sister and I have attained the divine Emperor realm. We are among the most formidable in the starry skies." Fang Snow felt a twinge of grievance. She had reached the Emperor realm, hoping her brother-in-law would regard her with admiration, only to discover that her sister had already achieved the divine Emperor realm. Chapter 162, Journey to the Starry Skies. Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang were joyfully feasting with their family. Zhao Yugong then spoke, "Zhao Hao, in recent years, our small world has faced renewed assault from the demon race. However, we humans have once again repelled them. Yet, it seems the demons are relentless and are organizing even more of their kind." Zhao Hao reassured Zhao Yugong, "Father, there is no need for haste. This time we shall annihilate the demon race entirely to prevent future troubles. The demons are congregating at the entrance of our small world. We will head there directly to vanquish them." Zhao Hao's words instilled confidence in Zhao Yugong and the others. Once the banquet concluded, Fang Hongfei's family remained to converse with Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang for an extended period about the relocation. Zhao Hao shared his knowledge of the migration route and assured them that he would guide everyone aboard the flying vessel when the time came. After Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang retired for the evening, Zhao Yugong convened a clan meeting. During this gathering, Zhao Yugong discussed the plan to move to the starry skies, and the clan-esque direct descendants, including several of Zhao Hao's uncles, expressed their agreement. Subsequently, Zhao Yugong finalized the selection of his distant relatives who would accompany them. Within the clan, there were numerous powerful individuals at the emperor level, and even if the Zhao family departed, their presence in the small world would remain formidable. Following this, Fang Hongfei returned home to announce his intention to venture into the starry skies. Ultimately, several elders from the Fang family expressed their desire to join this celestial expedition, driven by a yearning for divine ascendance. Although their lifespans had significantly increased, attaining divine status would greatly enhance their longevity. In the end, the Fang family settled on a quota of 300 participants. Naturally, there were many formidable figures within the Fang family who would not be concerned about losing power upon their departure. At this moment, Fang Qinxue and Zhao Xiaoxiao were clinging to Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang, unwilling to part with them. Zhao Hao, in turn, presented a generous amount of Boza immortal flowers to the two youngsters. They eagerly began to refine the flowers, their astonished exclamations occasionally breaking the air. The flowers proved to be extraordinarily effective, purging impurities from their bodies and significantly enhancing their physical strength. Zhao Hao was engaged in a lively exchange with Fang Ningxiang. "Junior brother, when our clan members travel to the starry skies, will they be accommodated at the Chaoyang sect?" Zhao Hao furrowed his brow. If both families could be arranged at the Chaoyang sect, it would facilitate their care. Zhao Hao had already resolved to relocate some mountain peaks to serve as residences for the Zhao and Fong families. He then presented some elixirs to his master before returning to the Zhao family to await Zhao Yugong's arrangements. Zhao Xiaoxiao looked at her older brother with immense joy. Brother, once we reach the starry skies, will you provide us with resources to cultivate to the divine realm? At this moment, her mindset remained rather naive, fearing that she would again become a weakling subjected to bullying in the vast expanse of the cosmos. Xiao Xiao, when have I ever treated you poorly? Rest assured, once we arrive in the starry skies, I will ensure you have all the cultivation resources you need, Zhao Hao reassured her. Fang Qingxue's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was certain her brother-in-law would supply her with resources for divine cultivation. The two children incessantly showered Zhao Hao with compliments, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Eventually, the four began refining the Boza immortal flowers, and a night passed swiftly. In the following days, Zhao Yugong organized a meeting with the human imperial clans of the small world to inform them of their plans to depart, assuring them that they would eradicate all demonic entities at the entrance of the small world. The imperial clans expressed envy, but the Zhao family's commitment to vanquish the demons alleviated their concerns, demonstrating their benevolence. After spending a month in the small world, Zhao Hao and Fong Ningxiang prepared to lead the Zhao and Fong families in their departure. Zhao Hao unveiled his returned celestial-grade flying vessel, inviting the members of both families aboard. "Haha, this flying vessel is truly remarkable, so vast and comfortable," exclaimed one of the passengers. "Indeed, the interior is splendid, resplendent in gold and brilliance." Zhao Hao then summoned his father and father-in-law to pilot the vessel. Indeed, piloting the flying vessel is not particularly arduous. One merely needs to navigate the direction of travel. Zhao Hao had installed an astonishing 100 million premium divine crystals within the vessel, sufficient for an extended journey. As the vessel glided into the cosmos, an entrance to a miniature world materialized directly before Zhao Hao and his companions. The atmosphere inside the vessel grew solemn. Yet Zhao Hao and Fong Ningxiang remained unperturbed. Zhao Hao swiftly exited the vessel, arriving at the entrance ahead of the craft, where his divine senses detected a multitude of demonic beings congregating at the threshold. Without hesitation, Zhao Hao soared through the entrance into the vastness of space, unleashing the formidable pressure of a divine emperor. The demonic entities were instantly paralyzed by this overwhelming force. Fong Ningxiang followed suit, unleashing a tempest of frost that ensnared all the demons in ice, with their highest rank being merely that of a celestial god. They were effortlessly subdued by Fong Ningxiang's prowess. As the ice shattered, the demons were vanquished in an instant. Observing Fong Ningxiang's remarkable technique, Zhao Hao exhaled in admiration. Truly, a senior sister is formidable. Her actions are swift and decisive. Soon after, Zhao Hao and Fong Ningxiang returned to the vessel, where the others finally recognized the might of the duo. "Father, let the vessel continue on this course. All the demons at the entrance to the miniature world are vanquished, and they will face no issue emerging in the future." Zhao Yugong and Fong Hongfei took the helm, navigating the vessel onward. The coordinates of the Chaoyang sect were firmly embedded in Zhao Hao's mind. All that was required was to proceed. The members of the Zhao and Fong clans aboard the vessel gazed in awe at the expansive cosmos, having never before witnessed such grandeur. Upon their return to the vessel, Zhao Hao and Fong Ningxiang were immediately encircled by the others. "Xiao Hao, Ningxiang, we had no idea you were so formidable," exclaimed one. "Indeed, sister. It's astonishing how much stronger you have both become in such a short time." Zhao Hao and Fong Ningxiang reassured them. "Do not worry. Once we reach the cosmos, you will have the freedom to cultivate, and you too shall ascend to our heights." The elders of the Fong clan trembled with excitement, their beards quivering in anticipation. The vessel sped forth, leaving a trail across the starry expanse. A day later, the occupants settled down to commence their cultivation. They could all feel the shackles that bound them dissipating since leaving the miniature world. Each bore the divine pills provided by Zhao Yugong, which facilitated their breakthroughs with ease. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao and Fong Ningxiang feigned slumber within the vessel, remaining vigilant to the disturbances outside. The surrounding celestial bodies receded into the distance, as they had yet to reach the Qinglong star domain, where numerous space pirates lurked. At that moment, Zhao Hao noticed a vessel hurtling towards their own. Chapter 163, Arrival at the Chaoyang Sect. Zhao Hao regarded the small flying vessel with disdain, deeming it a fool's errand to collide with his own. Upon impact, the diminutive craft shattered into fragments. From within, a throng of individuals emerged, swiftly encircling Zhao Hao's celestial-grade vessel. The sheer sophistication of the celestial vessel was evident. Its exterior bore cannon ports, and the hull itself was remarkably resilient, impervious to the assaults of ordinary divine-level warriors. Undeterred by the vessel's motionlessness, the assailants commenced their offensive. With a furrowed brow, Zhao Hao deftly maneuvered the cannons of his vessel, unleashing a barrage upon the star thieves. The resounding explosions scattered the assailants, who, in desperation, resorted to their ultimate techniques. Yet, their efforts proved futile, leaving Zhao Hao's vessel unscathed. Growing weary of the incessant nuisance outside, he exited the craft to commence a ruthless onslaught against the star thieves. His formidable strength rendered them utterly bewildered, and one by one, they fell before him. Divine Emperor Realm? Flee! They cried as panic ensued among their ranks. Although Zhao Hao initially intended to cease his pursuit, Fang Ningxiang emerged to eliminate the fleeing brigands. Ultimately, all the star thieves were vanquished by her hand. How blind they must be to dare assault our vessel, Fang Ningxiang remarked. Meanwhile, the occupants within the vessel felt a profound sense of security, recognizing the ferocity of Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang. At that moment, Zhao Xiao was bestowing several flourishing celestial flowers upon Xiao Min and Xiao Lan. Miss, what are these? Are they extraordinarily precious? They inquired. Zhao Xiao encouraged them, refined them. They are indeed very rare. Overwhelmed with emotion, Xiao Min and Xiao Lan shed tears of gratitude. Thank you, miss. The celestial vessel, strikingly conspicuous, attracted numerous star thieves along its journey. However, Fang Ningxiang swiftly dispatched all of them, instilling fear in the hearts of any remaining brigands on that star route. I heard of a colossal vessel, yet all the star thieves along the way were slain. One might say, indeed, I've heard the misty sky, three brothers met their end as well. This vessel is beyond our reach, otherwise, it would spell our doom. Observing the diminished presence of star thieves trailing behind, Zhao Hao could not help but smile. After a month of travel, the vessel finally entered the Azure Dragon star domain, where the Chaoyang sect resided on a nearby planet. Zhao Hao then indicated the route to Zhao Yugong once more, and the vessel hastened toward the Chaoyang sect. Days later, the massive vessel hovered above the Chaoyang sect, casting a shadow over the land. The elders and peak masters of the sect gazed upward with grave expressions, while Lin Chaoyang held a peak divine emperor elixir in hand. However, upon witnessing Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang emerge from the craft, they promptly deactivated the sect's protective formations. The vessel descended gracefully onto the plaza of the Chaoyang sect. Subsequently, members of the Zhao and Fang families emerged from the flying vessel. Master, who are these individuals? Lin Chaoyang inquired as he approached. Zhao Hao responded directly, Senior brother, these individuals are my kin. I intend to relocate several mountain peaks near Chaoyang sect for their habitation. Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, Lin Chaoyang promptly welcomed the newcomers enthusiastically along with the sect's peak masters. The number of individuals accompanying them approached 2,000, exceeding the population of Chaoyang sect. Father, you and my father-in-law should settle everyone in first. I will go and transport a few mountain peaks for your accommodation. There were ample halls and rooms within Chaoyang sect to accommodate everyone without issue. All right, Zhao Hao, you go ahead. Lin Chaoyang led the group in settling down. At that moment, Lin Xiaofeng and Lin Xiaoyi also emerged. Upon seeing Zhao Xiao and Fang Qingxu, they directly asked, Are you the family of our master brother? We are his junior disciples. Zhao Xiao, observing the two little ones, replied, Yes, I am indeed a family member of your master brother. What are your names? You are so adorable. Lin Xiaofeng and Lin Xiaoyi chimed in. We are Lin Xiaofeng and Lin Xiaoyi. Sister, come, I will take you to our master brother's residence. The group quickly settled in. At this time, 10 additional mountain peaks appeared near Chaoyang sect, which would serve as the dwelling places for the Zhao and Fang families. Zhao Hao utilized his cultivation to conjure numerous houses, subsequently implanting a vein of divine crystal beneath these mountains. Instantly, all the peaks were suffused with divine energy. Zhao Hao made another trip to the city to procure a substantial quantity of elixirs, then returned with a vast array of cultivation pills, which he directly entrusted to Zhao Yugong and Fang Hongfei. Father-in-law, take these elixirs for our kin to cultivate. We shall never lack for pills in the future. Zhao Yugong was elated upon seeing the divine elixirs. Old Fong, the members of your family who accompanied you must be your trusted ones, correct? I shall share some of these elixirs with you. Whenever you find yourselves in need, do not hesitate to seek me. Zhao Yugong offered Fong Hongfei a quarter of the elixirs. Haha, old Zhao, this is sufficient. Our Fong family is small. These will last us a long while. Zhao Hao continued, Father, in the future, family disciples who wish to join Xianxia sect are welcome. As the master of Xianxia sect, if they choose not to join, that is perfectly fine. Ultimately, it is their choice. Zhao Yugong nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Zhao Yugong relocated all the family disciples to the nearby mountain peaks, ensuring that everyone was settled comfortably. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofeng and Lin Xiaoi had become the companions of Zhao Xiaoxiao and Fong Qingshu. The two little ones were quite fond of the pair, and Zhao Xiaoxiao reciprocated their affection wholeheartedly. Big sister, I have some sugar beans for you. Lin Xiaofeng and Lin Xiaoi presented a few 9 revolutions primordial pills to Zhao Xiaoxiao and Fong Qingshu. Upon seeing them, Zhao Xiaoxiao exclaimed, Is this a body-refining elixir? Lin Xiaofeng and Lin Xiaoi directly addressed their elder sister, stating, This is a treat from our esteemed brother, the sect leader. We still have plenty. Zhao Xiaoxiao accepted the elixirs and then retrieved 2 blooming Woza immortal flowers from her storage ring, handing them to the two. Refine these, and you will also enhance your strength. Lin Xiaofeng curiously accepted them. The group began to chatter excitedly. At this moment, Zhao Hao had already arrived above the Qianxia sect. For the grand ancestor of the sword sect had unexpectedly come to their domain, currently concealing himself in the heights. Young friend, I have come to witness your Qianxia sect. The sword sect can offer you a superior location, far better than this. Would you be inclined to relocate? Zhao Hao, upon hearing this, pondered momentarily. I appreciate the grand ancestor's generosity, but the original site of the Qianxia sect is here. The elders and peak masters have grown fond of this place. Leaving might be a hardship for them. The grand ancestor sighed, Very well. Your sect is still in its infancy. I have taken the liberty to procure some elixirs from the sword sect's treasury for you, as a token of gratitude for the miraculous elixir you once provided. Chapter 164. The Demonic Tribe Rampage. Zhao Hao accepted the elixirs handed over by the Grand Ancestor. Upon a mere glance, he was filled with joy. These elixirs were exceedingly rare and could not be purchased externally. If their quality were to be enhanced, they could yield quite a number of exceptional elixirs. Thank you, Grand Ancestor. I shall not refuse. Should the sword sect require anything, feel free to summon me. The Grand Ancestor felt a sense of relief upon hearing Zhao Hao's words. Very well, young friend. We will contact you if needed. I shall take my leave now. With that, the Grand Ancestor tore through the fabric of space and departed. Zhao Hao then returned to his grand hall, where Zhao Xiaoxiao and Fong Qingshu were diligently practicing with Lin Xiaofeng and Lin Xiaoi. None of them had yet reached the divine realm. Thus, they were earnestly refining the elixirs they had received. Observing their training, Zhao Hao chose not to disturb them and left to find Fong Lingxiang. In her chamber, Fong Lingxiang was currently refining a Woza immortal flower. As Zhao Hao approached, she had just completed the refinement of one. Junior brother, was that divine emperor who visited us earlier from the sword sect? Zhao Hao replied, Indeed, elder sister. He brought us some elixirs. Fong Lingxiang responded, Junior brother, our elevation to the divine emperor realm is also a favor owed to the sword sect. We may be able to assist them in the future. Zhao Hao nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the demonic tribe, their leader was engaged in deliberation. Have we ascertained the origin of those elixirs capable of directly elevating individuals to the divine emperor realm? Chief, these elixirs should originate from that young man who first felled our demonic emperor. This youth is likely a newly ascended divine emperor of a human race. I never anticipated he possessed such treasures. Yet, to have vanquished our demonic emperor at the onset of battle, his cultivation must be at the pinnacle of the divine emperor realm. After a moment of silence, they continued, Do we know which sect he belongs to? The crowd remained silent, their thoughts unspoken. With insufficient knowledge of the enemy's details, how could we possibly formulate a battle strategy? At this moment, the leader of the demons spoke, We can only await the return of our demon ancestor. Our current strength poses no threat to the human race. It is imperative that we focus on the young couple from earlier. Their combat prowess is formidable, and we must ascertain their situation. Meanwhile, the demon clan had temporarily regained its composure, while unrest brewed among the humans. Several divine imperial families were conspiring together. As you have all witnessed, That elixir capable of elevating one to the pinnacle of the divine emperor is indeed extraordinary. We too require such a potion. Please share your thoughts. Old ancestor Situ. One elder interjected, "You are aware that this elixir originates from a young divine emperor Zhao Hao, who upon entering the battlefield, has already slaughtered several demon emperors with astounding combat abilities. What means do we have to compel him to comply? We could leak their whereabouts to the demons, allowing them to act independently against them, while we reap the benefits," suggested another elder from the Li family. "The human race has only just begun to suppress the demons, and you old codgers are already scheming amongst yourselves. I shall not indulge in this folly any longer. Farewell." With that, the elder of the Li family departed, taking with him several other families. Ultimately, only the Situ and Yun families remained. Old ancestor Yun, one member remarked, "It seems we must abandon this matter. Should our adversaries discover our plans, our families could face annihilation." "Indeed," the elder of the Yun family replied. "The imperial families that have just departed may very well convey our discussions to the sword sect, putting our families in jeopardy." The elder of the Situ family exclaimed, "How infuriating! I did not anticipate that these imperial clans would turn cowardly. However, it is indeed a precarious situation. If our deliberations are revealed, our families may be in grave danger. Must we truly face extermination for merely discussing matters?" The elder of the Yun family questioned. "It is highly probable." The Situ elder retorted, "We should prepare to relocate our families. If it weren't for the Li family's hasty departure, we would not be in such a precarious position." Thus, unbeknownst to all, a mere insinuation of collusion with the demons prompted the Situ and Yun families to relocate their residences. Meanwhile, the elder of the Li family had indeed relayed the news to the sword sect. Upon receiving this information, several elders from the sword sect hastened towards the Situ family. However, upon their arrival, they found the place deserted. This only served to confirm their suspicions of the Situ family's guilt. Consequently, the sword sect disseminated the news of the Situ and Yun family's collusion with the demons throughout the starry expanse. As a result, the entire cosmos began to isolate the Situ and Yun families. At this juncture, Zhao Hao remained oblivious to the unfolding events, engrossed in the refinement of the Posa immortal flower alongside Fong Ningxiang. During this period, both the Zhao and Fong families have witnessed several individuals breaking through to the divine realm, stirring great excitement among them. This breakthrough signifies an extension of life, and joy is abundant. Several ancestors from the Fong family have also ascended to the divine realm, reveling in the rejuvenation of their vitality. Who would have thought that in this lifetime, I could achieve such a breakthrough? Truly, the heavens have been generous to me. Laughter like this occasionally resonates across the 10 peaks. With these breakthroughs, numerous young members of the families have joined the Xianxia sect, while the elder members have ascended to the role of elders within the sect. Consequently, the Xianxia sect and the Zhao and Fong families have intertwined, allowing them to establish a firm foothold within the sect. Henceforth, the Zhao family's youth undertake missions alongside the disciples of the Xianxia sect. Although the elixirs provided by their family are ample, the younger generation still engages in missions to acquire resources, ensuring they do not appear overly privileged. This fosters a warm camaraderie with the disciples of the Xianxia sect as they train together. However, while the demon race has not instigated a large-scale war, some have infiltrated the territories of the human race, launching brutal slaughters and absorbing human blood to cultivate their dark arts. As a result, the sects and imperial clans of the human race have dispatched cultivators to eliminate these demons. Consequently, battles frequently erupt within human territories, yet this has not quelled the demon's audacity. The demon race has intensified its numbers in the human territories, casting a shadow of fear across the human populace. Thus, the sword sect has directly sent elders to eradicate these demons. With the intervention of cultivators at the divine sovereign level, the demons have been temporarily suppressed. However, the vastness of human territories leaves gaps that are often unguarded. Consequently, some formidable demons, after slaughtering humans, swiftly relocate their battlegrounds, causing significant headaches for human cultivators. In this challenging environment, many exceptional talents have emerged among the younger generation of humans, displaying remarkable potential. Various sects are eager to enroll these prodigies, and the ancestors of these sects lament, "The human race has a promising future." Chapter 165, Dining at the Tavern for Divine Beast Meat. These prodigies possess rare divine physiques, and the sword sect has directly accepted a considerable number of them. It is often said that heroes emerge amidst turmoil, under the pressure from the demon race. The appearance of gifted talents among humans is indeed understandable. However, they remain unaware that all disciples of the Xianxia sect possess divine physiques, merely cloaked in humility. On the planets of the Xianxia sect, other sects are aware of the formidable guardians present and dare not provoke the sect. The annihilation of the Luyan sect was likely orchestrated by the Xianxia sect. Yet these sects have come to understand that as long as they do not provoke the Xianxia sect, it will not unjustly target any sect. Therefore, on the planets of the Xianxia sect, its disciples enjoy a sense of safety in the outside world. With their divine physiques concealed, no one feels envious. At this moment, the disciples of the Xianxia sect were not lacking in strength, thus no incidents of abduction had occurred. Within the sect, Zhao Hao had taken on the role of a hands-off manager, only appearing when resources were in short supply. At other times, it was Lin Xiaoyang who presided over the affairs of the sect, ensuring everything ran smoothly. Today, Lin Xiaofeng, accompanied by Zhao Xiaoxiao, Fang Qingsno, and Zhao Xiaoxiao as two maidservants, made their appearance in a bustling city. Elder sister, you have no idea how exquisite the dishes are at the tavern here. I used to come here often with Xiao Yi. Zhao Xiaoxiao, with an insatiable appetite, sparkled with excitement at Lin Xiaofeng's words. Xiaofeng, is it truly that delicious? Lin Xiaofeng, brimming with pride, responded, indeed. The meat served here is categorized in a spiritual beast meat and divine beast meat. As we are now in the divine realm, indulging in divine beast meat is quite reasonable. Zhao Xiaoxiao suddenly checked her storage ring, realizing it contained only spirit stones, devoid of any divine crystals. Xiaofeng, I didn't bring any divine crystals. What should I do? With a cunning smile, Lin Xiaofeng replied, Elder sister, the sect master once gifted me with some candy beans, which contained quite a few divine crystals. This time, let me cover the expenses. You need not worry. Upon hearing this, Fang Qingsno remarked, You truly are a clever little thing. Lin Xiaofeng basked in the compliment, feeling quite pleased. The five of them entered the tavern, where the staff, upon recognizing Lin Xiaofeng, promptly exclaimed, Ah, it's an esteemed guest from the Xianxia sect. Young lad, quickly prepare a table for our honored guests. A young waiter led Lin Xiaofeng and her companions to a window-side table on the second floor. Elder sister, go ahead and order. Don't hold back on the divine crystals. I have plenty in my storage ring. Lin Xiaofeng handed the menu to Zhao Xiaoxiao. Zhao Xiaoxiao gazed at the array of dishes, her eyes widening in delight. However, she was not one to shy away from extravagance, and chose the most expensive options, ordering 5 dishes of divine beast meat. She then passed the menu to Fang Qingsno, who also selected numerous divine beast meat dishes. Finally, Lin Xiaofeng took the menu back and ordered all the remaining divine beast meat. The waiter, observing their choices, said, Esteemed guests, please hold on. I will arrange for the chef to prepare your meals right away. The chef promptly prioritized the dishes for Lin Xiaofeng and her party. Soon, an assortment of divine beast meat was served, and the young ladies eagerly began to eat. Upon tasting the first bite, they were all struck by the exquisite flavors. Xiaofeng, you truly did not deceive me. This meat is divine, exclaimed Zhao Xiaoxiao. Fang Qingsno nodded in agreement. Lin Xiaofeng, filled with pride, declared, Elder sister, I would never mislead you. We must come here often in the future. The other young ladies nodded in enthusiastic agreement. Meanwhile, the lavishness of the young ladies drew the attention of the surrounding diners. Boss, these young ladies are from the Xianxia sect. They have ordered an extravagant array of dishes, which surely indicates they possess a substantial amount of divine crystals. Should we take action? A man with a sharp nose and a lean figure proposed to a bearded companion. The bearded man hesitated, wary of the Xianxia sect, as they indeed had formidable experts among them. However, the lure of wealth was tempting. The 3 of them had no ties on this planet and could flee immediately after the heist. Very well, let's wait until they exit the city before we strike. After this score, we can leave this planet and venture elsewhere. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoxiao was encouraging her companions, Xiaomin and Xilan, to indulge in their meal. Yet, the 2 girls had not yet reached the divine realm. After consuming only a few morsels of meat, they felt quite satiated. Ultimately, all the divine beast meat was devoured by Lin Xiaofeng and her companions. Gazing at the empty plates on the table, Lin Xiaofeng gently patted her belly, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Zhao Xiaoxiao and Fang Qingsno were equally content. If they could feast on such delightful dishes every day, it would be worth any fate. Then Lin Xiaofeng called out, Waiter, come here to settle the bill. The waiter promptly approached. Esteemed guests, Your total comes to 230 low-grade divine crystals. Lin Xiaofeng retrieved some crystals from her storage ring, but they appear to be of a higher grade. Is this a medium-grade divine crystal? If you pay with a medium-grade crystal, the charge is only 2. The waiter clarified. Lin Xiaofeng handed over 2 medium-grade divine crystals and remarked, "All right, we shall take our leave now. We'll return to your establishment another time." Zhao, Fong Qing Snow, and Lin Xiaofeng then exited the tavern. "Big sister, where shall we go next?" Zhao asked. "Xiaofeng, let's wander around the city and see if there are any more delightful sights or treats," Lin Xiaofeng suggested, leading her companions on another stroll through the city. During their exploration, Zhao spotted a few items she fancied, which Lin Xiaofeng graciously paid for. Fong Qing Snow also acquired some peculiar trinkets. As evening approached, the group prepared to depart. However, the bearded men trailing them decided to act. "Quickly, they are leaving the city. Let us follow them." Once the 5 had exited the city, they prepared to fly back to the Xianxia sect. Yet, the bearded man intercepted them. He was a being of Earth God realm, while the other 2 were of the divine human realm. Zhao and her friends had only just broken through to the divine human realm and were no match for these adversaries. Lin Xiaofeng, however, boldly inquired, "Who are you? Why are you blocking our way?" The bearded man replied, "Surrender your storage ring, and I may spare your lives. Otherwise, you shall meet your end here." Upon finishing his threat, he unleashed his earth god pressure, overwhelming Zhao and her companions. Only Lin Xiaofeng remained unfazed. You think I would relinquish my storage ring? The jelly beans bestowed upon me by my brother, the sect leader, are not for you," Lin Xiaofeng declared assertively. The bearded man proclaimed, "Since you seek your demise, I shall oblige." He unleashed a powerful punch towards Lin Xiaofeng, the force of which surged like a cannonball. Undeterred, Lin Xiaofeng, though in the early stages of divine realm, possessed considerable strength. She retaliated with a punch of her own, albeit her divine energy was rather feeble. Upon impact, the bearded man's arm was utterly obliterated. Chapter 166. The Demon Clan's ambush on the Sword Sect. Everyone gazed at Lin Xiaofeng in astonishment. The candies my elder brother, the sect master, gave me were not for naught." Lin Xiaofeng then advanced towards the bearded man, striking down at his head. "Brother Xianxia taught me to leave no mercy for foes." The bearded man was swiftly dispatched by Lin Xiaofeng, while the other 2 were intercepted by Zhao and Fong Qing Snow. "Spare us. We acted out of greed. We do not deserve death." The 2 immediately bowed in supplication before Lin Xiaofeng. Yet, she showed no mercy and ended their lives. "Do we not deserve death? They have committed murder and theft. They deserve to die long ago." Lin Xiaofeng then retrieved the storage rings of the 3, inspecting them with a frown. "So poor. Xiaofeng, let us hurry back to the sect. I wonder if anyone else wishes to rob us." Zhao suggested. "All right, big sister, let us depart," Lin Xiaofeng replied. And together with her companions, they soared towards the Xianxia sect. Upon their return, they immediately drew the attention of the gatekeeping disciples. "Junior uncle, did you go to the city?" one disciple inquired. Lin Xiaofeng responded, "Do not tell brother Xianxia. I merely went out for a bit of fun." The gatekeeping disciple remained silent. "Big sister, let us return to our cultivation. Once we grow stronger, we shall no longer fear today's events," Zhao remarked, feeling a sense of urgency as she observed Lin Xiaofeng's prowess at such a young age. The group then proceeded to the main hall to cultivate. At that moment, Zhao Hao, having received news, entered. "Xiaofeng, did you encounter enemies in the city?" The gatekeeping disciple had relayed the information to him. "Brother Sect Master, I vanquished the enemies. Look, I even brought back their storage rings," Lin Xiaofeng exclaimed joyfully. Zhao Hao responded, "Well done, Xiaofeng. Remember, when you encounter foes in the future, show no mercy. Eliminate them directly." Lin Xiaofeng beamed with happiness, replying, "Understood, brother Sect Master." Zhao interjected, "Brother, you are biased. You gave Xiaofeng so many pills and none for your sister." Fong Qing Snow echoed her anticipation. Zhao Hao then retrieved 1,000 Boza immortal flowers from his spatial ring. These flowers are even more effective than body refining pills. Take the time to refine them. The group eagerly divided the flowers among themselves. "Thank you, brother. Thank you, Sect Master. Thank you, brother-in-law." Zhao Hao subsequently marked the 3 individuals by touching their foreheads, leaving an imprint within their consciousness, unbeknownst to them. "Very well, continue your cultivation. I shall return to check on you in due time." With that, Zhao Hao departed from the Grand Hall. Zhao, filled with joy, picked up the mesmerizing fairy flower. "Little Phoenix, This flower possesses remarkable power. Refining it will significantly enhance our strength. Elder sister, I am aware that this flower is exceptionally potent for strength augmentation. The group immediately began the process of refining the flower. Meanwhile, within the sword sect, two disciples emerged from the experimental tower. One hailed from the blade sect, while the other belonged to the sword sect, both having attained the realm of divine emperor. The ancestral figure of the sword sect beamed with delight. However, their realm was not stable, indicating that they had not undergone sufficient trials during their breakthrough to divine emperor. They made their way to the main hall of the sword sect, where the sect leader addressed Wei Wujuan. As the eldest disciple, your attainment of the divine emperor realm reflects the cultivation bestowed upon you by our sect. Henceforth, you shall serve as our esteemed elder. Wei Wujuan replied, sect leader. My current state feels somewhat precarious. I require combat experience to solidify my foundation. The sect leader assented, very well. The elders will accompany you in battle until your realm stabilizes. At the same time, the higher-ups of the Blade sect were fervently promising benefits to their newly promoted divine emperor disciple. The resources consumed by the experimental tower are staggering. Your forcible breakthrough to the divine emperor realm was indeed wise. Should you miss this opportunity, who knows when you may attain the divine emperor realm again. The ancestral figure of the sword sect took Wei Wujuan under his wing, intent on helping him stabilize his realm. Meanwhile, an elder of the sword sect approached the sect leader, inquiring, sect leader, do you think we old bones might also enter the experimental tower for a breakthrough? The sect leader responded, no, the energy consumption within the tower is rapid, and we cannot guarantee that you will be able to fight beyond your current level. Entering would only deplete our resources. The elders bowed their heads in silence, all being at the divine sovereign realm, uncertain of when they might reach the divine emperor realm. Focus on your cultivation. Opportunities for breakthroughs shall arise in due course. Have you not noticed that, even I am not in haste? The elders found a modicum of solace in the sect leader's words. Just as discussions continued, a sudden alarm blared throughout the sword sect. The sect leader inquired, what is happening? At that moment, a disciple rushed into the hall, exclaiming, sect leader, trouble is brewing. Powerful entities from the demon clan are assaulting our protective formation, and they come with great ferocity. The 5 ancestral figures of the sword sect surveyed the situation overhead, spotting 20 divine emperors. It seems the demon clan is intent on targeting our sect. One of the ancestors urged, quickly, contact the divine emperors of other sects for assistance. The sect leader shattered a communication jade talisman, yet after a brief wait, silence lingered. The ancestral elder realized that the demon clan had employed some means to obstruct our communication. At that moment, the elder of the sword sect shattered Zhao Hao's communication jade tablet, yet no voice emerged from within. Curse be, the demon clan intends to annihilate our sword sect. Immediately summoned the 5 elders who had previously journeyed to the battlefield to prepare the enhancement elixirs. We cannot remain passive. Above the sword sect, 20 demon emperors were laughing maniacally. The offspring of the sword sect, last time you managed to prevail, but this time no one shall come to your aid. Following the demon emperors were approximately 100 demon lords. At that juncture, Wei Wujuan and another disciple from the Blade sect stepped forward. Elder, we wish to contribute our strength. The elder of the sword sect felt a surge of gratitude, knowing they had not raised ungrateful wolves. Quickly, send all disciples below the divine sovereign realm to the secret realm in the back mountains. The demons here are all at least divine lords, and they cannot assist us. While the protective formation of the sect remained unbroken, the sect leader sent all disciples below the divine sovereign realm into the back mountain secret realm. Meanwhile, the combat strength of the sword sect's higher-ups concentrated before a few elders. The demon emperors continued their relentless assault on the formation, and within moments, the protective barrier was shattered. The demons surged towards the crowd in the plaza. Haha, this time your sword sect shall be erased from the starry skies. Kill them all. Chapter 167. Annihilation of the Demon Clan. All demon powerhouses engaged the warriors of the sword sect. The 5 elders consumed the remaining peak divine emperor elixirs, directly confronting the demon emperors alongside the elders. The remaining elders and the sect leader faced the demon lords. In a brief moment, the battle erupted. Each divine emperor of the sword sect was besieged by 2 demon emperors. The 5 elders, having consumed the elixirs, emerged as the strongest combatants, as they were at the peak of the divine emperor realm. It seems your sword sect possesses elixirs for elevating realms. This is no deception. Today, my demon clan shall utterly eradicate your sword sect. Soon, both sides plunged into the throes of battle. You focus on those 5. Their elixirs must have a time limit, and once it expires, they will be lambs to the slaughter, commanded the demon emperors to their counterparts in dealing with the 5 elders of the sword sect. At this moment, the 5 elders of the sword sect were besieged by 2 demon emperors, forced into a defensive stance. Meanwhile, other demon lords began to assault the combatants of the sword sect above the divine, sovereign realm. In mere moments, casualties emerged within the sword sect, with numerous divine sovereigns falling to the demons. The battle had only just begun, and the sword sect found itself at a disadvantage. The sect leader, alone against 4 demon lords, was being overwhelmed and had sustained severe injuries. As time passed, the elders of the sword sect were battered beyond recognition. 2 newly promoted divine emperors were also pressed into a corner. At this moment, the demon clan's divine emperor seized the opportunity during an attack from an elder of the sword sect and thrust a blade directly through the elder's chest. In a frenzied act, the elder clung to the demon emperor and detonated himself. The explosion was immensely powerful, resulting in the demise of both the sword sect elder and the demon emperor. The other demons were taken aback by the elder's actions, prompting them to exercise greater caution to avoid being ensnared. Fourth brother, the remaining sword sect elders cried out in anguish. The loss of a longtime comrade weighed heavily upon them, casting a shadow of sorrow over their hearts. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao of the Morning Sun sect was in the midst of refining the Posa immortal flower when he suddenly sensed a violent explosion. As he witnessed blood rain falling from the sky, he realized something was amiss. Immediately, he employed his divine sense to ascertain the situation at the sword sect and quickly discovered that a fierce battle was underway. Senior sister, we must go. The sword sect is under attack by the demon clan. Let's lend our aid, Zhao Hao declared, and together with Xianxia, they tore through the fabric of space and arrived at the sword sect. In truth, the sword sect and the Morning Sun sect were not far apart, both situated within the Azure Dragonstar region. Additionally, Zhao Hao had consumed a pill that enhanced his divine consciousness, further amplifying his abilities after breaking through to the divine emperor realm. This allowed him to extend his divine sense over an extraordinary distance. Upon their arrival, they found the sword sect had been reduced to ruins, with its elders being overwhelmed and battered, barely retaining their forms. Zhao Hao unsheathed his sword and charged at a demon emperor, unleashing the 3rd move of the flame dragon sword technique with all his might. The opposing demon was utterly incapable of withstanding the assault, reduced to ashes by the searing flames. At this juncture, the demons took notice of Zhao Hao and Xianxia. Maowei, these 2 were responsible for the deaths of many of our demon emperors last time. Their combat prowess is formidable, Maowei exclaimed, commanding 4 demon emperors to encircle and eliminate them. Soon, 4 demon emperors commenced their assault on Zhao Hao, while Xianxia, after dispatching one of her attackers, found herself besieged as well. With Zhao Hao and Xianxia each contending with 4 demon emperors, the situation for the sword sect began to improve slightly. However, the demon emperors surrounding Zhao Hao were mid-tier and proved unable to thwart him. Zhao Hao relentlessly unleashed his ultimate techniques, and in mere moments, only one of the besieging demon emperors remained. Xianxia, not to be outdone, swiftly eradicated all 4 of her attackers. At this moment, hope flickered in the hearts of the sword sect elders. The other demon emperors were astounded. They had not anticipated the extraordinary strength of Zhao Hao and Xianxia, who dispatched demon emperors with such ease. Zhao Hao then executed another ultimate move, claiming the life of the 4th demon emperor. Only 10 demon emperors remained on the battlefield. Wu Jun, go assist the sect leader in dealing with the demon clan's deity. You need not concern yourself with the demon emperors. An elder directly conveyed to Wu Jun immediately charged towards the demon deity below. Subsequently, Zhao Hao and Xianxia once more advanced against the demon emperors. At this moment, the demon emperors were filled with trepidation. They had not anticipated that this meticulously planned operation would devolve into chaos. They had grossly underestimated the combat prowess of Zhao Hao and Xianxia. The sword sect's disadvantage had been entirely reversed. An elder from the sword sect produced a formation plate and activated it without delay. Soon, all the demon emperors found themselves ensnared within a formation, realizing they could neither escape nor tear through the fabric of space. Zhao Hao, witnessing this development, could not help but feel elated. He had been troubled by the prospect of annihilating the entire demon clan, but unexpectedly, the elder from the sword sect had delivered a delightful surprise. Young friend, I have ensnared these demon emperors. Feel free to slay them. The elder of the sword sect communicated to Zhao Hao. Meanwhile, the 5 elders of the sword sect who had consumed enhancement pills found their time expired and promptly withdrew from the battlefield. Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang unleashed their ultimate techniques incessantly, managing to vanquish a demon emperor with no more than 3 strikes each, leaving only 2 remaining. How infuriating! Why must the human race possess such prodigies? Had we gathered intelligence sooner, we would not have faced total annihilation. Zhao Hao disregarded the lamentations of the demon clan and swiftly dispatched the last 2 demon emperors. Thus, all 20 demon emperors who had come to attack lay slain. At this juncture, the demon deities were also nearly obliterated by the sword sect, bolstered by the presence of the emperors. The crisis faced by the sword sect had been utterly surmounted. The elder of the sword sect gazed upon the fallen disciples of the deity and king realms, his heart heavy with grief. So many had perished, including one of their old comrades. Though victorious, the members of the sword sect wept in sorrow. At that moment, an elder approached Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang. Young friend, we are grateful for your timely assistance to our sword sect. It is thanks to you that we have endured this calamity. Zhao Hao replied, Senior, do not mention it. Both of us owe our breakthroughs to the trial tower of the sword sect, so we should be the ones expressing our gratitude. The elder of the sword sect was deeply moved by Zhao Hao's words. Young friend, without further ado, the sword sect shall henceforth be your home. You are always welcome to visit. Zhao Hao smiled. Sect leader, please gather the remains of our fallen disciples. Their family shall be supported by the sect. As a tribute to their sacrifice, prior to the battle, the sect leader had collected all the resources from the treasury into a storage ring, ensuring that although the sword sect had sustained damage, its foundation remained unscathed. Chapter 168, A Decade of Seclusion. The sect leader replied, Understood, elder. I will make the necessary arrangements. At this moment, Zhao Hao remarked, The demon clan has suffered significant losses this time and is unlikely to launch another assault on the sword sect. Senior, my Chuyang sect is not far from the sword sect. I will come to their aid at the first opportunity. In truth, had it not been for the self-detonation of the sword sect's ancestor, Zhao Hao would have remained oblivious to their plight. Henceforth, he would intensify his vigilance towards the sword sect. Shortly after, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang departed from the sword sect and returned to Chuyang sect. While the survivors of the sword sect were engulfed in sorrow, several ancestors arranged for a ceremonial burial for their fallen comrade. Meanwhile, in the training chamber of Chuyang sect, Zhao Hao engaged in conversation with Fang Ningxiang. Senior sister, the demon clan's ambush on the sword sect nearly succeeded. We must remain vigilant. The demon clan may strike at Chuyang sect at any moment. Fang Ningxiang casually replied, Junior brother, our Chuyang sect is unlike the sword sect. You possess miraculous elixirs, and we can readily produce a multitude of divine emperors. Zhao Hao merely smiled in response. At that moment, Zhao Xiao and Fang Qingsnow were in the main hall, practicing their martial arts. They could sense the formidable strength of their physical bodies and were exhilarated by their newfound power. Meanwhile, at the demon clan's encampment, a towering demon was filled with rage. Speak, how did 20 of our divine emperors fail in their assault on the sword sect? The hall was crowded with demons, all bewildered by the events that had transpired at the sword sect. Just then a scout entered. Lord Demon Alter, I have discovered what transpired. The tall demon demanded. Speak quickly. How did the sword sect lead to our total annihilation? The scout, having observed from a distance, had managed to escape unnoticed due to Zhao Hao and his companion's lack of vigilance. The young man and woman made short work of our divine emperors. As easily as one might slay a chicken, their strength may have already surpassed that of divine emperors. The scout felt a surge of fear recalling the encounter. Having been anxious about being discovered, the tall demon exclaimed, Surpassing a divine emperor? How can that be? Such beings cannot exist in our realm. He continued, Regardless of who they are, we must eliminate them upon the awakening of our demon ancestor. Until then, do not provoke the human race. These two are beyond our means to confront. The demons were left in shock, grappling with the reality that beings capable of dispatching divine emperors with such ease posed a grave threat. At that moment, Zhao Hao handed the ancestral relic from the sword sect, which he had received, to Fang Ningxiang. A notification chimed. Ding. Detected that the host has gifted 100,000 divine king pills. System returns 100,000 Immortal King pills. Another notification followed. Ding. Detected that the host is gifted 100,000 Advanced Divine Body Refining pills. System returns 100,000 Immortal Grade Body Refining pills. Immortal King pill. A concoction for those at the Immortal King level, capable of bestowing a formidable amount of celestial energy. This pill has been optimized by the system, rendering it suitable for divine-level warriors. Its effects are nothing short of miraculous. Body Refinement Pill. Each one absorbed can augment physical strength by an astonishing 500 billion pounds, accessible to any powerful being. Zhao Hao felt an immense joy upon witnessing the returned elixirs in the spatial realm. The unexpected return of these potions exceeded his expectations, revealing that the gifts from the sword sex ancestor were truly extraordinary. Zhao Hao then summoned Zhao Xiao, Zhao Yugong, and others to his grand hall. Fang Hongfei also appeared somewhat astonished, uncertain of Zhao Hao's intentions for calling them. Zhao Hao promptly extracted 80% of the Bodhisattva celestial flowers from his possession and distributed them among the group. Father-in-law, these flowers will enhance your physical strength. Take them and refine them. Zhao Xiao gazed hungrily at the Bodhisattva celestial flowers. Fang Qingxue and Lin Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as they understood the remarkable nature of these blossoms. Zhao Yugong noticed the fervent expressions on his daughter's face and promptly retrieved a substantial quantity of Bodhisattva celestial flowers from his storage ring to present to them. He similarly offered a generous amount to Fang Hongfei. Once everyone had departed, Zhao Hao turned to Lin Chuyang and said, "Brother, take the remaining 20% of the Bodhisattva celestial flowers and distribute them among our esteemed brothers and sisters. Exceptional disciples may also receive a small reward." Lin Chaoyang, aware of the flower's incredible potency, was filled with excitement. "Understood, Sect Master. I shall distribute them at once." After Lin Chaoyang left, Fang Ningxiang, with a hint of grievance, remarked, "Junior brother, you've given all the flowers to them. How are we to cultivate?" Observing his senior sister's expression, Zhao Hao reassured her, "Do not fret, senior sister. I possess even better resources. I am well aware that our strength is paramount." Zhao Hao then retrieved a substantial quantity of body refinement pills from his spatial realm and handed them to Fang Ningxiang. She immediately began to refine them. After consuming just one, she felt a remarkable surge in her physical power. "Junior brother, the efficacy of this pill is astonishing. I had no idea." Zhao Hao gently patted Fang Ningxiang's head. "From now on, we shall exclusively absorb this type of pill." Meanwhile, Zhao Yugong and the others returned to their residence and promptly began to absorb the flowers. Within moments, they recognized the extraordinary nature of these blossoms. A decade swiftly passed, during which Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang secluded themselves for 10 years, devouring a vast quantity of body refinement pills. Their physical strength had reached an almost superhuman level. Today, they emerged from seclusion, not due to the depletion of the pills, but because Fang Ningxiang had grown weary of her prolonged confinement and wished to venture outside. At that moment, Zhao Xiao and the others arrived with a 5-year-old girl at the place where Zhao Hao and the others were in seclusion. Zhao Hao had just exited his retreat. Zhao Xiao brought the girl before Zhao Hao. "Did you not wish to meet your brother? Why do you remain silent in his presence?" The young girl immediately exclaimed, "Are you my brother? My name is Zhao Nini." Zhao Hao could sense a profound familial bond emanating from the little girl. Xiao, is this girl truly my biological sister?" Zhao Xiao responded, "Brother, yes. She was born 5 years ago by our parents and named Zhao Nini. She is indeed our dear sister." Zhao Hao promptly lifted the little girl into his arms. "You are called Nini?" The little one nuzzled against Zhao Hao, exclaiming, "Brother, I'm Zhao Nini." Zhao Hao could feel the vibrant energy radiating from her. It seemed their parents had generously provided them with resources to enhance their physical prowess. Xiao, I plan to take you and your sister along for a stroll with me and my wife during this time." Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofeng, Lin Xiaoyi, and Fang Qingxue nearby were equally delighted. Zhao Nini chimed in, "Brother, please take me with you. I wish to see the world too." Chapter 169, An Outing. Zhao Hao replied, "Very well, I shall take Nini along for our outing." Subsequently, Zhao Hao made his way to the secluded area where Zhao Yugong and the others were in seclusion. At that moment, they were all engrossed in their cultivation. Thanks to the miraculous pills they had consumed, they had all transcended to the divine monarch realm. The disciples of Chaoyang sect had reached heights. with the most accomplished among them attaining the Divine King realm, while the least had reached the Lord God realm. Xiaoyang sect had firmly established itself as a major sect in the starry expanse. Lin Xiaoyang and others had achieved perfection in the Divine King realm. Father, I intend to be away for a while. You can contact me at any time if there are matters concerning the family. Zhao Hao presented his father with a communication jade token. Zhao Hao, very well. My cultivation has reached a commendable level, sufficient for self-defense, remarked Feng Hongfei beside him. Zhao Hao, I never imagined the cultivation in the divine realm would be so smooth. It truly exceeds expectations. Zhao Hao smiled mysteriously. If it weren't for these miraculous returning pills, the journey to the divine monarch realm would have taken countless years. One could only say that the returning pills were extraordinarily powerful. Father, I'll be taking Xiao Xiao and Nini with me. You need not worry. Zhao Yugong's eyes softened with affection. Nini is quite different from Xiao Xiao. She is very mischievous, so do take good care of her. Zhao Hao replied. The little girl has likely been spoiled since birth. It's no surprise she is playful. Father, you all should continue your cultivation in the sect. I shall prepare to take them out now. Zhao Yugong nodded in agreement. Zhao Hao then proceeded to Lin Xiaoyang's residence. Sect Master, you have emerged from your seclusion? All the senior brothers and sisters are here. Indeed, it appears that everyone's cultivation has advanced remarkably fast. Congratulations. They felt somewhat shy at that moment. Sect Master, it is all thanks to the pills you provided. Their effects have been truly remarkable. Zhao Hao then stated, Lin Xixiang, I plan to go out for a while with Xiaofeng and the others, so I shall leave the sect in your capable hands. Lin Xiaoyang replied, Rest assured, Sect Master. The sect will be well looked after by us. Are there any more of the cultivation pills available? I can provide you with another portion. Many were continuously expressing their eagerness. Zhao Hao did not press the matter and subsequently departed. Upon arriving at the sect square, Fang Ningxiang was already there, leading the group. This outing included Zhao Xiaoxiao, Zhao Nini, Lin Xiaofeng, Lin Xiaoi, and Fang Qinxue. Zhao Hao took out the celestial-grade flying vessel and significantly reduced its size to accommodate their party. The group then boarded the vessel. Zhao Hao produced a star map, his gaze fixed on the continent marked in red, and declared, We shall head directly to the Hongtian continent. This continent is the largest in the cosmos. Let us explore its wonders. He then activated the vessel, which swiftly departed from Xiaoyang sect. At this moment, Lin Xiaofeng and Lin Xiaoi had already reached adulthood. Nevertheless, these two youngsters remained quite mischievous. Brother Sect Master, this flying vessel is truly beautiful. I want one for myself, exclaimed Lin Xiaofeng. Zhao Hao affectionately ruffled her hair. What? Do you wish to take a vessel out for a solo adventure? Lin Xiaofeng replied, I want to take the older sisters to other places to savor delicious food. We haven't left the planet during your years of seclusion. Zhao Hao responded, All right, once I acquire another vessel, I shall grant you one. Meanwhile, Zhao Nini was spinning around inside the vessel, utterly enchanted by its exquisite design. The spirited little girl ran toward Zhao Hao, leaping directly into his embrace. Brother, this place is stunning. Nini loves it. Zhao Hao cradled her and said, Nini, you are quite heavy. I can hardly hold you. Nini retorted, Brother is mean. Nini is not fat. I want you to hold me. Zhao Hao had no choice but to keep her in his arms. At that moment, Fang Ningxiang was conversing with Fang Qinxue. Qinxue, have you not found someone you like over the years? Fang Qinxue replied, Sister, you know I spend all my time at the sect. When would I have the opportunity to seek out a romantic interest? Besides, we are cultivators, and our lives are long. There is no rush. Fang Ningxiang gently patted her sister's head. Qinxue, you are now at the Divine Lord level. You are quite formidable. Allow me to gift you something special. She produced a storage ring and handed it to Fang Qinxue, containing 500 celestial-grade body refinement pills. Sister, what is the effect of these pills? Fang Qinxue inquired. These pills enhance physical strength and are remarkably effective. Make sure to absorb them when you have time. Upon hearing her sister's words, Fang Qinxue promptly sat cross-legged to absorb one. Zhao Xiao, having witnessed Fang Ningxiang bestow the storage ring upon Fang Qinxue, recognized it must be something extraordinary. Thus, she approached Zhao Hao and said, Brother, sister-in-law has given Qinxue something good. I want something too. Zhao Hao glanced at Fang Ningxiang, who communicated with him telepathically. Disciple, I have given a few body-refining pills to Xiaoxue, hoping she can learn to protect herself in the future. Zhao Hao bore no resentment towards Fang Ningxiang. Instead, he retrieved 4 storage rings from his spatial realm. each containing 500 celestial-grade body refining pills. He then handed the rings to Xiao, Nini, Xiaofeng, and Xiaoi. "Have you all finished refining the flowers I previously gave you?" he inquired. "Yes, elder brother. We have refined them all," Xiaofeng replied joyfully as she accepted the storage ring. "These pills are also meant to enhance your physical strength, so refine them whenever you have time." Nini gleefully examined the contents of her ring and, upon discovering the pills, was overwhelmed with joy. "Brother, are these candy beans delicious?" Zhao Hao responded, "Nini, you will need to refine these pills slowly. As for the taste, it is quite pleasant." The little girl promptly descended from Zhao Hao's embrace, retrieved a pill from her ring, and began refining it in a meditative posture. The others followed suit, although they only refined one pill before losing interest. They then approached the window of the flying vessel to behold the sights beyond. The starry sky was dotted with celestial bodies, a rare spectacle that captivated them all. Zhao Hao nestled closely with Fang Ningxiang. "Disciple, I gave some body-refining pills to Xianxia. You aren't upset with me, are you?" Zhao Hao asked. "Of course not. I had intended to give them some as well, but I've been in seclusion and lacked the time," he reassured her. They exchanged whispers while the vessel sped towards Hongtian continent. Chapter 170, Slaying the Star Pirates. The vessel moved at an astonishing speed, leaving the young ones mesmerized at the window. Zhao Hao watched them, his heart filled with contentment. However, their interest waned as the scenery outside remained unchanged. The older ones began to absorb the body-refining pills Zhao Hao had provided, discovering that the effects of a single pill far surpassed the benefits of numerous flowers they had refined before. Nini approached Zhao Hao, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Brother, when we arrive, I want to eat lots and lots of meat." Zhao Hao, realizing her insatiable appetite, responded, "All right, when we get there, I will ensure Nini has plenty of meat." Upon hearing his promise, the little girl nestled into Zhao Hao's embrace, her innocent eyes gazing at Fang Ningxiang. "Disciple, Nini is 5 years old and has yet to begin her cultivation, hasn't she?" Zhao Hao assessed Nini's condition and replied, "Indeed, the little one has not started cultivating, but her physical strength is remarkably high. It seems my father has given her plenty of good things." "Brother, I want to cultivate too. Will you teach me?" Nini chimed in eagerly after hearing Fang Ningxiang's words. Zhao Hao smiled and said, "Nini, when you turn 6, I will teach you how to cultivate. For now, just enjoy your play." Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, Nini's spirits lifted immediately. However, at that moment, a group of cultivators had set their sights on Zhao Hao's magnificent flying vessel, its resplendent golden exterior strikingly prominent. "Brother, do you think the person inside that flying vessel is formidable? Should we really intercept them?" A small, slender man inquired of a middle-aged companion. "Humph, how formidable can they be? My starry dragon has never failed," the middle-aged man declared. "Let us charge our vessel directly into theirs and obstruct their path." The diminutive figure begrudgingly maneuvered their vessel towards Zhao Hao's. With a resounding crash, the middle-aged man's vessel shattered into countless fragments, while Zhao Hao's remained unscathed, barely vibrating. It was only through a mental scan that Zhao Hao realized someone had attempted to target his vessel. He then brought his flying vessel to a halt and emerged, with Fang Ningxiang by his side. Nini, peering eagerly out of the window, was filled with excitement, anticipating a display of her brother's prowess in combat. At that moment, the starry dragon and his crew surrounded Zhao Hao and his companion. "Kid, hand over the divine crystals on you and surrender your flying vessel, and we may allow you to leave unharmed. Otherwise, this shall be your burial ground." Zhao Hao retorted, "It's truly astonishing that you've evaded capture all these years. Have you always been this reckless?" The starry dragon replied, "Kid, don't try to intimidate me. With just the two of you, I could easily suppress you." Hearing this, Zhao Hao responded, "Given the fierce aura emanating from you, it seems you have slain many travelers in the cosmos. Today, I shall send you to hell." With that, Zhao Hao unleashed the oppressive might of a divine emperor, which bore down upon the band of marauders like an immense mountain, forcing them to kneel in the starlit expanse. The starry dragon was utterly flabbergasted. He had never anticipated encountering such a formidable individual after years of successful plundering. In a frenzy, the starry dragon scrambled to formulate his words, hoping Zhao Hao would show them mercy. Such is the nature of robbery. When confronting the weak, one can easily seize everything. But when faced with the powerful, misfortune befalls the aggressor. Historically, the starry dragon had always acted with caution, assessing the strength of his targets before proceeding. Yet today, enticed by the beauty of Zhao Hao's vessel and unable to penetrate its defenses with his mental prowess, he had acted recklessly. Now, confronted with someone stronger, he had no choice but to plead, "My lord, I can relinquish all the resources I possess. I only ask that you spare our lives." With great difficulty, the starry dragon presented his storage ring with both hands. Though his strength was significant, being a god-king cultivator, he had met his match in Zhao Hao today. Zhao Hao declared, "You have taken countless lives. I cannot allow you to escape. Your demise will rid the cosmos of a menace." Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, the starry dragon's expression turned ferocious. He immediately produced a talisman, shattering it, and then vanished, abandoning his underlings. "Junior brother, that was a teleportation talisman. I shall retrieve him at once, as the range falls within my spiritual awareness." Fang Ningxiang tore through the fabric of space, disappearing from sight. Zhao Hao cast a glance at the starry dragon's subordinates, and with a mere wave of his hand, they disintegrated into dust. Soon after, Fang Ningxiang reappeared, grasping the starry dragon by the hand. At that moment, the starry dragon was utterly devoid of defiance, for he had witnessed Fang Ningxiang tear through space to confront him. This indicated that she was a formidable being of divine emperor caliber. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary. "Senior sister, finish him. Seize his storage ring." Fang Ningxiang prepared to strike down their foe. However, the starry dragon interjected, "Esteemed one, my resources are hidden in a singular location. If you spare my life, I can lead you to claim them all." Zhao Hao responded nonchalantly, "Senior sister, what is your perspective on this matter?" Fang Ningxiang replied, "Junior brother, since we are merely exploring, why not take a look? Even a mosquito's leg is still meat." She then released the starry dragon, stating, "If you wish to live, lead us to the place you mentioned without any tricks. Otherwise, your life is forfeit." The starry dragon's heart swelled with joy as a scheme formed in his mind. He would lure them to his enemies, allowing them to annihilate his foes, thus ensuring his own survival and the acquisition of resources. Subsequently, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang returned to their flying vessel, instructing it to follow the starry dragon towards the location he had specified. The starry dragon refrained from fleeing, fully aware that escape was futile. After several hours, the starry dragon guided Zhao Hao and his companion to a planet inhabited by a notorious band of star pirates. This group frequently engaged in plunder, yet they would spare their targets for a price. Zhao Hao, having expanded his spiritual awareness, quickly uncovered the secrets of the star pirates, realizing that they possessed a semblance of conscience. Nevertheless, he discerned that the starry dragon sought to use him to eliminate his adversaries. Zhao Hao soared from the vessel. Confronting the starry dragon, "You possess quite the audacity to attempt to manipulate me. It seems your fate is sealed." With that, he unleashed a finger imprint upon the starry dragon, obliterating him into mere ashes. Chapter 171. Arrival at the Hongtian continent. The starry dragon perished without ever comprehending that Zhao Hao would carry out his threat so decisively. Meanwhile, the flying vessel approached the planet, instantly attracting the attention of the star pirates residing there. As they witnessed the starry sky dragon being obliterated with a mere finger, fear washed over them. They were familiar with the starry sky dragon, a formidable adversary who had crossed paths with them repeatedly, a being of divine might. Yet, here was a divine being vanquished in an instant. All the space pirates comprehended the calamity the starry sky dragon had wrought upon them. At that moment, the leader of the pirates emerged, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, my friend, for slaying the starry sky dragon and eliminating our great menace. Here is a token of appreciation. I hope you will accept it." The pirate leader presented a storage ring. Zhao Hao replied, "I did not slay him for your sake. He deceived me, and I merely avenged myself." The pirate leader then implored, "Might you spare us? We typically raid without bloodshed. You can surely discern our intentions." Zhao Hao recognized the truth in his words, yet the act of plundering was equally abhorrent. "Surrender your plundered resources, and I shall grant you mercy this time." Upon hearing this, the pirate leader acquiesced. "Very well, my friend. I shall gather the resources at once." Meanwhile, the other pirate leaders seethed with anger. Taken aback by Zhao Hao's demand to relinquish their entire bounty, they began to communicate telepathically with their chief. "Are we truly to concede like this?" The chief responded in kind, "This individual possesses at least divine-level strength. We cannot provoke him. Once we have appeased him, we shall relocate and start anew." Ultimately, the chief presented a storage ring to Zhao Hao. After a cursory glance, Zhao Hao accepted it, noting that the resources within were scant. However, to others, it was a considerable amount. "I had contemplated taking a few of your lives, but seeing your compliance, I shall spare you this once. Allow me to offer you a word of advice. Plundering is a perilous trade, fraught with inevitable pitfalls. I hope you will heed this warning. Zhao Hao then returned to the flying vessel, departing alongside Xianxia. The pirate leader remarked, "This trouble undoubtedly stems from the starry sky dragon. We cannot let this go unpunished. Let's raid his lair." Unbeknownst to Zhao Hao, the vessel continued its journey towards the Hongtian continent. Xianxia accepted the storage ring from Zhao Hao and began to examine its contents. Upon discovering a plethora of divine crystals, her heart brimmed with joy. Ding! Detected that the host has gifted 200,000 mid-tier divine crystals. The system returns 200,000 low-tier celestial crystals. Ding! Detected that the host has gifted 250,000 high-tier divine crystals. The system returns 250,000 low-tier celestial crystals. Zhao Hao, gazing at the celestial crystals in the space, could not contain his delight. "Sister, these divine crystals are rather limited. Allow me to bestow upon you something of greater value." He promptly gifted Xianxia 100,000 celestial crystals. After inspecting them, she immediately recognized their extraordinary nature. "Junior brother, these crystals are infused with celestial energy. Could they be celestial crystals?" Zhao Hao chuckled and remarked, "Senior sister, indeed. Once the divine power within me is expended, I can utilize this to replenish it." The journey that followed was relatively tranquil. Numerous star thieves took note of Zhao Hao's flying vessel. However, due to uncertainty regarding the strength of those aboard, they prudently refrained from attacking. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and the vessel finally arrived at the Hongtian continent at high speed. Zhao Hao peered out from within the vessel, only to discover that his divine sense could not extend to the edges of the continent, showcasing its vastness. The vessel soared over the land, but upon encountering a few minor restrictions, Zhao Hao was compelled to retract it. The 7 of them disembarked onto the continent, and Nini, upon seeing the ancient trees, became exuberant. "Brother, these trees are enormous, far larger than those at our sect." Zhao Hao led the group forward in this borderland. "Nini, these trees have been growing for many years. Naturally, they surpass those of our sect in grandeur." The 7 moved at a steady pace, each sensing a distinct aura in the air. The divine energy at the edge of the Hongtian continent was exceedingly dense, leaving Zhao Hao astounded. After several days of travel, they arrived at a magnificent forest, where they discovered a multitude of cultivators congregated at the periphery. Teams are being formed to hunt third-tier divine beasts. "One more member is needed before we depart," shouted one group. "We require a master God Realm cultivator for the harvesting of Hongtian fruits with generous remuneration." Zhao Hao approached, hearing the clamor of these individuals. "Brother, shall we enter the forest to hunt some divine beasts? Nini hasn't had meat in quite some time." Zhao Hao, conceding, replied, "Very well, since we are here for leisure. Let's explore the forest." As Zhao Hao prepared to enter, the leader of a nearby team, a woman, spotted them and addressed Zhao Hao and his companions. "Esteemed friends, the forest harbors high-tier divine beasts. Venturing in without caution may pose dangers. Why not join our group?" Zhao Hao perceived her genuine invitation. However, he had no desire to form a team. "Thank you, but we merely wish to stroll along the forest's edge." At that moment, a male cultivator from her group interjected. "Sister Qiongli, since they prefer not to join, we need not concern ourselves further. Let us proceed." Reluctantly, the woman led her team into the forest. Zhao Hao cradled Nini in his arms and ventured into the woods as well. Yet, many gazes lingered upon them, as their cultivation levels remained inscrutable to onlookers. "Brother, those individuals appear to be above the divine sovereign realm. Should we not extend an invitation?" One remarked. "No need. They clearly prefer solitude. It is best we refrain from provoking them." Upon entering the forest, Zhao Hao and his companions did not hasten their pace, but instead engaged in casual conversation as they walked. "Brother Sect Master, let us capture some divine beasts. Look, Nini hasn't had meat in so long." Lin Xiaofeng spoke up. Zhao Hao glanced at Lin Xiaofeng and remarked, "Little girl, I see that you are craving meat," to suggest that Ni wishes to eat. Just as Lin Xiaofeng was about to respond, Ni's voice echoed, "Brother, Ni wants to eat meat. All we've had on the flying vessel are spirit-replenishing pills. Let us capture some divine beasts." Zhao Hao looked at the little one in his arms, who was drooling with anticipation, and declared, "Very well, let us hunt a few divine beasts as we proceed." He turned to Xiaoxiao, Xiaofeng, Xianxia and Xiao Yi. This time, you shall take the lead. You need real combat experience, so make the most of this opportunity. The group promptly agreed. Their spirits lifted as they drew their weapons, ready to pursue the divine beasts. In Chapter 172, Slaying the Divine Beasts, Zhao Hao and Fong Ningxiang advanced steadily, while the younger ones expanded their senses to trace the whereabouts of the divine beasts. An eye, nestled in Zhao Hao's embrace, was particularly lively, stretching her neck to see further. It seemed that Zhao Xiao and the others had already spotted a divine beast and were hastening deep into the forest. Zhao Hao and Fong Ningxiang used their divine senses to monitor the creatures ahead. A fourth-tier divine beast? This will be an excellent opportunity for them to train. Zhao Hao mused. Though the youngsters possessed the strength of divine lords and kings, they had never engaged in battle. This divine beast was perfectly suited for their training. Moments later, the four engaged in fierce combat with the divine beast, the clash echoing throughout the forest. Junior brother, unlike our ample combat experience in the trial tower, they lack sufficient fighting skills. Zhao Hao nodded in agreement. However, their high cultivation levels ensured they were not in peril. As they vanquished the divine beast, each was drenched in sweat. Zhao Hao and Fong Ningxiang approached the group. Xiao, how do you feel? What have you learned from this battle? Zhao Xiao replied, Brother, I thought we could easily dispatch the divine beast, but it proved to be quite tenacious. Fong Qingxiu added, Brother-in-law, we haven't fought in so long that our instincts have dulled. Zhao Hao advised, thus it is imperative that you train diligently. Otherwise, you will remain as delicate as flowers in a greenhouse. At that moment, Lin Xiao cheerfully began to prepare the divine beast for cooking. Brother Secmaster, shall we start roasting now? Zhao Hao nodded. Xiao Yi, very well. Do you have any seasonings? Lin Xiaofeng immediately chimed in. Brother Secmaster, I have all sorts of seasonings on me. This time, with Xiao Yi cooking, the meat will be exceptionally delicious. The group gathered around the fire pit. Lin Xiao Yi diligently sliced the meat and sprinkled the seasonings over it. Soon, the enticing aroma of roasting meat filled the air. After half an hour, Lin Xiao Yi cut a piece of the roasted meat and handed it to An I, try this meat cooked by your brother. Is it tasty? An I eagerly accepted the morsel and began to devour it. In no time, she exclaimed, Brother Xiao Yi, this meat is truly delicious. Before long, the remaining individuals began to indulge in their meal. Everyone feasted heartily, the aroma of the delectable roasted meat invigorating their spirits. Zhao Hao also took a knife and sliced off a piece of the roast. He remarked, Xiao Yi, your grilling skills are impressive. Have you often roasted meat before? Lin Xiao Yi replied, Master brother, in the past, whenever Xiao Feng craved roasted meat, we would hunt spirit beasts in the back mountain, and gradually, I learned the art of roasting. The group then settled into a comfortable silence as they savored their meal. An I, with a hearty appetite, quickly devoured one piece after another. In no time, the entire roast, weighing several hundred pounds, was consumed. Subsequently, the group continued their journey deeper into the forest. This time, my sister and I will not intervene. You must train diligently. The younger ones nodded eagerly. Before long, the four began searching for divine beasts, and the sounds of battle echoed through the forest. They soon encountered a fourth-tier divine beast and unleashed their full strength to subdue it. Initially, they stumbled in chaos, but as they adapted to the beast's attack patterns, they gradually found their rhythm. Just as they began to gain the upper hand, two more fourth-tier divine beasts sprang forth from the adjacent thicket. It turned out to be a pack of beasts, with the earlier one merely serving as the vanguard. The situation grew dire, and the four found themselves overwhelmed. Zhao Xiao shouted, Everyone back to back. Maintain your formation. Fong Qing Shui, while fending off attacks, added, This is far more challenging than before. Zhao Hao and Fong Ningxiang observed intently, feeling anxious but refraining from intervening. The younger members gritted their teeth and persevered, continually adjusting their tactics. Amid the fierce battle, they gradually discovered a new rhythm, coordinating their efforts to exploit the weaknesses of the different divine beasts. After a grueling fight, the two newly emerged beasts were successfully defeated. The four collapsed to the ground, exhausted yet filled with exhilaration and pride. Zhao Hao approached them, expressing his satisfaction. Well done. You've made significant progress. Keep it up. After a brief respite, they ventured deeper into the forest, ready to confront the next unknown challenge. At this point, Zhao Xiao and her companions had reached the realms of divine sovereigns, theoretically capable of contending with sixth-tier divine beasts, yet they could only vanquish fourth-tier ones. The group continued their journey into the depths of the forest, with Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang closely trailing behind an eye. Zhao Hao collected the fallen divine beast's remains into his spatial storage. Soon after, the four encountered a fifth-tier divine beast. They immediately coordinated their attack, and the battle raged on for nearly 2 hours before they finally subdued the fifth-tier beast. With exhilaration etched on their faces, Zhao Xiao exclaimed, "Brother, how was that? Am I impressive?" Zhao Hao, somewhat speechless, replied, "You possess the power of divine kings, yet can only defeat divine sovereign beasts. I fail to see where your prowess lies." Upon hearing her brother's words, Zhao Xiao was filled with indignation. "Stupid brother, I will definitely be able to slay a sixth-tier divine beast soon." Subsequently, the group ventured deep into the forest, where they unexpectedly stumbled upon a cluster of bright red fruits. Zhao Xiao eagerly attempted to pick one, but Fang Qingsnow swiftly restrained her. "Xiao, there is a sixth-tier divine beast nearby. Do not act rashly." Upon hearing Fang Qingsnow's warning, Zhao Xiao utilized her spiritual sense to investigate and immediately spotted a massive python coiled beside the fruit. The four of them exchanged solemn glances and closed in on the creature. Fang Lingxiang then communicated telepathically with Zhao Hao, "Junior brother, this python is rather formidable. They may not be able to handle it." Zhao Hao scrutinized the python before responding, "Senior sister, do not forget that they possess formidable physical strength. This python cannot harm them." Fang Lingxiang's furrowed brow relaxed. Indeed, this python is an excellent opportunity for them to hone their skills. The trio lured the python away from the fruits, while one of them swiftly seized a fruit. Meanwhile, the others engaged the python in battle. However, within moments, the python's tail struck Zhao Xiao, sending her flying. Rising from the ground, she was infuriated and drew her sword, thrusting it at the python. As the python realized the fruits had been harvested, it went into a frenzy, relentlessly attacking the four. The pressure on them was immense, as they were frequently sent flying by the python's strikes. Yet, when the python attempted to swallow them, they nimbly evaded its grasp. Zhao Hao and Fang Lingxiang observed from the sidelines. In Chapter 173, Slaying the Sixth-Tier Divine Beast, Nini anxiously watched by Zhao Hao's side. "Brother, aren't you going to save my sisters? They're hurt." Zhao Hao reassured her, "Nini, your sisters are not so fragile. Pay close attention." Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, Nini began to observe closely. Indeed, she soon noticed that the four were still moving swiftly, showing no signs of injury. Although the python could not harm them, their attacks proved ineffective against its defenses, leading to a protracted battle. This suited the four well, as their endurance was remarkable. They relentlessly targeted the python's vital points, and after 2 hours, its breath grew increasingly labored. Just as they prepared to deliver a decisive blow, the python broke free from their encirclement and attempted to flee. Ultimately, the four could only watch as the python escaped. Zhao Xiao stamped her foot in frustration, her face a mask of dissatisfaction. "We were so close to killing it." Zhao Hao stepped forward, patting her shoulder. "Do not be disheartened. You all performed admirably. Engaging a sixth-tier divine beast for such an extended period and forcing it to retreat while injured is a significant achievement." Fang Qingsnow nodded in agreement. "Indeed, and we also managed to collect the fruits, which is a reward in itself." At that moment, Nini curiously approached, gazing at the bright red fruits. "Brother, what kind of fruit is this?" Zhao Hao observed carefully as the system provided an immediate answer, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. This was the crimson spirit fruit, which held significant potential for breaking through realms. "You have all been quite fortunate this time." Upon hearing this, the group felt immense joy. Zhao Hao continued, urging everyone to consume the crimson spirit fruit and engage in diligent cultivation. Once their strength had increased, they would surely be able to conquer a sixth-tier divine beast in their next encounter. The group nodded in agreement, filled with anticipation as they sought a safe place to commence their retreat. Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang took on the role of guardians for the others. After a day, the four managed to refine the fruit, albeit their cultivation only advanced a minor tier. Nevertheless, they remained jubilant. Zhao Hao then declared, "We must traverse the forest to the other side. Everyone, stay vigilant." All nodded in acknowledgement. The four resumed their lead, with Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang advancing deeper into the woods. However, a considerable distance passed without encountering any divine beasts. Zhao Hao subsequently used his divine sense to survey the area, discovering only a few scattered sixth-tier divine beasts within that expanse. He pondered to himself that it seemed the sixth-tier divine beasts had established their territories, often forbidding other divine beasts from intruding. Zhao Hao then guided the group toward a sixth-tier divine beastess lair. Upon arrival, the four grew tense, having detected the presence of a sixth-tier divine beast. Go forth. Believe in yourselves. This beast is not as formidable as that giant python. Zhao Hao encouraged, holding the hands of Ni and Fang Ningxiang as they observed from the side. Before them stood a colossal bear beast, towering at 4 meters, its robust physique emanating an overwhelming aura of pressure. The four immediately channeled their divine power, launching an assault on the giant bear. The bear retaliated with its formidable paws, infused with yellow divine energy. Xiao soared into the air, aiming for the bear's eyes, while the other 3 circled strategically, targeting the bear's vulnerabilities. Their teamwork was remarkably harmonious, leaving the giant bear bewildered. Seizing an opportunity as the bear attacked the others, Xiao thrust her sword into one of its eyes. The bear let out a thunderous roar, racked with pain, and began to rampage, relentlessly pursuing Xiao. She deftly evaded its strikes. Seeing her in peril, the other 3 targeted the bear's weaknesses. Lin Xiaofeng, noticing the bear's relentless chase, swiftly pierced the other eye with her sword. The bear was now blinded, and the duo's attacks had inflicted damage on its brain. In agony, the bear prepared to flee, but the 4 pressed their assault vehemently, ultimately leading to its demise. They sheathed their weapons, panting from exhaustion. This battle had truly drained them. Zhao Hao collected the bear's carcass. Well done. To have slain a 6th-tier divine beast signifies your significant growth. Zhao Hao decisively severed the 4 massive paws of the giant bear and instructed Xiao Yi to commence roasting the meat. The 4 companions felt their appetites awaken, yearning for a hearty feast. Nini gazed at the bear's paws before Zhao Hao, inquiring, "Brother, is the bear's paw delicious?" Zhao Hao replied, "Of course it is. I will give you a piece shortly." At that moment, Xiao Yi diligently began to roast the bear meat, and soon a rich aroma wafted through the air. Perhaps drawn by the enticing scent, a hunting party approached Zhao Hao and his companions. Zhao Hao had already noticed their arrival, but chose to disregard it. When the party reached the group, they were taken aback by the sight of the roasting giant bear. "Qiongli, isn't that the 6th-tier divine beast, the Earthshaker bear? How could they have slain it?" A young man from the party exclaimed. "Indeed, it is the Earthshaker bear. I never expected them to be so formidable. It seems their refusal to join us outside the forest was a sign of their disdain for our abilities." At this moment, Zhao Hao's group noticed Qiongli's team. "Do you require something? If not, kindly take your leave," Xiao stated. "Please do not misunderstand, young lady. I merely wish to propose a collaboration. Would you be willing to consider it?" Qiongli immediately responded. Zhao inquired, "Collaboration on what?" "Your highest-ranked member is merely at the peak of the divine sovereign realm, which hardly qualifies you to partner with us." Qiongli quickly countered, "We have discovered the Hongtian fruit, but we cannot handle that 6th-tier divine beast alone. We wish to invite you to assist us, and we can share the fruit equally. What do you think?" Zhao, puzzled, asked, "Hongtian fruit? What is that? What is its purpose?" Qiongli explained, "The Hongtian fruit enhances one's soul. Only with a powerful soul can one more easily achieve breakthroughs. Surely, you would not want to miss out on this opportunity?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhao replied, "So it is a fruit that strengthens the soul. However, splitting it equally seems rather inequitable. Given that we are capable of slaying a 6th-tier divine beast and have exerted considerable effort, we should receive a larger share." Qiongli felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Dear sister, it was also quite perilous for us to discover the fruit, and we deserve some credit as well." Zhao persisted, "While your point is valid, I insist on receiving 2/3 of the fruit, or else we will not assist you." At this point, a young man from Qiongli group interjected, "I disagree. The fruit is ours to begin with, and we should at least receive half. Otherwise, this matter is concluded." Zhao replied, "If that is the case, you may leave. We will not aid you in slaying the 6th-tier divine beast. Also mind your tone, or I shall not hesitate to take action against you." Her gaze was piercing as she regarded the young man. Chapter 174, The Hongtian Fruit. The young man flushed with embarrassment but dared not speak further, choosing to remain silent. Qiongli interjected, "Dear sister, it is his fault. Please do not be upset. I agree to your terms. You shall receive 2/3 of a share." Qiongli understood that without the intervention of a master at the divine king level, they could not hope to obtain the Hongtian fruit, for the sixth-tier divine beast was exceedingly cunning and never strayed far from the vicinity of the fruit. Upon hearing Xiangli's words, Xiao turned her gaze toward Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao had a faint recollection of Xiangli. She had invited them to join her team upon their arrival. Not wanting to create a rift, he replied, "Very well, once we have finished the bear meat, we shall set off with you." At that moment, Xiao Yi had already roasted the bear meat to perfection, and Zhao Hao handed a sizable bear paw to Anai. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she received it and immediately took a hearty bite. "This is delicious, brother," she exclaimed. Zhao Hao then distributed the remaining bear paw among Fong Ning Xiang, Xiao, and the others, all of whom devoured it with delight, their mouths glistening with grease. The group had quite the appetite, finishing off the bear, leaving only its skeletal remains. After approximately 2 hours, Zhao Hao and his companions were thoroughly satisfied. At this juncture, Xiangli inquired, "Shall we depart now? I am concerned that others may seize the opportunity, and we might end up with nothing." Zhao Hao, who held little interest in the fruit, as his space contained pills capable of enhancing the soul, nevertheless decided to see the Hong Tian fruit for himself. "Let's go. We shall set off at once." Xiangli led Zhao Hao and the others deeper into the forest. About an hour later, they arrived at a concealed cliff, where a tiger-like divine beast lay beside a fruit tree. The presence of Zhao Hao's group immediately caught the beast's attention, and it let out a low growl. Zhao Hao discerned that this tiger beast was a sixth-tier divine beast. "That tree is the Hong Tian fruit tree," Xiangli cautioned. "Be careful not to harm the fruit during the fight." Zhao Hao instructed Xiao, "Draw the tiger beast away while I harvest the fruit." He intended not to engage directly, but rather to provide an opportunity for Xiao and her companions to hone their skills. Xiao advanced to within 20 meters of the tiger beast. The beast roared at her, but did not leave the fruit tree. Reluctantly, she inched closer. Soon, she found herself within 5 meters of the beast, which, now incensed, lunged at her. Seizing the moment, Xiao swiftly retreated. The tiger beast, seeing her flee, returned to its post by the tree. "How vexing, it's so tenacious," Xiao thought, and once more approached to lure the beast. This time, when the tiger beast pounced, she thrust her sword toward it, deliberately controlling her divine energy to avoid damaging the Hong Tian fruit tree. The tiger beast, enraged, began to assault Xiao relentlessly. As the beast moved away from the tree, Fong Qing, Lin Xiaofeng, and the others joined the fray. Soon, the battle had moved far from the fruit tree, allowing Zhao Hao to swiftly dart over and harvest all the fruit from the Hong Tian tree. Zhao Hao meticulously examined the fruit and discovered it to be remarkably exquisite. The Hong Tian fruit possesses the ability to enhance the user's soul, facilitating its evolution. Upon reading the system's description, Zhao Hao contemplated whether he should consume one to test its effects. Without hesitation, he ingested a Hong Tian fruit, and, in mere moments, he successfully refined it. His soul experienced a significant enhancement, nearly reaching a half-complete state. Zhao Hao felt the fruit's effects were indeed extraordinary. Ding! The system detected that the host had consumed 1 Hong Tian fruit, returning a total of 100 million Hong Tian fruits. At this moment, Qiongli and the others approached. "Young brother, since you have harvested the fruit, would you be so kind as to share some with us?" Zhao Hao, upon hearing their request, did not object and promptly replied, "I picked 12 fruits. I suppose I should give you 4, correct?" Qiongli responded, "Yes, thank you, young brother." Zhao Hao then retrieved 4 fruits from the returned bounty and handed them over. Seeing the fruit in her hands, Qiong-Li's heart soared with joy, for she understood the rarity of this fruit, which could fetch millions of high-grade divine crystals in the marketplace. Just then, another group stormed onto the scene, filled with fury. "Boss, the Hong Tian fruits have been harvested. What should we do?" A menacing bald man caught sight of the Hong Tian fruits in Zhao Hao's and Xiong-Li's hands. "Hand over the Hong Tian fruits, or do not blame me for resorting to violence." Zhao Hao chose to disregard him. Yet Xiong-Li's expression darkened as she realized that this bald man was a cultivator at the initial stage of the Divine King realm. Upon noticing the bald man, Zhao Hao confidently stated, "The Hong Tian fruit bears no name. It rightfully belongs to whoever harvests it. Do not deceive yourselves." The bald man then noticed several individuals engaged in combat with fierce beasts, their cultivation levels all at the Divine King realm. However, he could not discern the cultivation level of Zhao Hao before him. The bald man approached Qiongli. Recognizing her and understanding that their group was comprised of divine sovereign cultivators. "Young brother, since you have harvested it, I shall not interfere. But this woman is not part of your team, is she? I hope you will not meddle. At this moment, Xiongli grew anxious, knowing her team was in jeopardy. Zhao Hao interjected, "They are our partners. If you have no business here, you should leave, or do not blame me for being impolite." The bald man was taken aback by Zhao Hao's blatant disregard for his authority, his anger boiling beneath the surface. "Boy, do not think that just because you are concealing your cultivation, we fear you. I have changed my mind. You too must hand over the fruits immediately, or I will not hesitate to eliminate you." Since the bald man had approached, Fang Ningxiang felt a surge of indignation. Hearing his words, she drew her long sword and, in an instant, executed a swift teleportation, her blade imbued with azure divine energy, sweeping toward the bald man's companions. The bald man's head fell directly to the ground, along with the dismembered bodies of those behind him. The surviving members of his faction scattered in panic. Observing their retreat, Qiongli promptly commanded her team to eliminate them. The bald man was the sole member at the Divine King level, while the others ranged from Divine Monarchs to Lords of Divinity. Qiongli feared that if these individuals escaped, they would spread the news of her possession of the Hongtian fruit. Thus, she resolved to eradicate the remaining foes without mercy. In just over 10 minutes, the entirety of the Bald Man-esque group was annihilated. Chapter 175, Subduing the Divine Ape. At this moment, Qiongli cautiously approached Zhao Hao. "Brother, I am grateful for your assistance. We shall part ways here. I must trouble you to deal with the tiger beast." Qiongli had already sensed Fang Ningxiang's formidable prowess and feared that staying any longer might lead to unforeseen complications. The ability to slay so many with a single stroke indicated Fang Ningxiang's high cultivation level, prompting Qiongli to hasten her departure. In truth, had Fang Ningxiang exerted her full strength earlier, coupled with the disarray of the bald man's team, she could have effortlessly vanquished them all. Zhao Hao, perceiving Qiongli''s anxiety, reassured her, "Very well, you may leave. Travel safely." With that, Qiongli led her team away. Only then did Zhao Hao have the opportunity to observe the battle involving Xiao and the others. The tiger beast, upon realizing that its fruits had all been plucked, went into a frenzy, attacking the group. However, having endured the previous skirmishes, they were now capable of handling the tiger beast with ease. Zhao Hao directly handed the remaining 7 Hongtian fruits to Fang Ningxiang. "Sister, these fruits are quite effective. You should try absorbing them." After receiving the fruits, Fang Ningxiang immediately began the absorption process. Ding! 7 Hongtian fruits detected from the host. The system returns 7 celestial-grade divine soul fruits at a billion-fold quality. At this moment, Nini, with her little legs, approached her brother. "Brother, Nini wants to eat this too." Zhao Hao could only retrieve a fruit from his spatial pouch and hand it to Nini. "Little one, haven't you had enough with the bear meat? You're quite the glutton." The little girl promptly took a bite of the fruit, savoring its delightful sweet and sour flavor. Zhao Hao watched contentedly as Xiao and the others continued their battle. Once again, they struggled to breach the tiger beast's defenses, focusing on exploiting its weaknesses. After approximately 2 hours, the tiger beast exhausted its divine power, relying solely on its physical strength to fight. Meanwhile, the 4 had managed to inflict numerous sword wounds upon the beast. With a decisive strike from Lin Xiaofeng, the tiger beast collapsed. The 4 joyfully stored its carcass in their spatial rings and hurried to Zhao Hao to claim their credit. In response, Zhao Hao presented each of them with 3 Hongtian fruits. "Well done. Absorb these fruits, and then we shall set off." The 4 immediately accepted the fruits with delight and began to meditate for absorption. At this moment, Nini had consumed a Hongtian fruit, and she felt her mind remarkably clear, with her soul within exulting in joyous celebration. After relishing the fruit, the little girl felt invigorated and sought another from Zhao Hao, who reluctantly obliged her once more. Of course, her impulsive consumption was somewhat wasteful, as only through refining could she truly harness the fruit's full potential. Nevertheless, Zhao Hao, possessing an abundance of these fruits, did not deter Nini from indulging. 3 hours later, Zhao Hao led the 6 awakened companions deeper into the forest. Occasionally, he would deliberately guide them towards areas inhabited by divine beasts, resulting in numerous battles along their journey. By now, the 4 young women had become capable of independently confronting beasts of the Divine King realm. As they ventured further into the woods, the caliber of the divine beasts escalated. Zhao Hao sensed that this region was home to numerous 7th-tier beasts. These formidable creatures were beyond the 4's capabilities, prompting Zhao Hao to lead them in a careful avoidance. Thus, The seven eventually arrived at the heart of the forest, where the divine beasts had reached levels 7 and 8. It was here that Zhao Hao spotted an 8th-tier divine beast, a divine ape, surrounded by several 7th-tier beasts. The 8th-tier creature, utilizing its externalized divine sense, had already detected Zhao Hao and his companion's presence. This divine ape possessed extraordinary intelligence, and, recognizing the strength required to reach the forest's depths, deduced that they must all possess at least 7th-tier cultivation. However, Zhao Hao and Xianxia had achieved the peak of the Divine Emperor realm, exuding an aura of returning to simplicity, which eluded the ape's detection of their true power. At that moment, the divine ape approached with 5 7th-tier beasts, addressing Zhao Hao directly. "Humans, this is my territory. Leave at once." The words, articulated with human-like clarity, sent shivers down the spines of Xianxia and her companions. For the oppressive aura emanating from the divine ape was formidable. Zhao Hao, maintaining his composure, replied calmly, "We are merely passing through. We ask for your understanding." The divine ape scrutinized Zhao Hao's expression, realizing he was genuinely unconcerned, and a sense of assurance began to take root within it. This human might also possess the cultivation of a divine emperor. Yet, the ape yearned to test this theory, unwilling to relent without a challenge. Following the divine ape's command, a 7th-tier snow wolf king lunged at Zhao Hao, its claws extended, seeking to inflict harm. "Are you attempting to gauge my strength? Now that you have made your move, it shall not be so easily dismissed." Zhao Hao countered the snow wolf king's strike with his own fist, resulting in a thunderous impact that sent the wolf hurtling backward, blood spilling from its mouth. Witnessing the snow wolf king being effortlessly repelled, the divine ape's demeanor shifted to one of profound gravity. "You are a divine emperor," Zhao Hao declared. "Monkey, since you have initiated an attack against me, I refuse to let this matter pass without resolution. You are presented with 2 choices. First, I shall annihilate you with a single strike. Second, you may accompany me away from this place. Which do you choose?" Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, the divine ape felt a surge of anger. "If you wish for me to follow you, you must first defeat me." Zhao Hao replied, "Very well, strike me. If you can withstand a single blow from me without injury, I shall take my leave." The divine ape was taken aback by Zhao Hao's audacity and swiftly lunged forward, attempting to strike him with its palm. Xianxia led the 5 companions to a safe distance. Zhao Hao, observing the approaching divine ape, launched a punch aimed at its hand. Upon contact, the divine ape was sent reeling backward, blood spewing from its mouth. The divine ape was utterly astonished. It never anticipated that Zhao Hao could injure it with mere physical strength. The vast disparity in power became painfully clear to the divine ape. "So what is your choice?" Fear gripped the divine ape's heart, as it realized that refusing could lead to its demise. "I'm willing to follow you. Please, do not harm my subordinates." The divine ape addressed the 5 7th-tier divine beasts accompanying it, stating, "I am preparing to leave. You are to live your lives separately from now on. Do not cause trouble, and I shall return to check on you." The 5 7th-tier divine beasts replied, "Rest assured, my king, we shall await your return eternally." The divine ape continued, "All the resources within my cave are now yours. I cannot take them with me. I hope that upon my return, you will have reached the 8th tier." The 5 7th-tier divine beasts acknowledged this with a chorus of agreement. The divine ape then approached Zhao Hao and proclaimed, "Master, I am willing to follow you. Let us depart." Zhao Hao, filled with joy, responded, "Let us go. After we traverse this forest, we shall board the flying vessel to the human city." Chapter 176, Arrival at Mingwe City. With the divine ape in tow, Nini felt completely liberated. Perched comfortably upon the broad shoulder of the divine ape, the young girl showed no signs of fear, although the divine ape felt a tinge of displeasure. It recognized her as a figure of importance to its master and complied. Throughout the journey, Zhao Hao and his companions engaged in no further battles, occasionally roasting the meat of divine beasts. Zhao Hao also took the time to present Hongtian fruits to the group for their refinement. The divine ape, eyeing the Hongtian fruits with envy, was asked by Zhao Hao if it could absorb them, to which he granted a few to the divine ape. Half a month later, Zhao Hao and his companions reached the edge of the forest, where they beheld a stretch of flat land, their hearts lifting with relief. At that moment, Zhao Hao produced a miniature celestial flying vessel, and everyone, including the divine ape, boarded it. "Do you know which direction leads to a human city?" Zhao Hao inquired of the divine ape. The divine ape replied, "Master, I know the way. Allow me to pilot the vessel." The divine ape swiftly approached the helm, skillfully steering the vessel in a singular direction. Meanwhile, Fang Ningxiang and her companions commenced the absorption of the Hongtian fruits. At this moment, Nini had acquired a storage ring, filled with an abundance of Hongtian fruits. Whenever the little girl felt the urge to indulge, she would draw 1/4 and savor it. "Sister, this Hongtian continent is truly extraordinary. In a forest at its periphery, there exists a divine beast of the god-emperor level. One can only imagine the multitude of god-emperors that must inhabit the central region of the continent," Fang Ningxiang remarked. "Indeed, junior brother, we must continue to enhance our strength. After 10 years, our physical forms have likely grazed the realm of immortality. There is little to fear in the cosmos," Zhao Hao affirmed. "Sister, you are absolutely correct. We must have faith in ourselves." The golden vessel streaked across the skies of the Hongtian continent like a shooting star, while numerous other vessels traversed the expanse below, yet Zhao Hao's craft shimmered more brilliantly. "Master, the city we are headed to is called Menial City, a grand metropolis. What purpose do we serve upon our arrival?" The divine ape inquired. "Nothing of great consequence. We merely wish to explore," Zhao Hao replied, eager to familiarize himself with the Hongtian continent and discern its differences from the outside world. The divine ape deftly maneuvered the vessel above Menial City, after which Zhao Hao retracted the craft and, accompanied by his companions, ventured towards the city's interior. At the city gate they were halted, with each individual required to present a premium divine crystal for entry. The gatekeeper announced. In response, the divine ape unleashed its formidable aura, causing the guards to kneel in submission. "Do you dare to force your way into the city? Do you not fear the city lord's wrath? Our lord is a formidable god-emperor," one guard cautioned. Zhao Hao discreetly signaled the divine ape, which promptly retracted its pressure. Zhao Hao produced 8 premium divine crystals. But the guard interjected, "The price has increased. It is now 100 premium divine crystals per person." Zhao Hao was taken aback, a smile of incredulity emerging. He had no desire to instigate trouble, yet it seemed the guard perceived him as an easy target. Meanwhile, the guards had already contacted their superior within the city. Observing the guard's predicament, Zhao Hao chose to ignore it and proceeded with his companions into the city, managing to save the 8 divine crystals in the process. The guards, now hesitant, followed suit, unable to impede Zhao Hao's advance. Though Zhao Hao noticed the guards trailing behind, he paid them no mind. Momins Late, a middle-aged man clad in armor, soared towards the city gate. The guards immediately exclaimed, "Commander, that individual ahead has not paid the divine crystals and has forcefully entered the city. They even employed violence, subduing us to the ground." As the commander approached Zhao Hao and his companions, he halted in his tracks upon discerning the divine ape. "Is that the 8-tier divine beast from the Sunset Forest? How astonishing that it has come to our city, and even accompanies a human." The commander approached Zhao Hao and his companions, addressing them, "Esteemed guests, it appears that the guards have acted inappropriately. I will return shortly to reprimand them. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to Mingwest City?" Zhao Hao replied directly, "We are merely wandering about. There is no need for you to accompany us." The commander responded, "Very well, take your time exploring. Should you require assistance, the city lord is most eager to welcome visitors to our city." With that, Zhao Hao began to stroll through the city. Meanwhile, the commander arrived at the city gate, demanding, "Who was responsible for obstructing our distinguished guests?" The guards, taken aback by his inquiry, stammered, "Commander, that monkey exerted pressure upon us. They were the ones to initiate the confrontation." The commander swiftly delivered a resounding blow, knocking both guards to the ground. "From now on, be vigilant. Powerful cultivators visiting Mingwest City are exempt from paying divine crystals. Should you cause any further disturbances, you shall no longer serve at the gate." With that, the commander departed, leaving the 2 guards filled with trepidation, now acutely aware of the formidable abilities of the individuals they had encountered. As Zhao Hao and his companions wandered, they arrived at the central square of the city, where a tournament for cultivators was underway. They approached the arena, where competitors were already engaged in combat. Xiaoxiao's interest was piqued. Observing the fighters, she felt a surge of desire to demonstrate her own prowess. At that moment, 2 cultivators were reaching the climax of their battle, with one delivering a decisive kick that sent the other tumbling from the stage. Zhao Hao turned to Xiao, asking, "Xiao, would you like to give a try?" That opponent is also a cultivator at the Divine King level. Xiao replied, "Brother, I would love to, but the tournament has strict rules. Only those who have registered may compete. Zhao Hao then noticed a queue of cultivators waiting to sign up. He overheard their discussions, revealing that the tournament offered generous rewards. Anyone who fought 10 matches would receive 100,000 high-grade divine crystals, as well as the opportunity to become a first-class guard in the City Lord's estate. Indeed, one participant remarked, the City Lord is a being of the divine Emperor realm, and securing a position in the City Lord's estate is akin to reaching the pinnacle of one's life. Upon hearing their conversation, Zhao turned to Xiao and encouraged Xiao, "Go and register. Let us see how much you have improved during this time." "All right, brother, I will do so right away." At the arena, the majority of the combatants were of the Divine King realm, as the guards of the City Lord's estate were also of that caliber. Chapter 177. Xiao competes in the tournament. Feng Xianxia, seeing Xiao rush to register, turned to Zhao Hao and said, "Brother-in-law, I also wish to give it a try." Zhao Hao replied, "Xianxia, let Xiao have this opportunity. Perhaps next time, you can participate." Xiao approached the registration desk and promptly expressed her desire to enroll. The staff, not imposing any difficulties upon her, simply verified her cultivation level before assigning her a place. At that moment, two combatants were already engaged in a fierce battle on the arena, their movements creating a significant commotion as divine power swept across the stage, nearly shattering the protective barrier. The victor at that time was a young man wielding a blade, who had triumphed in approximately 8 matches and was on the verge of securing his 10th victory to claim his reward. Feng Ningxiang glanced back and addressed Zhao Hao, inquiring if Xiao was truly a match for such formidable opponents. Zhao Hao reassured her, stating that this experience was intended for Xiao to engage in battle with others, and there was no need for concern, as her physical prowess was formidable. Even if she were to be bested, she would emerge unscathed. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofeng and her companions eagerly anticipated Xiao's turn of fight. Ultimately, the young man achieved his 10th victory, earning him the qualification for an elite guardian position within the City Lord's mansion. Yet, he chose not to exit the arena, instead opting to continue his contest. Xiao observed the young man, her eagerness palpable. Zhao Hao relaxed, watching the unfolding duel. After the young man claimed his 15th victory, Xiao ascended the stage. The young man, upon noticing a young girl before him, became intrigued. "Little girl, I didn't realize you possess the strength of a divine king. However, I want to go easy on you. Be cautious." Xiao, slightly incensed by being referred to as a little girl, drew her long sword and launched an attack against him. The techniques she practiced were derived from the teachings returned by Zhao Hao, all of high caliber. A majestic white tiger, infused with divine power, materialized at the tip of her sword and lunged towards the young man like a bolt of lightning. Recognizing the threat posed by the white tiger, he swiftly conjured a protective shield around himself. The divine tiger collided forcefully with the barrier, sending the young man careening backward. Realizing Xiao's prowess, the young man began to take the match seriously. Xiao, with skillful precision, wielded her sword, summoning successive divine tigers that surged towards him in a flurry of attacks. The young man, no longer holding back, unleashed a series of violet slashes from his blade, aimed directly at Xiao's divine tigers. The resulting clash between the sword light and the tigers produced a tremendous explosion, akin to a high-powered bomb, enveloping the arena in thick smoke. Xiao, her senses keen, detected the young man's approach amidst the smoke and did not hesitate to defend herself, blocking his blade with her sword. However, the force of his strike overwhelmed her, causing her to stagger back over 10 meters. Surprised, she shook her numbed hand and focused intently on the young man's next move. He, meanwhile, refrained from immediate aggression, instead beginning to gather his strength. Purple divine energy swirled around him, gradually infusing his long blade, which began to emit a resonant hum. Zhao has also come to realize the formidable nature of the young man's technique and has begun to accumulate her own powerful move. She commenced channeling her divine energy, conjuring a vividly lifelike white tiger at the tip of her sword. This iteration of the white tiger was significantly larger and more animated than the one Xiao had previously unleashed. At this moment, Zhao Hao, observing from the sidelines, remarked that when Xiao had initially activated her divine body, she had returned the technique of the white tiger breaking the heavens. And now he was astonished to see the little girl nearly mastering it. As their ultimate moves reached fruition, a blade of light stretching 100 feet surged towards Zhao, while her divine energy white tiger darted forward to meet it. The two techniques collided with tremendous force, resulting in a shockwave that shattered the protective barrier, sending the explosive energy cascading towards the audience. However, an elder swiftly conjured another defensive barrier, confining the residual energy to the arena. The young man was caught off guard by the backlash of the explosion, spitting out blood, while Xiao remained unscathed. Charging toward him once more, he gazed at her in astonishment, unable to fathom how she had emerged unscathed from such a violent clash. Reluctantly, he fortified his defenses against her onslaught. At this juncture, Xiao's long sword was enveloped in a dense aura of divine power as she advanced upon him. The young man, already wounded, found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, Zhao was determined to seize the opportunity to secure victory in this battle. To her surprise, the young man's resilience proved formidable. The ensuing combats saw him continuously on the defensive, while she pressed her relentless assault. Unlike the earlier skirmishes, this battle stretched on for an hour, culminating with Xiao finally placing her sword at the young man's throat, signaling the end of the confrontation. With admiration, the young man exited the arena, and the referee promptly declared Zhao the victor. Although she was significantly drained of divine energy, her physical prowess would play a crucial role in the subsequent battles. In the following rounds, Zhao faced opponents who were not nearly as formidable as the young man, clinching 10 consecutive victories. However, her divine energy was now completely expended, prompting her to step down from the arena. Her voluntary withdrawal was anticipated by the referee, who subsequently awarded her the divine crystals for her 10 victories. When questioned about entering the city lord's residence, Zhao firmly declined. Her refusal drew the attention of those around her, who were taken aback that she would reject the opportunity to become a guardian of the city lord's estate. Elated, she approached Zhao Hao and asked, "Brother, how do you think I fared? Is my strength commendable?" Observing her joyful demeanor, Zhao Hao replied, Xiao, in the first match, had that young man not fought numerous battles prior, you might have been evenly matched with him. Nonetheless, your strength has indeed grown considerably. You are no longer merely capable of contending with fifth-tier divine beasts. Upon hearing her brother's words, Zhao exclaimed, "I don't care. I want a reward from you, brother." Zhao Hao, with a sense of resignation, retrieved a storage ring and handed it to Zhao. She eagerly accepted it, her joy palpable as she examined its contents, which included a plethora of Hongtian fruits and several celestial-grade body refining elixirs. She rushed to Zhao Hao, exclaiming, "Brother, you are so generous. You truly are the best." Subsequently, the group departed from the plaza, unaware that a middle-aged man was observing them from above the city lord's mansion. An 8th-tier divine ape indeed. That young man and woman also appear to be of 8th tier. In chapter 178, titled Monkey Emperor Wine, Zhao Hao led his companions on another stroll through the city. Fang Ningxiang suggested, "Junior brother, shall we visit the auction house to purchase some items? I've heard that the auction house in this grand city offers numerous treasures." Zhao Hao, indifferent at first, readily agreed to Fang Ningxiang's proposal. His spatial realm was abundant with divine crystals, including an impressive sum of 500 billion premium divine crystals, marking him as quite affluent. Upon arriving at the auction house, they were informed that the large auction for the month would not take place until the day after tomorrow. Zhao Hao then took Fang Ningxiang to a tavern within the city. The waitress's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Xiaoi remarked, "Brother Secmaster, the food here is exquisite. I used to frequent this place, and I'm certain the dishes are even more delectable now." The other waitresses also glowed with anticipation, as they were often brought to dine at the tavern by Lin Xiaofeng, becoming enamored with the divine beast meat served there. The tavern's divine beast meat was meticulously prepared, far surpassing the grilled meats Lin Xiaoi could offer. As Zhao Hao and his companions approached, the two guards at the tavern greeted them with utmost courtesy. Intimidated by the divine ape's imposing presence, the ape, resembling a human in stature, exuded an overwhelming aura. Zhao Hao was escorted to a table by the window on the second floor, where a large table was surrounded by eager diners, and the divine ape stood respectfully beside the dining table. A server soon approached with a menu. "Esteemed guest, what dishes would you like to order? Feel free to choose. We offer 7th-tier divine beast meat. Would you care to try some?" "Divine beasts of the god, sovereign realm?" Zhao Hao inquired, astonished. The server confirmed, "Indeed, our tavern is a property of the city lord's mansion, and the divine beast ingredients are sourced by the city lord himself. Zhao Hao perused the menu and discovered 3 exquisite dishes featuring 7th-tier divine beast meat. He ordered generous portions of all 3 and then handed the menu to the waitresses. Xiao, drooling, eagerly pointed out several expensive dishes. Once everyone had made their selections, they had ordered over 20 meat dishes. The server then recommended the Monkey Emperor wine, stating it was brewed by a divine beast of the god Emperor realm from the Monkey clan, making it exceedingly rare. Senior sister, would you care for a drink? Fang Ningxiang inquired. Junior brother, I would indeed like to sample the flavor of this wine. Several young maidens echoed her sentiment, expressing their desire to taste as well. Zhao Hao, without hesitation, ordered 10 bottles, astonishing the server with his audacity. The server, albeit concerned, cautioned esteemed guest. Each bottle of Monkey Emperor wine costs a staggering 100,000 supreme divine crystals. Are you certain you wish for 10 bottles? Zhao Hao, taken aback by the price yet unperturbed, confidently affirmed, yes, indeed, 10 bottles. I assure you, money is no object. The server, buoyed by his assurance, promptly descended to fulfill the order. The patrons of this establishment were predominantly affluent and influential individuals, yet the announcement of Zhao Hao's 10-bottle order left them equally astounded. Zhao Hao, indifferent to their astonishment, waved his hand dismissively. After the passage of an hour, the server reappeared, presenting the dishes Zhao Hao had ordered. The 10 bottles of Monkey Emperor wine arrived, elegantly packaged in luxurious bottles, evoking a nostalgic reminiscence of high-end spirits from the blue planet of his past life. Esteemed guests, your dishes have been nearly served. However, the last 3 meat dishes of the 7th tier will require a bit more time to prepare. Please be patient. Zhao Hao then instructed the server to take her leave. Xiao, Qingsno, Xiaofeng, Xiaoyi, and senior sister commenced their meal, eager to discern the restaurant's culinary offerings. Zhao Hao, without delay, picked up a piece of divine beast meat and savored it. The meat was tender and succulent, releasing an exquisite flavor that enveloped his palate, providing immense satisfaction. At that moment, Nini stood on her stool, reaching out with her small hands to grasp the divine beast meat and began devouring it. After just one morsel, she found herself unable to stop, her appetite only growing. The little girl had a hearty appetite, and the scant portion was hardly sufficient. Fang Ningxiang, who initially intended to nibble sparingly, found herself similarly unable to resist after a single bite, relishing the feast. Thankfully, Zhao Hao had ordered generous portions, otherwise there would not have been enough to satisfy the girls. Once they had finished their initial servings, the server returned, presenting 3 grand porcelain bowls filled with 7th-tier divine beast meat. The sight of such an abundance of exquisite meat before them was breathtaking. As the server lifted the lid, a rich aroma permeated the entire restaurant, captivating the attention of other patrons on the 2nd floor. Their gazes were fixated on the 3 bowls of meat. Was this the restaurant's prized treasure? 7th-tier divine beast meat? Such extravagance. This meat required a considerable amount of divine crystals. Who would have thought they would witness 7th-tier divine beast meat in their lifetime? At that moment, the younger ones eagerly extended their chopsticks, diving into the feast. Delicious, brother. This meat is truly exquisite. Nini has never tasted anything so delightful. Zhao Hao chuckled. Little girl, at your age, you speak of a lifetime. If it's good, indulge a little more. With that, Zhao Hao uncorked the Monkey Emperor wine and poured it for the young maidens. Fang Ningxiang lifted her cup and drained it in one swift motion, a gentle warmth spreading through her mouth. Soon, the divine power within her began to bubble with life, and she could sense the exquisite quality of this wine. It is important to note that Fang Ningxiang's divine power had reached the pinnacle of the divine emperor realm, making any beneficial wine exceedingly rare. The maidens also picked up their cups and began to indulge. A soothing warmth enveloped everyone as they drank. Noticing that everyone was partaking, Nini eagerly wanted to join in, prompting Zhao Hao to pour a cup for the little girl. She took large gulps, exclaiming, "Wow, brother, this wine is delightful. I want more." Zhao Hao, obliged, opened another bottle and poured her another cup. Thus, everyone savored the wine while feasting on meat, relishing the ultimate pleasure. As cultivators, their appetites were substantial, and Zhao Hao and his companions devoured every morsel of the abundant dishes presented to them. Each person reclined comfortably in their chairs, digesting contentedly, while 10 bottles of Monkey Emperor wine were consumed in their entirety. After finishing his meal, Zhao Hao felt immensely satisfied. Initially, a few individuals had cast unfriendly glances at him and his companions, but the divine ape's keen gaze quickly intimidated them, causing them to abandon their malicious thoughts. After resting for half an hour, Zhao Hao prepared to settle the bill and depart. At that moment, a server approached their table. "Sir, it's time to pay," Zhao Hao announced. "The total for the divine beast meat and dishes amounts to 100,000 top-tier divine crystals, plus 1,000,000 for the wine, totaling 100,000 top-tier divine crystals." As Zhao Hao reached for his money, the server interjected, "Esteemed guest, while you were dining, our boss decided to waive your expenses, so there is no need for payment this time." Zhao Hao froze mid-motion. "Your boss? Who is your boss?" He felt certain he did not know their employer. The server replied, "Esteemed guest, our boss is the city lord. He wishes to invite you to his residence. Would you be willing to accept?" Zhao Hao responded, "I don't believe I have met the city lord, but since he has graciously covered our meal, I would be keen to meet him." The server beamed. "Then please proceed to the entrance of the tavern. Someone will escort you to the city lord's manor." Zhao Hao agreed, "Certainly, we are curious to see what kind of person the city lord is." He led the group to the tavern's entrance, where a young man awaited them. "Esteemed guests, I am a guard from the city lord's manor, sent to escort you to meet him. Please follow me." Zhao Hao followed the young man, and moments later, they arrived at the city lord's residence. The city lord's steward greeted Zhao Hao and his companions with a smile. "Esteemed guests, the city lord awaits you in the hall. Allow me to guide you there." Zhao Hao was taken aback upon seeing the steward, for the steward's cultivation was at the divine sovereign level. "Please lead the way." The steward guided Zhao Hao and his companions to the grand hall of the city lord's mansion. At that moment, a middle-aged man stood up with a warm smile, approaching Zhao Hao and his companions. The middle-aged man cast a serious glance at the divine ape before returning his gaze to Zhao Hao, saying, "Esteemed friend, I wonder if the food and drink in my establishment suit your palate?" Zhao Hao responded with a smile. "The flavors at the city lord's tavern are truly exceptional, providing us with immense pleasure." Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, the middle-aged man declared, "Esteemed friend, from now on, your meals at the tavern will be complimentary. Consider it a token of my goodwill." Zhao Hao, upon hearing the city lord, remarked, "Let us speak plainly. If the city lord has a request, feel free to state it directly." The middle-aged man appeared somewhat awkward and said, "Esteemed friend, may I inquire if you and this lady are of the divine emperor realm?" After a moment of silence, Zhao Hao replied, "May I ask why you wish to know?" The middle-aged man, now looking troubled, explained, "You see, I have encountered a predicament. I require assistance from someone at the divine emperor level to resolve it. Otherwise, my city may face annihilation." Zhao Hao inquired, "Could you elaborate?" The middle-aged man fell into reminiscence, stating, 3 years ago, I eliminated a human divine sovereign who was colluding with the demon race. Unbeknownst to me, this divine sovereign had a brother at the divine emperor level, who, upon discovering the truth, began pursuing me relentlessly. However, as we are both divine emperors, we are unable to overpower one another. That divine emperor ultimately issued a proclamation, stating he would enlist other divine emperors to help him obliterate my city in 3 years. I am now quite anxious and wish to find a divine emperor to assist me. Otherwise, my city may be laid to waste." Zhao Hao listened intently and asked, "So, it is a matter of life and death between you?" The city lord confirmed, "Indeed, and I suspect that the divine emperors he invites will surely be from the demon race, as human divine emperors would swiftly eliminate anyone colluding with the demons rather than assist him against me." After a brief silence, Zhao Hao stated, "I can assist you, but a mere meal is insufficient." The city lord, filled with delight at Zhao Hao's words, exclaimed, "Esteemed friend, my treasury is filled with numerous treasures. I can grant you the privilege of selecting 10 items from it. After you make your selection, if you're satisfied, we can discuss your assistance." Zhao Hao, intrigued by the city lord's offer, thought to himself that a divine emperor's collection would surely hold valuable items. "Very well, please take me there to choose." The city lord led Zhao Hao to the treasury, which was exceptionally well guarded with multiple layers of security. He opened the treasury door and began guiding Zhao Hao and his companions as they selected treasures. The city lord continually introduced the treasures within the treasury as Zhao Hao listened attentively. After considering the city lord's introductions and making his own judgments, Zhao Hao ultimately selected 10 precious items from the city lord's collection. Ultimately, Zhao Hao consented to assist the city lord. The treasures he selected were nothing short of extraordinary, and although the city lord was financially strained, the prospect of confronting that individual eased his distress. Subsequently, Zhao Hao and his companions took residence in the city lord's mansion. 2 days later, the auction was set to commence. Zhao Hao learned from the city lord that this auction house was a behemoth in the Hongtian continent, known as the Wanbao Auction House. This establishment was a branch located in Mingwei City, and according to the city lord's account, it hosted a multitude of divine emperors, ranking as a pinnacle force within the continent. The city lord had no intention of attending the auction himself and handed Zhao Hao the token of the city lord's mansion. Armed with this token, Zhao Hao was escorted directly to the second VIP box of the auction house. He found himself puzzled as to why it was not the first box. Upon entering, Zhao Hao and the few companions with him surveyed their surroundings. At that moment, numerous guests were streaming into the auction house. Soon enough, all 10 VIP boxes were filled, and the regular seating below was also at capacity. At this juncture, a beautiful woman at the auction podium began to speak. She welcomed everyone to the Wanbao auction house, announcing that this auction represented the largest event of the year, urging participants to bid enthusiastically for the items they desired. Her words ignited a fervor among the attendees. Thus, the auction commenced, leading to the first item up for bid. This was a 7th-tier divine sword, suitable for practitioners of any attribute, with a starting bid of 50,000 premium divine crystals. As soon as the woman finished her announcement, eager bids erupted from the crowd. The price of the sword quickly escalated to 300,000. Zhao Hao glanced at the swords in his and Fang Ningxiang's possession, both being 8th-tier divine swords, rendering this one unnecessary for them. Nevertheless, Zhao Hao intended to acquire the sword as a gift for Xianxia. He promptly placed a bid of 350,000. At that point, the bidders below believed that 350,000 exceeded the sword's intrinsic value, especially since the offer came from a VIP box, leading them to forego further competition. Consequently, Zhao Hao secured the sword. After completing the transaction, the auction staff presented the sword to Zhao Hao, who then handed it directly to Xianxia. A notification chimed, indicating that the system had detected the host's gift of a 7th-tier divine sword, and thus, a 7th-tier celestial sword was returned. Upon hearing the system's voice, Zhao Hao eagerly examined the returned celestial sword, discovering that it possessed extraordinary might. Chapter 180, The Arrival of a Formidable Foe. Zhao Hao then retracted his consciousness and turned his attention to the next item. The auctioneer woman once again produced another treasure. This is a garment capable of withstanding the full force attacks of perfected deities. Even assaults from the Emperor realm cannot tarnish its integrity. However, it cannot resist the damage inflicted by an Emperor-level attack. This attire is unisex, allowing for a transformation of its form at will, with an opening bid set at 300,000 top-tier divine crystals. Upon hearing the woman's words, Zhao Hao prepared to acquire this exquisite garment. As a number of bidders increased, the auction price surged to 600,000, prompting Zhao Hao to raise his bid to 650,000. Ultimately, the garment was secured by Zhao Hao. After settling the payment, he directly gifted the divine robe to Fang Xianxia. Ding! The system detected that the host had gifted a level 7 divine garment, and thus returned a level 7 celestial robe. Zhao Hao subsequently handed the returned celestial robe to Nini, assisting her in putting it on, ensuring her safety. Nini, filled with joy, gazed at her attire, which had transformed into a beautiful dress in accordance with her wishes. The little girl was utterly delighted. With the unveiling of the third item for auction, the entire venue erupted with excitement, for it was a technique of the Emperor realm, albeit one aligned with the wood attribute. Zhao Hao quickly lost interest, as he himself practiced a divine-level technique granted by the system upon his arrival in the cosmos, which aligned with his fire affinity. Ultimately, the technique was bid up to 2 million top-tier divine crystals and was claimed by an individual in Box 5. As subsequent items were presented, Zhao Hao remained indifferent. However, when the woman announced the next auction item, his spirits were instantly lifted. The upcoming item was an imperial-grade fire source crystal, capable of inflicting harm on practitioners of the Emperor realm. The starting bid was set at 500,000 top-tier divine crystals, inviting enthusiastic offers. The number of bidders surged, invigorating Zhao Hao. He ultimately acquired it for 2 million top-tier divine crystals, feeling the terrifying fire energy contained within. A sense of joy surged within him, reminiscent of the explosive talismans he had once purchased while serving as a lowly disciple at Xianxia. Yet, the power of the fire source crystal undoubtedly surpassed that of the explosive talismans. In the following auction, Zhao Hao successfully obtained several protective items, distributing them to Fang Qingxue, Lin Xiaofeng, and Lin Xiaoyi. As the auction progressed, a plethora of high-quality treasures emerged: formation plates, elixirs, weapons, and various unique items. Zhao Hao seized all that he deemed necessary. Finally, the piece de resistance was revealed, a semi-divine level puppet. The crowd in the auction hall erupted in fervor. Zhao Hao, however, felt little need for a semi-divine puppet, as his physical prowess had already reached celestial levels, and his divine power equated to semi-divine combat strength. Thus, a semi-divine puppet was merely a luxury. Yet, others viewed it differently. A properly controlled semi-divine puppet could wield combat power comparable to that of an Emperor Rel practitioner. The starting bid for this puppet is a staggering 50 million exquisite divine crystals. I warmly invite everyone to enthusiastically place their bids. Sister, do you need me to bid? Zhao Hao inquired of Fang Ningxiang. She replied, "There's no need. I sense that this puppet comes with numerous limitations. At most, it possesses the combat prowess of a divine emperor and requires meticulous control, making it unsuitable for us." Consequently, Zhao Hao refrained from further bidding, while others began to compete fervently. The beautiful woman, initially eager to witness Zhao Hao's bid, was disappointed as he remained silent. Ultimately, the puppet was claimed by a distinguished guest in Box 1, fetching an astonishing price of 500 million exquisite divine crystals. As the auction concluded, Zhao Hao began to depart from the auction hall, yet all eyes were fixated on Box 1. Everyone desired the puppet, and they certainly would not overlook the individuals inside Box 1. Zhao Hao, accompanied by his companions, left the Wanbao auction house and returned directly to the city lord's mansion. Meanwhile, the city lord lamented his absence from the auction, having received word that a semi-divine puppet capable of divine emperor-level combat had been sold, but it had been acquired by the occupant of Box 1. The city lord, Wan Pinlin, unexpectedly encountered Zhao Hao. "Zhao, my friend, do you happen to know who won the puppet?" Zhao Hao replied, "It was obtained by the person in Box 1, but honestly, that puppet is not remarkable. It has many restrictions and requires full exertion to operate. Furthermore, it does not possess semi-divine strength, only that of a divine emperor." Hearing that Zhao Hao had not secured the puppet, the city lord felt a tinge of disappointment, which Zhao Hao perceptibly sensed. "Wan, since they have taken your possession, rest assured, trust that I can safeguard your interests. That puppet is merely a liability, and its cost is exorbitantly high for you, not worth pursuing." Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, Wan Pinlin felt a sense of equilibrium restored within him. "Zhao, in a month's time, my adversaries will arrive. They may number more than 3 divine emperors. Is it truly unnecessary to seek additional assistance?" Zhao Hao reassured him, "Fear not. Even with more divine emperors, it will be of no consequence. If they are indeed of the demonic clan, we shall eradicate them entirely." Wan Pinlin's heart finally found solace. In the month that followed, Zhao Hao took his companions to dine at the tavern daily, and the city lord decreed that all expenses would be waived whenever Zhao Hao dined there. The maidens were delighted, their faces adorned with smiles each day. Zhao Hao too found satisfaction in the meals. Tomorrow marked the day of Wan Pinlin's adversary's arrival, and over the past month, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang had refined numerous celestial-grade body-tempering elixirs, enhancing their strength further. At this moment, the divine ape stood guard at the city gates, as Zhao Hao instructed him to remain vigilant for any signs of the demonic clan. That very night, while Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang were engrossed in their cultivation, the divine ape conveyed urgent news. A human divine emperor had arrived at Mingwest City, accompanied by 4 demonic divine emperors. The city lord, ever observant, also sensed the presence of his adversaries approaching. The city lord arrived directly at the city gate, where he confronted his adversary, Emperor Tian, who was flanked by members of the demon clan. "Emperor Tian, how dare you conspire with the demons? If I report this to the human race, you will surely be hunted down to your demise." Upon hearing Wan Pinlin's words, Emperor Tian laughed heartily. "Ha! There are countless individuals on Hongtian continent who collude with the demons. Do you think that by reporting the powerful of our kind, they will come to your aid? As long as their interests are not harmed, no one will intervene. You may not realize that, unlike the humans and demons in the starry skies, those on Hongtian continent are solely focused on how to ascend to immortality. The struggle between races is of no concern to them. Thus, your death is inevitable today. I have brought 4 divine emperors with me. Do you really believe that you can turn the tide with that monkey?" At this moment, The city lord felt a twinge of worry, for the enemy possessed 5 divine emperors. Emperor Tian, alongside 3 demons, advanced towards Wan Pinlin, while the divine ape faced one of the demons. In mere moments, the city lord found himself surrounded and under attack. He quickly fell into a disadvantage, as Emperor Tian sensed Wan Pinlin's helplessness. Just as the demons were about to inflict grave injuries on the city lord, Zhao Hao, having refined an immortal gray body refining pill, appeared at the city lord's side and struck a demon, forcing it out of the encirclement. Subsequently, Zhao Hao unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, vanquishing Emperor Tian and the demons entirely. The city lord, filled with elation, noticed that only Zhao Hao had arrived and remarked, "Daoist Zhao, has Daoist Fan not come?" Zhao Hao, somewhat exasperated, replied, "With such weaklings, does my senior sister need to make an appearance?" The city lord, upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, felt speechless. There were still 5 divine emperors on the opposing side. Zhao Hao boldly declared, "You handle that human. I shall deal with the remaining 3 demons." The city lord charged at Emperor Tian, exclaiming, "Emperor Tian, did you not anticipate this? I too have allies. Today, I shall see you meet your end." The battle between the city lord and Emperor Tian commenced, while Zhao Hao confronted the demons directly, unleashing a torrent of sword strikes. A majestic crimson dragon of divine power formed, engulfing the 3 demon divine emperors before dissipating, leaving the demons as mere ashes. Unbeknownst to Emperor Tian, who was still engaged in combat with the city lord, Zhao Hao had effortlessly annihilated the demons with a single move. Zhao Hao then took on the role of an observer, while the divine ape was firmly overpowering the demon. However, the demon proved to be tenacious, making it impossible for the divine ape to deliver a fatal blow. Zhao Hao refrained from intervening, believing the divine ape could benefit from the experience of battle. Should the demon attempt to flee, Zhao Hao would swiftly end its life. At this juncture, the 2 battles had generated a tremendous uproar in the air, akin to a tempest, creating a chaotic swirl of divine energy above the city. The demon engaged with the divine ape, realizing it could not subdue its opponent. Prepare to call for reinforcements. However, when it glanced skyward, it was met with the stark realization that its companions had vanished. Alas, how despicable to flee at such a critical moment. Since you lack virtue, I shall not concern myself further. The demon clan, having evaded the assault of the divine ape, began their retreat. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Hao swiftly employed his corporeal dragon technique, positioning himself before the demon. With a single, forceful punch, he struck the demon's chest, shattering it into fragments and dispersing it into a cloud of crimson mist. The divine ape, astounded by Zhao Hao's prowess in vanquishing the demon, reflected on how his master had initially refrained from employing full strength against him, or else he would not have merely coughed blood. Observing the divine ape rendered speechless, Zhao Hao commanded, "Go assist the city lord in dealing with that human. Eliminate him." The divine ape promptly replied, "Understood, master." It hastened to the side of the city lord to confront Di Tian. At this juncture, Di Tian remained oblivious to the fate of the demons. However, upon noticing the divine ape approaching him, he was seized by panic. A fleeting glance around revealed no trace of the demons. How infuriating! They had betrayed my trust and fled entirely. A wave of fear washed over Di Tian as he contemplated the possibility of meeting his demise here today, especially as he observed the formidable youth who had begun to assist Wan Pinlin, watching the unfolding chaos with a detached demeanor, leaving his heart in despair. The city lord, surveying the scene with a hearty laugh, declared, "Ha ha, Di Tian, today you shall meet your end here. Your collusion with the demon clan has sealed your fate." The divine ape and Wan Pinlin relentlessly assaulted Di Tian. At that moment, Di Tian's sole focus was on escape. Yet Wan Pinlin and the divine ape offered him no respite, surrounding him with unwavering resolve. Zhao Hao ascended above the city, conjuring a protective barrier to ensure that their battle's aftermath would not disrupt the city below. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the city gazed upon the aerial clash. Within the Wanbao auction house, an elder observed the battle in the sky, feeling a twinge of astonishment. 2 early-stage divine emperors and an 8th-tier mid-stage monkey. Moonlight City was indeed under siege. At that moment, a young man approached the elder, inquiring, "Elder Wu, with the demon clan involved in the skirmish outside, should we assist the city lord?" The elder replied, "No need. The demon clan has been eradicated. I did not anticipate the city lord would summon such formidable allies." As time passed and daylight broke, the battle continued. with Wanpin Lin and Ditian now drained of divine energy. However, the divine ape remained unaffected, its innate strength allowing it to maintain peak combat efficacy. Consequently, Ditian found himself on the brink of defeat. With another punch from the divine ape landing squarely on Ditian's chest, his ribcage caved in. Wanpin Lin, refusing to relent, struck Ditian's arm with a blade, severing it entirely. At this moment, Ditian had lost all hope. Wanpin Lin, even if I must perish, I shall take you down with me. His body began to swell ominously. Observing this, Zhao Hao swiftly dashed to Ditian's side and, with a decisive swing of his sword, severed his head from his shoulders. After the demise of Emperor Tian, the self-destruction of his body naturally ceased. Zhao Hao casually retrieved Emperor Tian's storage ring and returned to the Lord's mansion. Upon witnessing Zhao Hao slay Emperor Tian with a single stroke, the Lord felt an immense sense of relief. Emperor Tian, you sought to annihilate my Mingwest city, yet it is you who has met your end. At that moment, Wanpin Lin was exceedingly delighted. As he returned to the Lord's mansion, the guards and steward approached, having witnessed Zhao Hao's confrontation with the demons and Emperor Tian, their admiration for him deepening. My lord, the crisis facing Mingwest city has finally passed. We need not worry any longer. The steward's eyes brimmed with tears. Wanpin Lin remarked, it is fortunate we encountered Zhao. Truly, heaven has not forsaken us. The steward then inquired, should we express our gratitude to Lord Zhao now? Wanpin Lin replied, no. Since Zhao did not come forth to meet us, there must be a reason. We shall thank him when he chooses to see us. At that moment, Zhao Hao had returned to the secluded chamber where everyone was in meditation. Junior brother, have you resolved the matter? Zhao Hao affirmed, yes, senior sister. Those demons were feeble and could not withstand a single blow. Meanwhile, Xiao and the others were engrossed in refining the celestial-grade, body-strengthening elixirs, utterly captivated by the enhancement of their physical prowess. Zhao Hao, weary from the prolonged exertion, yearned for a brief respite. Senior sister, I shall rest for a while. Do call me if there is anything urgent. After speaking, he sat down, closed his eyes, and began to slumber. Fang Ningxiang continued her refinement of the celestial-grade, body-strengthening elixir. Chapter 182. The Ancient Imperial Clan of the Xiao Family. The following day, Zhao Hao awoke from his meditation. Within the chamber, the others were still engaged in refining the celestial-grade elixirs, while Nini remained asleep. By noon, a few of the maidens prepared to dine at an inn, prompting Zhao Hao to accompany them. After their meal, they spent the afternoon wandering through the city. Zhao Hao subsequently returned to the Lord's mansion, where the Lord expressed his gratitude. Zhao Daoist, I am sincerely thankful. Were not for you, I might have perished. The Lord proclaimed. Zhao Hao dismissed the praise, saying, it is nothing. You have already offered your reward. In the days that followed, everyone relished delightful meals of divine beast meat. Approximately a month later, Zhao Hao prepared to depart. After discussing his intentions with the others, they all voiced their support, having explored every enjoyable and delectable venue within the city. My lord, we are ready to leave and are grateful for your hospitality during our stay. Zhao Hao bid farewell to the Lord. Wanpin Lin replied, Zhao Daoist, do visit Mingwest City whenever you have a chance. I will always welcome you. Zhao Hao responded, very well, I shall come when time permits. He then produced the celestial-grade flying vessel, and everyone boarded. The vessel soon set off into the sky. Master, where shall we go next? The divine ape inquired. Steering the vessel, Zhao Hao remarked, let us venture to the most bustling locale of the Hongtian continent. Upon hearing Zhao Hao's declaration, the divine ape pondered briefly before steering the flying vessel toward a specific direction. On board, Xiao cradled Nini in her arms. Nini, you've gained quite a bit of weight during this time. Sister can hardly hold you anymore. Nini, upon hearing Xiao's words, burst into inconsolable tears. Sister is mean. Nini is not fat. Zhao Hao, observing the little girl's distress over her weight, found himself at a loss for words. Xiao, weep nisink ninis thieves, quickly reassured her. Oh, I misspoke. Our Nini is not fat. She is utterly adorable. Gradually, Nini ceased her crying upon hearing Xiao's comforting words. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofeng was reveling in the newfound strength of his physical form, which had grown remarkably robust during this period. Thus, the flying vessel advanced deeper into the Hongtian continent. Zhao Hao took Nini from Xiao's arms and inquired, have you finished eating the fruits I gave you, Nini? In response, I retrieved a Hongtian fruit from her spatial pouch and began to munch on it. Brother, I has plenty of fruits, she exclaimed, patting her storage ring with her tiny hand. Outside the flying vessel, several other crafts sailed parallel to Zhao Hao's. However, Zhao noticed them but paid them no mind. His vessel did not engage in full-speed flight. Otherwise, the other crafts would be unable to keep pace. Within one of the neighboring vessels, a young man turned to the elderly companion beside him, saying, Elder Wu, this nearby vessel is extraordinary. We would need to exert ourselves fully to catch up. I can distinctly sense that it is not flying at full capacity. The elder replied, Young master, you are correct. This vessel is indeed remarkable, and its occupants must be significant figures. The young man scoffed, Elder Wu, can you not force it to stop? I wish to seize this vessel. It might contain mere minor characters. Elder Wu sighed, but complied with the young man's command, exiting the craft to launch an assault on Zhao Hao's vessel. Zhao Hao, having been observing the situation with his divine sense, was immediately incensed upon witnessing the elder's attack on his vessel. He swiftly emerged from the craft and unleashed a formidable divine energy assault upon the adversary's vessel. The opposing craft, unable to withstand the onslaught, shattered into pieces. The young man inside the vessel promptly emerged into the open. How dare you attack my vessel? You shall die today. Elder Wu, eliminate him. The elder, regarding Zhao Hao, prepare to strike. At this moment, Zhao Hao harbored a murderous intent. He commanded the divine ape to halt the flying vessel, positioning himself to confront the elder and the young man. Young man, surrender the vessel. Our master is the second young master of the ancient imperial clan, the Xiao family of the Hongtian continent. Do not miscalculate your position. Zhao Hao, upon hearing the elder's words, retorted, If you desire the vessel, then come forth and engage. What purpose does all this babbling serve? The elder, upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, immediately launched an attack against him. Youngster, since you seek your demise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. A colossal divine handprint descended upon Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao glanced at the elder, noting his late-stage divine emperor status. Impressive, but still lacking to contend with me. With a swift motion of his sword, he unleashed a divine dragon that shattered the elder's handprint and continued its assault. Seeing Zhao Hao's actions, the elder furrowed his brow. As the divine dragon hurtled towards him, he gathered all his divine power to counter the dragon. Yet, the dragon effortlessly pierced through his defenses and pressed on. The elder's expression shifted dramatically. In a moment of desperation, he produced a protective artifact to shield himself. The divine dragon collided with the artifact, shattering it, though the dragon too dissipated in the process. Realizing the severity of the situation, the elder swiftly moved beside the young man, intending to tear through space for their escape. He understood they had encountered a formidable opponent. However, Zhao Hao would not allow their departure. He unleashed an overwhelming pressure, reinforcing the space around them, rendering escape impossible. At this moment, Elder Wu panicked. Esteemed friend, our young master means no harm. We acknowledge our misstep and will take our leave. Zhao Hao, now infuriated, retorted, What? You were eager to fight and kill, but now you yield when faced with a superior opponent? The young man, hearing Zhao Hao's words, angrily declared, You insolent fool. I am the young master of the ancient imperial clan, the Xiao family. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Elder Wu attempted to intimidate Zhao Hao with their lineage. We of the Xiao family possess numerous perfected divine emperors. If you wish to avoid trouble, it would be wise to cease this. The young man, emboldened by Elder Wu's words, continued, Deliver your flying vessel to me, and I shall overlook your transgressions. Otherwise, the Xiao family will pursue you relentlessly. Zhao Hao, uninterested in further discourse, channeled his divine power with full force. A vividly lifelike divine dragon surged forth, striking like lightning towards the elder. The elder, now locked onto by the dragon, had no choice but to endure. However, the dragon's speed was too great. He could only manage to retrieve a defensive artifact before being consumed by the dragon. Chapter 183, Slaying the Young Master of the Xiao Family. Following this, the divine dragon dissipated and the elder vanished. The young man was now gripped by terror. You dare to kill Elder Wu? You are doomed. The Xiao family will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Zhao Hao smiled lightly. Not only do I intend to slay that old man, but today, you too shall meet your end. The young man, taken aback by Zhao Hao's words, stammered, You dare to kill me? How can you be so bold? Do you not know who we are? Zhao Hao, uninterested in the young man's ramblings, swiftly moved to grasp the young man's throat. He was prepared to end his life. However, just as he was about to strike, a massive figure rose behind the young man. Who dares to harm a scion of the Xiao family? A formidable middle-aged figure loomed over the young man, causing him to retreat a few paces. The imposing figure declared, "Is it you who seeks to slay my kin?" Zhao Hao, upon perceiving the apparition, was unperturbed and retorted, "This young man is doomed today. Do you think your appearance can save him?" The young man, witnessing the visage of his father, implored, "Father, avenge me. He has slain Elder Wu." Zhao Hao merely scoffed. "Even if your father were present in his true form, I would not flinch. A mere specter dares threaten me?" The middle-aged figure sensed Zhao Hao's terrifying aura. "Though you are at the peak of the divine emperor realm, my family is not afraid. We have more than 10 members at this level. Spare my son today, and we shall let this matter rest. What say you?" Zhao Hao was indifferent, asserting, "I have declared it. This young man shall perish, regardless of who intervenes." He unleashed a strike with his sword, imbued with soul power, aimed at the middle-aged figure's apparition, exuding an overwhelming might. The specter frowned as Zhao Hao's attack collided with his hand seal, resulting in the figure being cleaved apart. As he vanished, the middle-aged figure exclaimed in desperation, "You dare to slay a member of the Xiao family? I vow to eradicate your entire lineage." With that, the apparition dissipated. The young man stood frozen in fear as Zhao Hao approached him. "Do you know whom I detest the most?" Zhao Hao seized the young man once more. "I loathe those who, emboldened by their background, bully others. Unfortunately for you, you epitomize that very type, and, thus, you must die today." With that, Zhao Hao snapped the young man's neck. He then took possession of the young man's storage ring and discarded the lifeless body. Meanwhile, the other vessels nearby hastily departed, shocked that a scion of the ancient and noble Xiao family had been slain. They recognized Zhao Hao's madness and feared retribution from the Xiao family, fleeing swiftly. Although they coveted Zhao Hao's vessel, their lives were paramount. In a secluded realm of the Hongtian continent, a guardian of the Xiao family's soul jade tablet was horrified to witness the shattering of the second young master's tablet. He hurried to the residence of the clan leader to relay the news. "Clan leader, the soul jade tablet of the second young master has shattered." Upon receiving this news, the middle-aged leader was consumed with rage. "How dare you? You have truly slain my family's young master. I swear to hunt you down wherever you may hide. Summon the Elder Council. Inform them I have urgent matters to discuss." Yes, a member of the Xiao family promptly went to notify the elders. Moments later, the elders of the Xiao family had gathered. "Xiao Zhan, why have you summoned us?" A middle-aged man spoke directly. "My second son has been murdered." The elders were instantly filled with fury, demanding, "Who dares to slay a scion of the Xiao family? It is not enough to merely crush their bones. We must obliterate them completely." The middle-aged man recalled the moment when Zhao Hao shattered his illusion. The assailant was likely a fully realized divine emperor and remarkably young. The elders, regaining their composure, pondered, could it be the work of the Yi family? The middle-aged man replied, "It is not the Yi family. However, the fact that he shows no fear of the Xiao clan indicates his formidable background." The elders, undaunted, declared, "There is nothing to fear. Those who dare harm the sons of the Xiao family, even a demigod, shall meet their demise. Our ancestor still walks this earth. No one can bully the Xiao clan." The middle-aged man then projected an image of Zhao Hao, stating, "It is this young man. I wish for you to venture beyond the secret realm to eliminate him." The elders nodded in agreement, committing Zhao Hao's likeness to memory. "Rest assured, clan leader, we will first issue a bounty at the Slaughter God Pavilion. Then we shall embark on our quest. We will not return until this boy is dead." The middle-aged man, burdened with sorrow, implored, "I entrust this task to you, dear uncles." Subsequently, the elders departed the secret realm, heading to the grand city to post the bounty before initiating their search for Zhao Hao. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao had returned to his flying vessel, with the divine ape at the helm, propelling it onward. No other vessels dared approach Zhao Hao's craft. Zhao Hao instructed, "Divine ape, set the vessel to maximum speed to deter any pesky flies from interrupting us." Upon hearing Zhao Hao's command, the divine ape accelerated the vessel, which soon zipped across the Hongtian continent like a fleeting shadow. The vessel's speed was astonishing, even surpassing that of divine emperor practitioners, capturing the attention of many cultivators across the land. "Is that a flying vessel? Good heavens, it is incredibly fast, utterly unbelievable." Many cultivators gazed enviously at the golden blur streaking across the sky. Unbeknownst to Zhao Hao, As his vessel passed a large city, a cloaked figure took note of it. A golden flying vessel? This must be the one the Xiao family has placed a bounty on. What incredible fortune, I have to discover it. The cloaked figure promptly relayed the vessel's coordinates to the Slaughter God Pavilion. Given that the pavilion specialized in assassination, they dared to target even demigods if the price was right. Consequently, the whereabouts of Zhao Hao were soon known to the elders of the Xiao family. The elders split into two groups, setting forth towards Zhao Hao's location, tearing through space as they advanced. However, Zhao Hao remained unfazed, confident in the strength and speed of his vessel, which no one could hope to catch. The divine ape, sensing the vessel's tremendous velocity, felt a profound astonishment within. The speed of the flying vessel invigorated his senses. "Junior brother, have you encountered any troubles?" Fang Ningxiang inquired after she had just refined a celestial-grade body-refining elixir. "Senior sister, there's nothing to worry about. I merely eliminated a young master from the ancient imperial clan of the Xiao family. It's of no concern." Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, Fang Ningxiang felt reassured. With strength, one need not fear any background. Zhao Hao's vessel continued its journey deeper into the Hongtian continent. Chapter 184, Holy Radiant City. Zhao Hao noticed that the divine ape was diligently navigating, and he joined Ni in playing games. The little girl occasionally took out a fruit to eat, her cravings evident, as without the divine beast meat, she had to settle for the fruit. Meanwhile, the elders of the Xiao clan were in deliberation. "The people from the God-slaying pavilion have informed us that their vessel exceeds the speed of the divine emperor realm. Even if we tear through space, we cannot catch up. It would be wise to remain still," one elder remarked. "Indeed, I didn't expect that lad to possess such an impressive vessel." The divine ape brought Zhao Hao to an immense city, which could more accurately be described as an independent kingdom. It was astonishingly vast. Even a divine emperor would require several days to traverse from one end of the city to the other. "Master, this city is incredibly lively. Let's explore a bit." Zhao Hao enveloped the entire city with his divine sense and marveled. "Indeed, this place offers plenty of entertainment." He stowed away the vessel, picked up an eye, and proceeded to the city gates. The guards at the entrance noticed the vessel and recognized the significance of Zhao Hao and his companions. "Fellow cultivator, entry into Holy Radiant City requires a premium divine crystal from each person," the guard respectfully stated. Zhao Hao promptly produced 8 premium divine crystals and handed them to the guards before entering the city. Within the city, the streets were remarkably wide, and the residences were exquisitely constructed. Near the city gates, vendors had already begun setting up stalls. Zhao Hao casually glanced around and discovered that the wares were exceedingly precious, rivaling those auctioned at the Menial City Treasure Auction House. How intriguing! I did not expect to find such a city on the Hongtian continent. Xiao, Qing Shui, Xiao Feng, Xiao Yi, take what you desire. Here are some divine crystals for you. Zhao Hao generously provided each of the 4 with a storage ring containing approximately 10 billion premium divine crystals. With the divine crystals in hand, they immediately began selecting their desired items. Noticing that Fang Ningxiang was also interested, he bestowed upon her 100 billion premium divine crystals. Before long, they had all acquired numerous treasures, their laughter resonating with joy. Zhao, holding a small bell, felt immensely satisfied. It was a defensive 8th-tier artifact capable of withstanding attacks from the divine emperor realm. Not just Zhao, but Lin Xiaofeng was equally delighted with a new garment in her possession. This is a treasure garment capable of withstanding attacks from the divine emperor realm. At the edge of the city, Zhao Hao led his companions deeper into the heart of the territory. Meanwhile, the esteemed elder of the Xiao family received word that those responsible for the demise of their kin had entered the sacred Radiant City. Prompted by this news, the elder made his way directly to the city, tearing through the fabric of space to approach sacred Radiant City with urgency. Zhao Hao and his companions continued their gradual exploration of the city, each feeling a sense of wonderment. The sacred Radiant City was replete with numerous peculiarities that Zhao Hao, being a newcomer, was unaware of and had to discover for himself. Upon arriving, Nini began to drool, exclaiming, "Brother, I want to eat meat." Hearing her words, the eyes of the others sparkled with excitement. "Brother, hurry and find a tavern. We are eager to see how the divine beast meat here differs from that of Mingwest City." Zhao urged Zhao Hao, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Zhao Hao extended his spiritual senses and soon located a large tavern, albeit quite distant from their current position. He tore through space once more to transport them swiftly to the tavern's entrance. Upon emerging from a spatial rift, they found themselves at the door of the tavern, which towered several dozen meters high and boasted an expansive area filled with numerous patrons. Those who frequented this establishment were either affluent or noble, and the decor within was reminiscent of celestial realms, offering an exquisite dining experience for all present. Zhao Hao led his companions toward the tavern, where the guards at the entrance welcomed them with respect, recognizing the presence of a divine emperor among them due to the spectacle of Zhao Hao tearing through space. Although most diners within were divine emperors themselves, the guards remained exceedingly courteous. Upon entering the tavern, they observed that many cultivators inside were, indeed, of the divine emperor realm, indulging in delectable cuisine and fine wines. "Brother, let's find a place to sit quickly," Nini exclaimed, her fingers in her mouth. As they stepped inside, a server approached them promptly. "Esteemed guests, welcome to our celestial tavern. May I inquire which floor you wish to dine on?" Zhao Hao replied. "Please arrange for us to sit on the topmost floor. We wish to survey the entire city." The server appeared somewhat troubled by this request. "Esteemed guest, the top floor is reserved for patrons holding a diamond token. Might I ask if you possess such a token?" Zhao Hao felt a bit embarrassed at this moment. "How does one obtain a token?" The server, recognizing Zhao Hao as a new customer, patiently explained, "Our tavern issues tokens based on consumption. A spending of 100 million premium divine crystals earns a silver token. A spending of 1 billion premium divine crystals earns a gold token. And a spending of 10 billion premium divine crystals earns a diamond token." Zhao Hao, intrigued, inquired further, "Are there any alternative methods to obtain such tokens?" The waiter then remarked that by recharging the corresponding amount into the token, one could similarly obtain the respective token. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao immediately responded, "All right, let us acquire a diamond token. We shall recharge it directly." The waiter, taken aback by Zhao Hao's request, was astonished, for diamond tokens are exceedingly rare, each representing the status of an imperial family. The young man's desire for a diamond token suggested that his background was indeed extraordinary. "Esteemed guest, as long as you provide 10 billion premium divine crystals, you may ascend to the highest level. This sum will be credited to your token, and each expenditure will be deducted accordingly." The waiter guided Zhao Hao to the token registration area, where Zhao Hao presented a storage ring to him. The waiter, upon inspecting the contents of the storage ring, momentarily lost his composure. Regaining his focus, he promptly produced a diamond token and handed it to Zhao Hao. "Esteemed guest, this token contains a credit of 10 billion. I shall now escort you to the highest level." The waiter led Zhao Hao and his companions to the uppermost floor, where, through the windows, they could behold the magnificent scenery outside Holy Radiant City. This exclusive level featured only 3 dining tables, each occupying an expansive area. Zhao Hao and his companions chose one and settled in. At that moment, they were the sole patrons in this elite space. Chapter 185, Supreme Monkey Emperor Wine. The waiter presented the menu before Zhao Hao, who meticulously examined it. In comparison to the taverns of Mingwest City, the Tantian Tavern offered divine beast meat of the 8th tier, with over 10 varieties available. Meats below the 6th tier were simply not served. Additionally, the beverages included the exquisite Monkey Emperor wine, priced at 5 million premium divine crystals per bottle. Unfazed by the cost, Zhao Hao instructed the waiter, "Bring us one of each divine beast meat listed on the menu, and serve us 20 bottles of the Monkey Emperor wine." The waiter, elated by Zhao Hao's order, knew that a larger selection meant a greater commission for the staff. He promptly turned and headed towards the kitchen. "Please wait a moment. We shall prepare your dishes shortly." Nini gazed at the meat selections on the menu, her mouth watering. The little glutton's appetite surpassed even that of Xiao. "Divine ape, come sit and savor the divine beast meat." Zhao Hao beckoned the divine ape, who, though surprised by the attention, obediently found a chair. "Thank you, master." Upon reaching the kitchen, the waiter presented the menu to the head chef. "Chef Xia, prioritize the dishes for this guest." Chef Xia furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "Xiao Wang, do you realize we are currently preparing meals for guests with golden tokens?" The waiter responded, "Golden tokens must wait. I am presenting a menu for a guest with a diamond token. Please do not misinterpret." Chef Xia, astonished by the waiter's assertion, asked, "Are you certain this is a diamond token?" The waiter, with evident impatience, remarked, "Of course it's true. Chef Xia will personally prepare the dishes." Upon hearing this, Chef Xia instantly perked up and declared, "All right, I shall begin at once." Understanding that the meat of the divine beast required some time to cook thoroughly, The waiter promptly approached Zhao Hao and his companions with 20 bottles of exquisite monkey emperor wine. Zhao Hao, seeing the drinks had arrived, eagerly opened a bottle and poured a glass for each person. They each took a sip and instantly felt a warm current coursing through their bodies. Soon, their divine power began to surge, and their meridians became remarkably resilient. Zhao Hao savored the experience, concluding that the wine was indeed superb. Before an I stood a glass as well. After taking a sip, the little girl found it even more delightful than fruit, and without hesitation, she drained her glass. Brother, this wine is truly marvelous. If only we could have it every day, Xiao exclaimed. Zhao Hao replied, that is easily arranged. We shall buy more when we leave. As they conversed, over 10 waiters began to bring out the dishes, each with a smile, courteously placing the plates on the table. It took 3 rounds for all the dishes to be served. However, the first waiter spoke up, saying, esteemed guests, the 8th grade divine beast meat requires a bit more time to cook, so please be patient. Zhao Hao nodded and dismissed the waiter. The group then began to feast heartily. An I, cradled in Fang Ningxiang's arms, was too small to reach the dishes on the table, so she had to rely on Fang Ningxiang to help her. Lin Xiaofeng and Lin Xiaoi were devouring their food, their gluttonous natures rivaling that of an I. Brother Zhao, this divine beast meat is far more delicious than the roasted divine beast meat we had before. The divine beast meat from Menial City pales in comparison, Lin Xiaoi remarked. Zhao Hao smiled at his words, affirming, indeed, Xiaoi, the fare here is truly exceptional. He filled everyone's glasses once more. An I's little mouth moved like a hamster, continuously chewing on the divine beast meat. Fortunately, it was stewed to perfection, or else the little one would have struggled to bite through it. The divine ape, imitating Zhao Hao, picked up the divine beast meat with chopsticks and began to eat. After just the first bite, it was utterly entranced. It was far more delicious than the raw divine beast meat he had consumed previously. Meanwhile, as Zhao Hao and his companions enjoyed their meal, the elder of the Xiao family had already arrived in Xianxia City. They made their way directly to the Tower of God's Slayers, where the assassins informed them of Zhao Hao dining at the Tantian Tavern. At that moment, the elder of the Xiao family displayed a troubled expression. While they dared to act in Xianxia City, they did not have the audacity to strike at the Tantian Tavern. The city was governed by 10 lords, all fully realized divine emperors. While they could dismiss the Xiao family, the tavern's powerful background instilled fear in them, as they had received alarming intelligence. The Celestial Tavern has no fewer than 1,000 establishments across the continent, and the forces behind it are profoundly formidable, rivaling the colossal Wanbao auction house. The Celestial Tavern in Xianxia City is merely a branch. However, no one dares to cause a disturbance within its walls. Once they leave the Celestial Tavern, we shall take our positions there. The assassins from the Godslaughter Pavilion have discreetly arrived outside the tavern alongside the elder of the Xiao family. At this moment, Zhao Hao is thoroughly engrossed in his meal, blissfully unaware that the Xiao family is on the hunt. Even if he were aware, it would matter little to him. As the group savored their feast, the server brought forth over 10 dishes of 8th-tier divine beast meat. At this time, Nini began to squirm in Fang Ningxiang's embrace. Sister-in-law, I want this, Nini exclaimed, and Fang Ningxiang promptly helped her with a generous portion of the 8th-tier divine beast meat. The little girl immediately began to eat with delight. Senior sister, you should eat quickly, or else I'll take the little girl off your hands. Zhao Hao remarked directly. It's all right, junior brother. She is very well behaved. Fang Ningxiang replied. Hearing her words, Zhao Hao did not insist further and joined in the meal. Approximately 2 hours later, the group finished every dish on the table, and the 20 bottles of exquisite Monkey Emperor wine had been entirely consumed. Each person reclined comfortably in their seats, displaying expressions of contentment. Zhao Hao then summoned the server. Upon approaching, the server addressed Zhao Hao respectfully. Esteemed guest, how may we assist you? Zhao Hao replied, how much exquisite Monkey Emperor wine do you have left? We wish to purchase it all. The server was momentarily taken aback. The exquisite Monkey Emperor wine costs 5 million supreme divine crystals per bottle. To buy them all is no trivial sum. Dear guest, our tavern has a policy to maintain a basic supply of beverages for other patrons. So I can only sell you 2/3 of our stock, the server informed him. Zhao Hao inquired then, how many bottles can I buy? The server responded, we have approximately 6,000 bottles in our warehouse. I can sell you 4,000 bottles. Each bottle requires 5 million supreme divine crystals, totaling 2 billion supreme divine crystals. Your token's limit is insufficient. Without hesitation, Zhao Hao produced another 2 billion supreme divine crystals and handed them to the server. Esteemed guest, the meal you ordered earlier amounts to 300 million supreme divine crystals, which we will deduct from your previous balance, the server indicated. Chapter 186, Slaying the Elder of the Xiao Family. Zhao Hao presented his token to the server, who deducted the cost of the meal before heading to the warehouse to retrieve the 4,000 bottles of exquisite monkey emperor wine. After receiving them, Zhao Hao prepared to leave the tavern with his companions. However, at that moment, an elegant middle-aged man approached Zhao Hao. Esteemed guest, I am a manager of this branch of the Celestial Tavern. Thank you for your substantial patronage. The establishment of our restaurant is pleased to offer you a 10% discount on all future purchases. Additionally, should our patrons require assistance, we are willing to aid them on 3 occasions, even to the extent of eliminating their adversaries. Upon hearing the manager's words, Zhao Hao responded directly, expressing his gratitude but indicating that he currently had no need for assistance. The manager, understanding, wished him well and hoped he would consider visiting again, assuring him that help was always available if needed. Zhao Hao merely smiled at the middle-aged man's remarks before he and Fang Ningxiang made their way outside the restaurant. However, upon exiting, Zhao noticed several individuals concealed outside, vigilantly observing the establishment. He instinctively shielded Zhao Xiao and the others behind him and began to depart. No sooner had he stepped beyond the restaurant's confines than the hidden figures surged toward him. Just as Zhao Hao prepared to secure Zhao Xiao within his spatial realm, Fang Ningxiang had already unsheathed her longsword and charged at the assailants. One of the hidden figures boldly declared, "How dare a mere nobody attempt to harm a member of the Xiao family? Today shall be your last." At that moment, the manager of the Tongtian restaurant appeared before Zhao Hao and his companions, asserting, "You dare to lay a hand on our esteemed guest? You must be courting death." The Xiao family members were momentarily taken aback, questioning, "You are the manager of Tongtian restaurant?" The cultured middle-aged man replied, "Indeed. Should our patrons require our intervention, we will not hesitate to eliminate any members of the Xiao family." Zhao Hao, upon seeing the refined gentleman, expressed his gratitude for the protection, but insisted, "There is no need for your assistance. We can handle this ourselves." The cultured man was momentarily stunned, realizing the Xiao family members before them were all at the peak of the divine emperor realm, numbering 8 in total. How could this young man claim he could manage the situation? "Are you certain you do not require our help?" he inquired. Zhao Hao nodded affirmatively. The Xiao family members, initially believing they had no chance to eliminate Zhao Hao, were surprised by his rejection of the restaurant's aid. "Huh, arrogant boy. Do not presume that being at the peak of the divine emperor realm grants you the power to confront us. We have 8 members. The restaurant manager stepped back, intrigued to witness how Zhao Hao would contend with the Xiao family. After asserting his position, Zhao Hao enveloped Zhao Xiao and the others in a protective stance, while Fang Ningxiang launched an assault with her longsword against the Xiao family members. An ice-winged phoenix surged forth like lightning toward them. The Xiao family members, incensed by Fang Ningxiang's attack, combined their efforts to unleash a formidable technique, shattering the phoenix. However, despite the phoenix's destruction, the icy essence it contained swiftly enveloped the assailants, leaving them rigidly frozen. The elder of the Xiao family promptly channeled his divine energy to circulate throughout his body, dispelling the chill. Yet, a heavy sense of foreboding settled upon him, due to the intelligence they received regarding the death of the young master at the hands of Zhao Hao. The woman's formidable prowess raised questions. Fang Ningxiang, seeing that no harm had been inflicted, immediately summoned her divine power with unwavering determination. Just then, 2 fully realized divine emperors descended upon the scene, reminding all that combat was strictly prohibited within the confines of Xianxia City, with violators facing immediate execution. Observing the residences encased in ice due to the chilling aura, Fang Ningxiang sheathed her longsword. At that moment, a member of the Xiao family boldly declared, "Who are you to interfere in the matters of the Xiao clan?" Only then did the 2 newcomers realize that all members of the Xiao family present were at the pinnacle of the divine emperor realm, causing them to grow tense. "Dear sirs, while we do not wish to intervene in your quarrels, engaging in battle within the city and causing harm to its residents would place you at odds with us," they warned. "Although Xianxia City may not rival the Xiao clan, should you disregard the rules, we have no qualms about confronting you with 10 of our finest." The elder of the Xiao family seethed with rage. While they did not fear the city lord, it was unwise to create more enemies at this juncture. Fang Ningxiang cast a reassuring glance at Zhao Hao before tearing through the fabric of space to depart. The Xiao clan members exchanged glances with Zhao Hao, ultimately deciding, let's first deal with that woman. This boy cannot escape. They too ripped through space in pursuit of Fang Ningxiang. Meanwhile, patrons of the Tongtian Tavern emerged, also tearing open the fabric of space to join the fray. The tavern's proprietor followed suit, along with the two city lords who ventured forth to witness the confrontation. Zhao Hao, with a single-hand gesture, conjured a spatial rift before him, transporting himself and Zhao Xiao to the outskirts of Shanghui City. At that moment, Fang Ningxiang was already engaged in combat with the elder of the Xiao family. Azure divine power surged through the air, creating fissures in the very fabric of space as the elder and his 8 companions surrounded Fang Ningxiang, launching a relentless assault. Yet, Fang Ningxiang felt no pressure, effortlessly countering their attacks. The onlookers began to recognize Fang Ningxiang's extraordinary capabilities. A demigod? Mused the proprietor of the Tongtian Tavern as he observed her with growing concern. After an hour of battle, the elders of the Xiao family began to gasp for breath. Eager to conclude the fight swiftly, Fang Ningxiang channeled her full divine power, summoning a lifelike ice phoenix at the tip of her sword, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet dramatically. The ice phoenix soared towards the elder of the Xiao family. This time, their attacks failed to shatter the phoenix, which, upon reaching them, encased all 8 in ice. As the ice phoenix shattered, all its frigid energy engulfed the 8 adversaries. Fang Ningxiang, witnessing them frozen in place, swiftly unleashed 8 punches, shattering the icy sculptures, leaving only traces of blood dissipating into the air. The 8 elders of the Xiao family were left utterly annihilated. Fang Ningxiang sheathed her sword with ease, finally allowing herself to relax. However, at this moment, Fang Ningxiang sensed a hint of anomaly. Just as she prepared to turn around to investigate, she discovered a poisoned dagger embedded in her body. The owner of the dagger, anticipating success, was astonished to find that his lethal strike had not pierced her skin at all. Fang Ningxiang swiftly turned and seized the assailant's arm, preventing any attempt at escape, and then delivered a powerful punch, obliterating him into a mist of blood. Zhao Hao, witnessing Fang Ningxiang's swift resolution of the conflict, immediately felt a surge of joy. Chapter 187. Entering the Cultivation Tower. Fang Ningxiang approached Zhao Hao and inquired, "Junior brother, how did I perform?" Zhao Hao smiled and replied, "Senior sister, you were formidable. Those individuals were from the Xiao family. They brought this upon themselves." Fang Ningxiang then remarked, "I suspect the Xiao family will be brought to ruin by the young master you dispatched previously." After their exchange, they prepared to return to Shanghui City. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiao exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, you are truly amazing." Those 8 old men were vanquished in an instant. The pair returned to Shanghui City, where the onlookers were astounded. "Huh! The Xiao family has suffered a tremendous loss. They will surely fall from their status as an ancient imperial clan. Indeed, that girl appears to be at the pinnacle of the divine emperor realm, yet possesses the strength of a half-immortal. The Xiao family is doomed." The crowd buzzed with discussions. Zhao Hao and his companions, seemingly unfazed by the earlier events, resumed their exploration of Shanghui City. The residents remained unaffected, continuing their trade and cultivation as usual. Zhao Hao led his companions in surveying the entirety of Shanghui City. The city lord had vanished, and they sensed that this conflict was far from over, anticipating the Xiao family's retaliation to be imminent. "Hey, junior brother, what is that tall tower for?" Fang Ningxiang pointed out a tower in Shanghui City. Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang approached the tower and entered. Inside, they encountered a cultivator who was continuously teleporting others. Upon seeing Zhao Hao and his group, the cultivator stated, "This tower is the Magical Arts Cultivation Tower. Within lies a stone tablet where guests can learn magical techniques." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao remarked, "Isn't that the Divine Cultivation Stone Tablet?" The cultivator scoffed at Zhao Hao's words. "How could the Divine Cultivation Stone Tablet compare to ours? Our tablet enables comprehension of high-tier magical techniques at the Divine Emperor realm, while the Divine Cultivation Stone Tablet is merely for lower-tier divine practitioners." Zhao Hao responded, intrigued, "Can your tablet truly impart high-tier techniques?" The cultivator asserted, "As long as you possess high talent, you will certainly grasp the techniques of the Divine Emperor realm." "I am not boasting." At this point, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang were quite tempted. "Haven't we gained entry to comprehend?" The cultivator replied, 100 million premium divine crystals per person. Once you pay, You may teleport inside. Zhao Hao, upon hearing the words of the individual, promptly surrendered 800 million exquisite divine crystals. The individual then cautioned, "Remember, fighting is strictly prohibited within, otherwise you shall be expelled." Zhao Hao, accompanied by his companions, proceeded with the teleportation. When they reopened their eyes, they found themselves in a vast plaza. Xiao and the others clustered around Zhao Hao, and before them stood an imposing stone monument. Both Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang scrutinized the monument, but after an extensive period of examination, they yielded no insights. Exchanging glances, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang observed the individuals seated cross-legged in the plaza. Zhao Hao then retrieved the Tongxian pill from his spatial storage. This was a pill of a higher caliber than the divine level enlightenment pills, a product of Zhao Hao's previous quality return. He distributed 10 pills to each person, saying, Xiao, this is a rare opportunity. Consume the pill and begin to comprehend the monument. After consuming the pills, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang felt their souls become transparent, immersing themselves in the enlightenment offered by the monument. Xiao and her companions also fell into a deep state of absorption, while only Nini, seemingly unoccupied, munched on Hongtian fruit and began to frolic in the plaza as she noticed her siblings engrossed in their cultivation. At that moment, Zhao Hao, through the monument, began to mentally practice a sword technique, gradually mastering it. This was a fire attribute sword technique, akin to the flame dragon sword technique he had comprehended at the stone tablet of divine cultivation on the chaotic battlefield. However, this technique was significantly more potent. Zhao Hao sensed that even a slight application would surpass his previous flame dragon sword technique. He designated this new technique as the Flame Dragon Emperor's Sword, its power magnified beyond measure. Subsequently, having fully mastered the Emperor's Sword, the monument unveiled a boxing technique that resonated with Zhao Hao's fire attribute divine power. Upon mastering this boxing technique, his strength ascended to a new tier. He named this technique the Flame Dragon Emperor's Fist, a synthesis of his divine power and physical prowess, boasting astonishing might. Finally, Zhao Hao also grasped a movement technique, one that harmonized physical strength with divine cultivation, ensuring his innate invincibility. Just as Zhao Hao believed his insights had come to an end, the monument evolved once more. He discovered the method to transcend into the celestial realm inscribed upon it. Sensing that he met the conditions for the breakthrough, Zhao Hao instinctively produced a celestial pill to commence his ascension. His power surged rapidly. The aura of his perfected divine emperor state intensified. However, upon reaching the semi-celestial realm, his progress abruptly halted. Zhao Hao felt the oppressive force of this realm. Realizing that breaking through to the celestial realm amidst the cosmos was virtually unattainable. Yet, having reached the semi-celestial realm, his divine power was now capable of contending with celestial realm beings, and combined with his physical strength, which had already attained celestial might, it could be said that Zhao Hao possessed the strength of a celestial being. Zhao Hao awoke directly after his breakthrough, only to find he could no longer comprehend the steel. Though a tinge of regret lingered, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. However, as he reflected on his experience, a cultivator was already attacking another. Nini, who had been merrily wandering the square while savoring the Hongtian fruit, unwittingly caught the attention of a recently awakened cultivator. Recognizing the fruit, the cultivator harbored malicious intent, seeking to snatch the Hongtian fruit from Nini's grasp. Yet, Nini was no fool. She resolutely declared, "This is mine. I won't give it to you." The cultivator glanced around, noticing no one was watching, and launched an attack aimed at severing Nini's hand to seize her storage ring. To his astonishment, his sword shattered upon striking the little girl's arm. Initially startled, Nini soon broke into a silly grin, exclaiming, "You are a bad person. My brother will deal with you." After attacking Nini, the cultivator was promptly expelled from the space. Zhao Hao witnessed the attack on his sister and seethed, "How dare you harm my sister? I will remember you." Yet, he held no concern for Nini. Her attire was capable of withstanding celestial-level assaults, rendering her defenses nearly impenetrable in this realm. The little girl approached Zhao Hao, exclaiming, "Brother, there is a bad person." He promptly gathered her into his embrace, reassuring her, "Do not worry, I shall avenge you. How dare anyone harm my sister?" Hearing her brother's words, Nini resumed her enjoyment of the Hongtian fruit. Chapter 188. Acquiring a residence at this moment, Zhao Hao sensed someone breaking through a realm. Upon inspection, he discovered it was Fang Ningxiang. "Sister, You are likely on the verge of attaining the semi-immortal realm. Fang Ningxiang instinctively produced a celestial pill to facilitate her breakthrough. After half an hour, she awakened, followed by Xiao and the others, who also experienced fluctuations in their auras, though they ultimately did not successfully advance in their cultivation. Upon awakening, they found themselves mastering various techniques and agile movements, filling them with great delight. Observing that everyone had come to, Zhao Hao prepared to lead them away from this place. They all stepped onto the teleportation array and were subsequently transported outside. The attendant who had charged them observed their swift exit with a hint of disdain. As others typically took at least a month to comprehend the essence, some even stretching to half a year. Yet, they had emerged in less than a day, undoubtedly suggesting a lack of talent. Unbeknownst to him, the reason for Zhao Hao and his companions' rapid departure was entirely due to the Tongxian pill, which had allowed them to attain comprehensive enlightenment. Dear guest, how was your experience? The attendant inquired. Zhao Hao simply smiled and remained silent. The attendant continued, guests, one can only enter and comprehend the essence once in a lifetime. Should you miss this opportunity, you shall not be permitted to return. Zhao Hao paid no heed to his words, departing from the tower and employing his divine sense to locate those intent on harming Nini. Mareli Momins Late. He identified the culprit, who was meandering down the street. Senior sister, let us proceed, Zhao Hao declared, cradling Nini as he approached the individual. Initially, the man ambled innocently along the thoroughfare, but suddenly sensing a murderous intent, he turned to look. Upon spotting Nini in Zhao Hao's grasp, he immediately bolted. However, Fang Ningxiang swiftly apprehended him. Junior brother, what transpires? She inquired. Zhao Hao replied, Senior sister, this scoundrel attempted to harm Nini during our moment of enlightenment. I cannot allow him to escape. At that moment, the man began to plead for mercy, exclaiming, Please, spare me. It was but a moment of greed. My crime does not warrant death. Yet, Fang Ningxiang was engulfed in a tempest of fury. How dare you harm my sister? You seek death. With that, she crushed the man into a mist of blood. The bystanders gasped in shock. To dare commit murder within the city would undoubtedly invite the Lord's wrath. Subsequently, Zhao Hao and the others resumed their leisurely stroll through the market. Senior sister, shall we procure a residence in this city? Zhao Hao suggested. Fang Ningxiang responded, Indeed, junior brother, although we may not reside here long term, it shall provide us with a place to rest. Zhao Hao led Fang Ningxiang to the Lord's estate. At that moment, the city lord was deliberating on how to avert any retaliatory actions from a Shao family that could jeopardize the city. However, upon sensing Zhao Hao and his companions, the previous two city lords emerged to greet them, mistakenly believing Fang Ningxiang to be the leader of the group. We are at your service, esteemed friends. How may our lord be of assistance? They inquired, turning their attention to Fang Ningxiang. Fang Ningxiang replied, We wish to purchase a residence within this city. Could the lord assist us? The two lords readily affirmed, Certainly. We possess several estates. What are your preferences? After a moment of contemplation, Fang Ningxiang stated, We seek a large estate capable of accommodating 10,000 individuals. Do you have such a place? The two lords responded, Indeed, we have just what you seek. Allow us to escort you to view it. Please follow us. The city lord then tore through the fabric of space, leading the group to the central estate district. Esteemed friends, please peruse these available estates. Feel free to select. After examining the properties, Fang Ningxiang chose one that caught her eye. This one will suffice. Its arrangement is quite pleasing. The two lords exclaimed, You possess remarkable discernment. This estate harbors a miniature world within. It can comfortably house up to 100,000 residents. Zhao Hao was taken aback. A miniature world within the estate? The two lords confirmed. Indeed, when we constructed these estates, our city possesses only 10 such remarkable dwellings. Zhao Hao inquired, What is the cost in divine crystals? The two city lords exchanged a glance before stating, This residence shall be a gift for you, dear friend. There is no need for any payment. However, Zhao Hao promptly replied, No, we must pay what is due. This estate holds considerable value, and we cannot accept it without compensation. The city lords could not help but smile wryly. They had intended to befriend Fang Ningxiang through this gift. But Zhao Hao's words rendered the situation rather awkward. Friend, if you insist on providing divine crystals, a sum of 10 billion premium divine crystals would suffice. Zhao Hao, unfazed, retrieved a storage ring from his spatial realm and handed it to the lords. They accepted the ring without inspection. Subsequently, they guided Fang Ningxiang through the estate. And within moments, She had familiarized herself with the entire property. As the city lords prepared to take their leave, they remarked, "Friend, do visit us at the city lord's mansion whenever you have the time. Our doors shall always remain open for you." Fang Ningxiang replied, "I shall certainly pay a visit when possible." Once the lords departed, Zhao Hao led Nini and the others into the interior of the estate. This residence, excluding the small world, offered ample space to accommodate thousands, while the small world could host even more. Nonetheless, Zhao Hao opted for a room in the front row for himself and allowed Zhao Xiao and the others to choose their rooms nearby. At this moment, the divine ape took on the role of a guardian, tasked with safeguarding the estate. "Brother, will we live here from now on?" Nini exclaimed, running about the room. "Yes. Do you like it here?" Zhao Hao inquired. "I like it," Nini responded enthusiastically. Unbeknownst to Zhao Hao, two factions were plotting against him: the Xiao family and the assassin organization, the God-slaying pavilion. The assassin who Fang Ningxiang had slain was a perfect grade assassin from the God-slaying pavilion, and now she had become a thorn in the side of both factions. They had learned that Zhao Hao was accompanied by two formidable cultivators. As a result, the God-slaying pavilion sought further compensation from the Xiao family, as the latter had failed to provide effective intelligence. Initially, they believed Zhao Hao to be a solitary threat, but with the addition of these two powerful individuals, the God-slaying pavilion naturally raised their price. Meanwhile, within the Xiao family, chaos reigned. The deaths of 8 perfect-grade elder deities had severely weakened the clan, and the strength of Zhao Hao and his companions was information they desperately sought. The ability to eliminate 8 perfect-grade elder deities in a single strike led them to classify Fang Ningxiang's power at the semi-immortal level, surpassing even Zhao Hao's prowess. In a state of panic, the clan leader of the Xiao family summoned the family's strongest members to discuss a strategy. "Esteemed colleagues, the current situation is dire. All 8 elder deities have perished. What should we do?" At that moment, a burly middle-aged man spoke up. "This calamity stems from your son's arrogance, which has brought formidable enemies upon our clan. His death is inconsequential compared to the immense losses he has inflicted upon us. I propose we strip Xiao Zhan of his position as clan leader." As the words of the burly middle-aged man echoed through the hall, a chorus of agreement swiftly emerged. At that moment, Xiao Zhan's heart felt as if it had turned to ash. Thoughts of abdication began to plague his mind. He believed the middle-aged man spoke the truth, attributing the family's significant misfortunes solely to his son. Yet, just as the burly man seemed to triumph, a heavy cough resonated within the hearts of all present, instilling a profound discomfort. An elder, his hair and beard as white as snow, made his appearance in the grand hall. "Who dares to claim Xiao Zhan's position as clan leader?" The burly man, unfamiliar with the elder, boldly declared, "It is I. Xiao Zhan is the family sinner. He is unworthy of leading us." However, as soon as the burly man finished speaking, he erupted into a mist of blood. "Is there anyone else who supports Xiao Zhan's abdication?" The elder's words cast a shadow over the hearts of all present. Rising to his feet, Xiao Zhan bowed deeply, addressing the ancestor. His gesture revealed the elder's esteemed identity, prompting others to follow suit in reverence. A group of fickle-minded individuals, failing to unite in times of tribulation, would only sow discord within the family. While the sons of the Xiao family face death outside, the family shall pursue justice relentlessly. It matters not whether our sons are in the right or wrong. Destroying the enemy is our foremost duty. Should I hear any more cowardly murmurs in the future, I shall send them away without hesitation. The elder then took a seat at the head of the assembly and spoke directly to Xiao Zhan. "Xiao Zhan, recount the events to me in detail." Heeding the elder's command, Xiao Zhan began to narrate the circumstances in full. Upon hearing his account, the elder furrowed his brow. "Are you certain that those two were not particularly aged?" Xiao Zhan replied, "When my son was slain, my projection observed them. The man could not have been over 50. Xiao Zhan's words detonated like a bomb, stirring unrest among the clan members. To be capable of vanquishing 8 perfected divine emperors in a single strike, their strength must have reached the semi-immortal level. I have not ventured out for many years. Perhaps it is time for a journey." The elder spoke again. "I too have attained the semi-immortal level, yet none have managed to slay me at this stage. Should I succeed in eliminating them, all will be well. If not, the Xiao family may need to reconsider its standing." With those final words, the elder vanished from sight. At that moment, the grand elder beside Xiao Zhan inquired, "Clan leader, who is that elder who just departed?" Xiao Zhan responded, "He is our great ancestor, the eldest living ancestor of the Xiao family. Hearing this, the crowd's expressions transformed with newfound confidence. With the great ancestor taking action, victory against the enemy seemed assured. Indeed, the great ancestor has been a semi-immortal for many years. Yet, as Xiao Zhan listened to the discussions below, a sense of unease crept into his heart. If a calamity were to befall the patriarch, it is certain that the Xiao family would descend into decline. At this moment, Xiao Zhan harbored an intense loathing for his second son. The words of the burly middle-aged man rang true. A prodigal son had brought ruin upon the entire Xiao clan. Meanwhile, in the skies above the Hongtian continent, a white-haired elder seemed to wander through the very fabric of space with ease, swiftly traversing from the Xiao family to Xianxia city in mere moments. The elder retracted his aura and began to probe with his divine sense for Fang Ningxiang's whereabouts. Upon scanning her, he immediately confirmed that she was the person he sought. However, unbeknownst to him, Fang Ningxiang had already sensed his divine presence. Conversely, when she scrutinized him with her own divine sense, the elder remained oblivious to her perception. Junior brother, semi-immortal expert has arrived. I suspect he is from the Xiao family. Zhao Hao remarked upon hearing Fang Ningxiang's words. Do you have confidence in confronting him? He inquired. No problem. You know well my capabilities. Fang Ningxiang replied. Good. Lure him outside Xianxia city to prevent him from wreaking havoc on our residence. She nodded in agreement and promptly tore open a rift, teleporting several thousand miles away from the city. Upon witnessing Fang Ningxiang's departure from the city, the white-haired elder paid it no mind and once again traversed space to appear before her. Fang Ningxiang looked at the elder and boldly asked, You are from the Xiao family? The elder replied directly, Child, are you the one who killed 8 of my Xiao family supreme elders? Indeed, Fang Ningxiang retorted. Your Xiao family is utterly shameless. When you are defeated, you call upon the old. When the old cannot prevail, you summon yet older ones. Do you realize that all of this stems from your family's incessant bullying? The elder responded, It is permissible for my Xiao family to bully others, but it is unacceptable for others to bully us, regardless of the righteousness of the matter. Fang Ningxiang could not help but laugh in fury. Corruption breeds corruption. This time, I shall not hold back. Once I slay you, I will march to the Xiao family and eradicate you all. The elder chuckled, Kill me? Do you truly believe you can accomplish that? Fang Ningxiang drew her long sword and declared, Enough of your rambling. I shall send you on your way. Upon entering the tower, her swordsmanship had surged in potency. She concentrated her energy at the tip of her sword, manifesting a colossal ice phoenix, which she unleashed upon the elder. The ice phoenix struck like a bolt of lightning, crashing before the elder. He managed to deflect the impact with one hand, yet the phoenix shattered, enveloping the elder in a chilling aura. He was instantaneously encased in ice, and, just as Fang Ningxiang prepared to finish him, she observed the ice surrounding the elder begin to fracture. Impressive ice magic. Quite formidable, but to kill me, you still lack the necessary firepower, the elder remarked. Hearing his words, Fang Ningxiang began to channel her divine energy fervently. A torrent of formidable power coalesced upon her sword, sending a faint chill toward the elder. The white-haired elder, at this moment, retracted his disdain and fervently channeled his divine energy, sending a dense wave of yellow power toward Fang Ningxiang. However, Fang Ningxiang's chilling divine energy froze his own, continuing to spread toward the elder. Sensing the terrifying cold, the elder wisely chose not to confront it head-on, retreating a considerable distance. At this juncture, he realized the formidable nature of Fang Ningxiang, understanding that killing her would be an arduous task. Chapter 190. The Sanctum of Radiance's Testing Grounds. Fang Ningxiang swiftly employed her agility to appear before the elder, thrusting her long sword toward him. The elder evaded once more. In this moment, Fang Ningxiang recalled her earlier combat in the Sword Sect's testing tower against Zhao Hao, where they had exploited each other's weaknesses. Her movements began to take on an uncanny quality, her strikes no longer straightforward, but instead becoming intricate and cunning. The elder found himself in a precarious situation, forced to evade her relentless assaults, and yet Fang Ningxiang managed to draw blood from him. Recognizing that the current strategy was futile, the elder summoned his divine energy to form a colossal hand, intending to seize Fang Ningxiang. Upon witnessing this gesture, she remained unperturbed, deftly dodging it. The elder, astonished by her agility, felt as though she was nearly matching his own speed. As the battle progressed, neither party engaged directly, but continued to evade each other's attacks. Suddenly, the elder vanished, reappearing behind Fang Ningxiang and delivering a powerful punch to her back. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Fang Ningxiang remained unscathed, retaliating with a thrust that severed the elder's left arm. Elated by her success, she thought, "If you wish to exchange injuries, can you truly withstand it?" The elder, now visibly terrified, exclaimed, "Your physical form, impossible. How can it be so robust?" Ignoring his fear, Fang Ningxiang lunged forward with her sword once more. However, the elder was unwilling to concede. He struck her back with all his might. This time, he was repelled by the recoil of their clash. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the elder tore through the fabric of space in an attempt to flee. The Xiao family had truly encountered an insurmountable challenge. This girl was a veritable anomaly, possessing not only formidable divine power, but also an invincible physique. At that moment, Zhao Hao, who had been lurking nearby, seized the opportunity as the elder attempted to escape, revealing himself and launching a sword strike toward the elder. With no other choice, the elder abandoned his flight to defend against Zhao Hao's divine sword energy. Subsequently, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang commenced a coordinated assault on the elder, each unleashing their most potent divine sword techniques. The elder, confronted by the icy phoenix on his left and the fiery dragon on his right, was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. When the extremes of cold and heat collided upon the venerable elder, a tremendous explosion ensued. The elder, caught in the chaos, was violently thrown to the ground. Zhao Hao seized the moment, lunging forward with his sword aimed directly at the elder, who, gravely wounded and unable to escape, sent a message to Xiao Zhan of his family, only to have his head severed by Zhao Hao shortly thereafter. Upon retrieving the elder's storage ring, Zhao Hao discovered it to be empty, leaving him somewhat disheartened. At that moment, Fang Ningxiang approached, exclaiming, "Junior brother, I never anticipated that our divine power would clash with such catastrophic results." Zhao Hao replied, "Indeed, this old fellow is no ordinary adversary. Had I not intervened, he might have eluded us." Fang Ningxiang continued, "I previously declared our intent to eradicate the Xiao family, and we must fulfill that promise. Let us return to the city to inquire with the Lord about the Xiao family stronghold, and then proceed to annihilate them." Zhao Hao concurred. The pair made their way to the Lord's manor, where they swiftly acquired the Xiao family's location. After tearing through space multiple times, they arrived at a perilous mountain peak. Zhao Hao extended his consciousness and immediately detected a mysterious fluctuation. He tore apart the fabric of space, revealing the Xiao family's small world. However, upon entering, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang found the place desolate, forcing Zhao Hao to return to Xianxia city in frustration. Meanwhile, within the Xiao family's ranks, Xiao Zhan was in a state of despair. Their ancient imperial clan had been driven from their stronghold, left with nowhere to turn. Several elders in the group were filled with righteous indignation, lamenting the death of their leader. "Is it true that our leader has perished?" one elder exclaimed. "I refuse to believe it. His mastery of spatial techniques was formidable. How could he fall so easily?" Xiao Zhan responded before his demise. "The great ancestor sent me a message instructing me to lead our kin away from the small world." The elders sighed. The power capable of slaying their great ancestor was undoubtedly immense. "When the Xiao family rises again, we shall avenge our fallen leader." Meanwhile, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang returned to their residence in Xianxia city. "Sister, it's likely that the Xiao family fled prematurely. They pose no threat to us now." Fang Ningxiang remarked, "Junior brother, I understand, yet I cannot abide their arrogance." "Sister, families of power often impose their will upon others. We need not concern ourselves with them." 2 months swiftly passed, and Zhao Hao, Fang Ningxiang, and their companions had settled comfortably in Xianxia city. The 10 city lords dared not provoke Zhao Hao, who found solace in his new surroundings. At that moment, the city lord convened a meeting, stating, "I have received word that the Xiao family has been compelled to abandon their stronghold, forsaking their small world. Those 2 young individuals surely possess strength akin to that of semi-immortals. The Xiao family has retreated. Alas, the number of semi-immortal cultivators residing in Xianxia city has reached 8, and we lords are becoming mere puppets." "Haha, my dear companion, you have erred in your words. It is only with the presence of formidable beings from the semi-immortal realm that we can find assurance." At this juncture, the previously silent third brother spoke up. "Eldest brother, the trial grounds for the younger generation of Xianxia city are set to open soon. Should we not disseminate this news throughout the city now?" The city lord responded, "Indeed. Let us promptly announce this throughout the entire city, urging all individuals under the age of 50 to participate." Understood, eldest brother. Consequently, the city was abuzz with discussions regarding the trial grounds, while the younger generation began their preparations. Zhao Hao received the news and promptly relayed it to Zhao Xiao and the others. Zhao Xiao and her companions were eager to participate, as their strength had considerably advanced. Over the past few months, these young ladies had refined numerous celestial-grade body-refining elixirs. While their divine power may not be the most formidable, their physical prowess was undoubtedly unparalleled. Prepare yourselves, for I shall lead you to the trials, Zhao Hao instructed, and they nodded in unison. 10 days later, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang guided Zhao Xiao and her companions to the trial grounds within the city. The venue was already teeming with the youth of Xianxia City. Zhao Xiao and her friends entered the preliminary competition arena. At that moment, 3 city lords were addressing the aspiring participants, elucidating the entire process of the trials, which were divided into 3 stages. The first stage was a test of willpower, comprising 990 tiers to assess the resolve of the younger generation. The second stage involved the slaying of divine beasts, testing each participant's combat prowess. The third stage featured arena battles. The top 10 participants from these 3 trials would earn the qualification for the entrance examination to the Hongtian Palace. Once the city lords clarified the trials, they opened the gates to the trial tiers. The youth of Xianxia City promptly entered, beginning their ascent. Xiao, the first stage tests your will, correlating with your soul power. The elixirs I provided to enhance your souls were not in vain. My expectation is for you to reach the highest tier. Zhao Hao encouraged. We understand, brother. The group replied, ascending the golden steps. As they stepped onto the first tier, a tremor coursed through their bodies, as the weight of the steps bore down upon their souls. Those with weaker soul power felt a wave of dizziness. However, Zhao Xiao experienced this pressure without discomfort, as if her soul merely rippled in response. Zhao Xiao and Fang Snow, along with the others, advanced resolutely up the steps. At that moment, a city lord approached Zhao Hao and said, "Friend, please take a seat above to observe. It is crowded down here." Zhao Hao nodded, cradling Nini and Fang Ningxiang as they ascended. Upon arrival, they found 5 venerable cultivators seated above, and upon sensing their realms, Zhao Hao discerned that they were all at the semi-immortal level. At this moment, the 5 individuals glanced at Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang, astonished to discover that they too were at the semi-divine realm, particularly given Zhao Hao's apparent youth, not exceeding the age of 50. Their surprise quickly turned to enthusiasm, as they greeted Zhao Hao warmly. His remarkable prowess as a semi-divine being at such a youthful age marked him as one of the most exceptional talents in the history of Hongtian continent. Once Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang settled down, they observed Zhao Xiao and her companions as they undertook their trials. At that moment, Zhao Xiao and her group had already ascended to the 100th step. The pressure intensified with each higher step, yet Zhao Xiao felt none of it. The staircase was now bustling with tens of thousands of climbers, with Zhao Xiao and her friends leading the first tier. Alongside them were a few other cultivators. Zhao Hao surveyed the testing grounds, surmising that the initial 300 steps posed no challenge for Zhao Xiao and her companions, though the subsequent steps might present difficulties for the young maidens. Meanwhile, grand cities across the Hongtian continent were conducting their trials, as Hongtian Palace was about to recruit disciples. Only the top 10 performers would qualify for assessment by the palace. Zhao Xiao swiftly ascended the staircase and soon reached the 299th step. A smile graced her face as she rapidly climbed to the 300th step. Suddenly, a jolt surged through her mind, prompting her to halt at that level. After a moment, she sensed an overwhelming heaviness enveloping her body, yet she steadfastly continued her ascent, albeit not with the same swiftness as before. Each step forward increased the weight upon her. At this juncture, Fang Ningxiang also kept a watchful eye on Fang Xianxia, hoping she would reach the pinnacle. Meanwhile, 10 city lords attentively observed the exceptional youths. Elder brother, those 4 appear to be Zhao Daoyou's kin. I never anticipated they would reach the 300th step so swiftly. The great city lord noted Zhao Xiao and her companions, sensing their powerful spiritual strength and indomitable will. Zhao Hao remained vigilant as well. Half an hour later, Zhao Xiao and her friends reached the 400th step, having forged a considerable lead over the others. Many young aspirants, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, were forced to withdraw. In that moment, an image flickered in Zhao Xiao's mind, a memory from her childhood in Lia City, where she narrowly escaped death at the hands of a villain, saved by her brother. Yet now, in her mind's eye, she witnessed her own demise, with her brother failing to rescue her. Trembling, Xiao fought against despair, her powerful spirit ultimately rousing her from the depths of anguish. Glancing around, a wave of dread washed over her. She had come perilously close to breaking. At that moment, Xiao stood resolutely upon the 410th step. To my astonishment, my memories could be summoned to launch a mental assault upon me. At this moment, Xiao began to grow solemn, aware that the subsequent steps would undoubtedly be fraught with greater challenges. She then lifted her foot to ascend the 411th step, mentally preparing herself for another potential psychological onslaught. However, she soon realized that apart from a heightened sense of physical heaviness, no other discomfort ensued. It seemed that the mental shock was confined to specific steps. Undeterred, Xiao continued her advance, each step taken with utmost vigilance. Zhao Hao observed with a sigh as Xiao progressed slowly. He mused that the young girl had yet to encounter sufficient trials. For these steps were not trivial. They often invoked the deepest fears of cultivators. At that moment, Nini found the situation rather dull and decided to retrieve a Hongtian fruit from her spatial pouch and began to munch on it. The sound of her crisp bites drew the attention of others around her. Is that a Hongtian fruit? This girl is truly squandering it by eating it so casually. The 5 elder beings at the semi-immortal realm also noticed Nini's indulgence in the fruit. They were astonished. Having recently scoured the land in search of Hongtian fruits to enhance their disciple souls, yet had only procured a meager supply. Witnessing a mere child treating the precious fruit as if it were an ordinary snack made their mouths twitch in disbelief. Brother, sister, why are you walking so slowly? Nini tilted her head, gazing at Xiao. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Hao affectionately patted her head. Nini, that step is a bit unusual. Your sister is currently undergoing a trial. Nini, unable to comprehend Zhao Hao's explanation, continued to nibble on her fruit. During this time, Zhao Hao not only provided Xiao with potent soul-strengthening elixirs, but also ensured an ample supply of Hongtian fruits, which contributed to their formidable spiritual prowess. Zhao Hao then spoke to Fang Ningxiang. Sister, Xianxia is quite impressive. She has faced numerous trials and has already reached the 455th step. Fang Ningxiang smiled gently. My sister is indeed very ambitious. Even in the small world, she always aspired to grow stronger. As time passed, a day slipped away, and fewer than 1,000 individuals remained on the steps, with Xiao and her companions leading the way. Fang Xianxia had reached the 600th step, while Xiao and her group had achieved over the 580th step. Following them were several disciples of the semi-immortal elders. Fang Xianxia advanced with steady resolve, her eyes set on the lofty goal of the 990th step. At that moment, Zhao Hao squinted slightly, sensing a murderous intent directed towards Fang Xianxia. Following the source of this malice, he spotted an emaciated elder clad in red robes seated to the far left. Zhao Hao immediately utilized his spiritual perception to scrutinize the old man. Soon, he detected the black divine energy coursing within the elder's being, a color characteristic only of the demonic race. Could he be a demon disguised as a human? Zhao Hao's spiritual perception went unnoticed by the elder. No wonder there is a murderous intent towards Xiaoxua. It seems that the talents of the human race are indeed thorns in their hearts. Chapter 192, The Second Trial. At this moment, Zhao Hao was keenly observing the demon clan member, eager to discern his intentions. Unbeknownst to the demon, the casual display of his murderous intent had inadvertently revealed his identity. Zhao Hao then communicated with Fang Ningxiang, informing her of the elder's affiliation with the demon clan. Fang Ningxiang, utilizing her divine sense, confirmed the revelation and felt reassured. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed, and only over 200 participants remained on the trial staircase. Xiao and her companions had ascended to the highest tier, securing the top 4 positions. The subsequent contestants found themselves stuck at the 800th level, lacking the courage to advance further, sensing that any attempt to progress would surely lead to their elimination. The city lord promptly announced the conclusion of the trial, declaring that all participants who had surpassed the 600th level were deemed qualified. Consequently, over 100 individuals were officially recognized as such. Xiao and her friends received special commendations from several city lords, who meticulously recorded the names of all qualified participants. They were granted a day of rest in the plaza before entering the second trial. The second trial would take place within a small world inhabited by various divine beasts. Only those who could slay the most divine beasts would qualify. At this moment, Xiao and her companions approached Zhao Hao. "Brother, how did I perform?" Zhao Hao lavished praise upon them without reservation, bringing immense joy to the group. He then cautioned the four, "Be vigilant as you enter the small world. The divine beasts within are exceedingly formidable." The four nodded in agreement. After a day of recuperation, the city lords opened the exit to the small world. Each participant was assigned a wristband, and they all stepped into the mystical realm together. The trial takers adorned with wristbands could be observed by those outside. Upon entering the small world, they immediately began their search for divine beasts. Xiao and her companions were no longer the novices who had first arrived in the Hongtian continent, capable only of dealing with low-tier divine beasts. They had grown sufficiently adept to stand on their own. Meanwhile, as Zhao Hao and others watched the trial participants, the elder in the red robe discreetly departed from the plaza. Zhao Hao focused his divine sense on him. The elder made his way to a secluded spot and produced a communication jade talisman to converse. Montakan, locate those four individuals and unleash the seventh-tier divine beast from your space to ensure their demise. After conveying his orders, the elder returned to the elevated platform of the plaza. Zhao Hao overheard the elder's words. "This demon clan dares to target my loved ones. Their existence has become unnecessary." Nevertheless, Zhao Hao felt no apprehension, for Xiao and her companions possessed defensive artifacts of the divine emperor level. At that moment, a shadowy young man was searching for Xiao and her companions within the small world. At this moment, Zhao Hao observed the shadowy youth through the transmitted image. This lad refrained from slaying the divine beasts and was instead searching for Xiao and her companions. Meanwhile, Xiao and her group were engaged in the extermination of sixth-tier divine beasts. They operated with remarkable efficiency, as the sixth-tier beasts were no match for them. Before long, they had dispatched numerous divine beasts, amassing an impressive lead in points. At the same time, the elderly man in the red robe was anxiously watching the image before him. The situation was dire, for Mo and had yet to locate Xiao and her friends. He was acutely aware that once Mo and unleashed the seventh-tier divine beasts, his identity would be compromised. Still, the prospect of eliminating the human geniuses made it all worthwhile. The second trial was limited to 3 days, and with that time nearly elapsed, it was now the third day. Finally, the shadowy youth located Xiao and her companions, approaching them with a broad smile before releasing 2 seventh-tier divine beasts from his space. He then hastily departed. The 10 city lords, witnessing this event through the imagery, were struck with disbelief. How dare he bring 7th-tier divine beasts into harm's way against our prodigies? This shadowy youth is suspicious. Quickly, we must rush in to rescue them. As the lords prepared to intervene, Zhao Hao interposed himself. He directed his gaze toward the elderly man in the red robe. "That man is Mo, isn't he?" he inquired. The old man, realizing he had been exposed, felt no fear. He was confident in his ability to escape. "I do not know his name. Why do you ask me?" Seeing the old man's denial, Zhao Hao retrieved a formation disc from his space and activated it. With a hum, the surrounding space was instantly confined, causing the red-robed elder's expression to change dramatically. Ignoring all else, he began to ascend in an attempt to flee. At that moment, the city lords and several other semi-immortals sensed something amiss. Zhao Hao entrusted Nini to Fong Ningxiang and then drew his longsword, rushing toward the elder. With the swiftness of Zhao Hao's movements, he quickly closed the distance to the elder. The old man, regaining his demonic form, engaged Zhao Hao in combat. Zhao Hao deftly evaded, rendering the demon unable to pinpoint his location. Seizing the opportunity while the demon was distracted, Zhao Hao thrust his sword directly into the demon's heart. "How can this be? I am also at the semi-immortal level. How did you accomplish this?" The battle concluded as Zhao Hao delivered a powerful blow, shattering the demon and ending the conflict. The other 4 semi-immortals had not even had the chance to intervene before it was over. Zhao Hao collected the demon's storage ring, the formation disc being a treasure he had previously acquired from the treasury of the city lord of Mingwei. "Zhao Daoyu, the demon concealed himself remarkably well. Thank goodness for your aid. But why did you prevent me from rushing to their rescue?" Zhao Hao replied, "These young ladies typically contend with beasts of their own tier. This time, let them attempt to challenge those above their rank." At this moment, within the miniature realm, 2 7th-tier divine beasts launched an assault on Xiao and her companions. Undeterred, the young maidens boldly retaliated against the two formidable creatures. However, the seventh-tier beast swiftly knocked Zhao Hao away with its sharp claws. Remarkably, she sustained no injuries. Her physique was exceptionally robust, and she was clad in divine emperor-grade defensive gear, rendering her impervious to danger. Without hesitation, the young girl returned to the fray, brandishing her sword against the divine beasts. The quartet faced off against the two beasts, often being sent flying yet quickly regrouping for another assault. As the battle progressed, both divine beasts began to accumulate wounds. These adversaries proved to be exceedingly tenacious. The four friends pressed their advantage, relentlessly striking the seventh-tier beasts. Time was of the essence, and they needed to act swiftly to avoid being teleported out of the realm. With renewed vigor, they unleashed their full power upon the two beasts. Just moments before being transported, they succeeded in slaying the creatures. At that moment, approximately 100 cultivators remained in the miniature realm, having lost over 10 individuals. Upon reviewing the scores, the city lords noted that Zhao Hao and her companions had once again secured the top 4 positions. Provided they did not falter in the upcoming arena competition, they were guaranteed a chance to participate in the assessment for the Xianxia Palace. After a day of rest, the participants commenced the arena trials. Given that not all competitors were at the Divine King level, the contests were divided into Divine Sovereign and Divine King tiers. Few were below the Divine Sovereign level, as their cultivation was insufficient to withstand the trials. Chapter 193, Joining the Xianxia Palace. Meanwhile, the shadowy youth was apprehended by the city lord. Upon examining the young man as divine power, the lord confirmed his identity as a member of the demon clan. Subsequently, amidst the youth's pleas for mercy, he was executed. In the ensuing arena competition, Zhao Hao and her companions maintained a commanding lead, ultimately resulting in the selection of 10 individuals, 5 from the Divine Sovereign tier and 5 from the Divine King tier. Zhao Hao and her friends claimed the top 4 spots in the Divine King arena. The 10 chosen individuals were escorted to the city lord's residence, marking the official conclusion of the trials. Zhao Hao and Fang Mingxiang arrived at the city lord's estate. Zhao, my friend, in due time, we will send 5 individuals to escort them to the Xianxia Palace. What are your thoughts? Zhao Hao replied affirmatively. Very well, we shall go together. After confirming the identities of the trial participants, the city lord permitted them to rest. 3 days later, the 5 city lords produced a divine-level flying vessel, prepared to lead the 10 trial participants to the Xianxia Palace. Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang, accompanied by Nini, boarded the vessel, while the divine ape remained to guard the estate. The vessel set its course toward the heart of Xianxia continent, with Xianxia City situated in the eastern part of the continent. However, after 3 days of travel, they were ambushed by 2 demon clan half-saints. Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang swiftly struck down 2 demons. However, their divine vessel was shattered, and one of the celestial-level cultivators sustained injuries. Zhao Hao promptly produced his celestial-grade vessel and continued onward with the group. The 5 city lords felt a tinge of trepidation. Had it not been for Zhao Hao's presence, they might have faced total annihilation. Once aboard Zhao Hao's celestial vessel, the remaining journey became considerably more manageable. The vessel boasted remarkable speed and formidable resilience, impervious even to semi-divine assaults. After a month, the vessel brought them to the heart of the Xianxia continent, the domain of the Xianxia Palace, the most powerful sect across the entire continent. It stood as the sacred ground for humanity, safeguarding them from being devoured by the demon race. At this moment, Zhao Hao's vessel came to a halt at the outer plaza of the Xianxia Palace. The 5 city lords, accompanied by 10 individuals, were promptly welcomed by the palace's personnel. Which city do you represent? The city lord inquired directly. Xianxia City, came a response. Very well, you shall first proceed to our reception quarters. The selection of disciples will take approximately 1 month. Please follow me. The 17 individuals followed the palace representatives to their lodgings. Meanwhile, an elder of the Xianxia Palace caught sight of Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang. Are they less than 50 years old and at the semi-divine level? This elder, also at the semi-divine level, recognized the varying strengths within this realm. The semi-divine level is categorized into 5 stages. Initial semi-divine, void semi-divine, longevity semi-divine, supreme semi-divine, and ultimate semi-divine. Upon reaching the ultimate semi-divine stage, one may transform their body into a celestial form and ascend to the celestial realm. The elder of the Xianxia Palace was merely at the initial semi-divine stage. Immediately, the elder rushed to the palace master's grand hall. Master, I have noticed something peculiar. Two individuals under 50, both at the semi-divine level, have arrived at our Hongtian palace. The palace master, taken aback by the elder's words, exclaimed, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. Though they are only at the initial semi-divine stage, their true strength remains uncertain." The palace master then inquired, "Do you know which city they hail from?" The elder promptly replied, "It appears to be Xianxia city. I have heard them mention it." After a moment of contemplation, the palace master commanded, "Bring them here. I shall inquire if they wish to join our Hongtian palace." The elder immediately departed to fulfill this request. Meanwhile, at the Hongtian palace's lodgings, the 5 city lords began briefing their 10 companions on the assessment criteria, preparing them for what lay ahead. The group felt a surge of nervousness, aware of the multitude of applicants at the Hongtian palace, uncertain if they would be selected. Just as the city lords were speaking, the elder from the Hongtian palace entered the room. The city lords recognized him immediately. "Elder Hong, what brings you here?" they asked. "There is no need for concern. I have come to invite these 2 individuals, as our palace master wishes to meet them." Elder Hong gestured towards Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang. Upon seeing the individual approach to extend an invitation, Zhao Hao was somewhat taken aback. "The palace master wishes to meet me?" Elder Hong stated directly, "Indeed. I wonder if you are available to accompany us." Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang exchanged knowing glances and replied, "Let us go." Elder Hong led the 2 of them to the grand hall of the palace master. As Zhao Hao entered the hall, he noticed a middle-aged man clad in white scrutinizing them. Indeed, a true prodigy. Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang clasped their fists in greeting. The middle-aged man returned the gesture. "I am a master of Hongtian Palace, named Yun Tiankong. May I inquire how you both are addressed?" Zhao Hao responded, "I am Zhao Hao, and this is my senior sister and wife, Fang Ningxiang." Yun Tiankong proceeded without preamble, "I have observed that you both, at such a young age, have attained the half-immortal realm. Might you share the secrets of your cultivation? Of course, I do not wish to impose. Feel free to refrain if it proves difficult." Zhao Hao replied, "We have inherited a celestial being's legacy within a secluded cave, which contains several elixirs. Our cultivation has been amassed through these means." "Celestial inheritance?" Yun Tiankong inquired. Zhao Hao understood that his fabricated explanation needed to be convincing. Thus, he produced a cultivation elixir, stating, "This is the very essence. You may examine it." He tossed the elixir to Yun Tiankong. Yun Tiankong, possessing a discerning eye, sensed the abundant celestial energy within the pill. After inspecting it, he concluded that the 2 had likely ascended to the half-immortal realm through such elixirs. He returned the pill to Zhao Hao and asked, "Might you be interested in joining our Hongtian Palace? After assessing your strength, I can offer you suitable positions." Zhao Hao was somewhat surprised when Yun Tiankong returned the elixir instead of coveting it. Such integrity spoke volumes of his character. As the leader of a minor sect, aligning with Hongtian Palace may not be appropriate for me, Zhao Hao replied. However, Yun Tiankong countered, "Our Hongtian Palace boasts numerous talents from various sects. There is no requirement to be affiliated with your previous sect." Zhao Hao pondered briefly and then asked, "Senior sister, what do you think?" Fang Ningxiang replied, "I will defer to your judgment, junior brother." Upon hearing Fang Ningxiang's response, Zhao Hao felt assured. "I agree. As members of a human sect, I am amenable to this." Yun Tiankong, pleased, declared excellent. "Currently, our sect has positions available for half-immortal cultivators, including inner elders, peak masters, vice-sect masters, supreme elders, and ancestral elders. These 5 positions correspond to the 5 realms of half-immortality. We must assess your strength before assigning roles." "Very well. How shall we evaluate our strength?" Zhao Hao inquired directly. Yun Tiankong replied, "Come, follow me." He led the 2 into the depths of the sect. In the blink of an eye, the 3 arrived at the rear mountain of the sect. Yun Tiankong clasped his hands and proclaimed, "I seek an audience with the venerable ancestor of our sect." His voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the mountain, ensuring it was clearly heard. At that moment, a tall elder, his hair and beard completely white, appeared before Yun Tiankong. "What brings you to disturb us?" he inquired. Yun Tiankong replied, "Today our sect has discovered 2 prodigies who have consented to join us. I wish for the ancestor to assess their prowess and subsequently assign them positions." The elder then turned his gaze upon Zhao Hao and his companion, a glimmer of sharp insight flashing in his eyes as he swiftly evaluated their capabilities. He sensed the extraordinary vitality emanating from them, far exceeding the realms of mere semi-immortality. Yet their cultivation was merely at the initial stage of semi-immortal. Suppressing his astonishment, the elder declared, "There is no need for further testing. Their strength has reached the ultimate realm of semi-immortality. They are fit to be regarded as ancestors of our sect." The elder bowed respectfully to Zhao Hao and his companion, saying, "You two are welcome to visit me for tea whenever you have the time." Zhao Hao returned the gesture. At this moment, Yin Tiankong was profoundly astonished. Not expecting these young individuals to have attained the ultimate realm, the elder then proclaimed, "From this day forth, I announce that these two friends shall be recognized as ancestors of Hongtian Palace." With that, the elder returned to the rear mountain, visibly shaken. Yin Tiankong then bowed deeply to Zhao Hao and his companion. "I pay my respects to the ancestors." Zhao Hao replied, "There is no need for such formality. Let us coexist harmoniously in the future." Yin Tiankong then inquired, "Ancestor, may I ask where you wish to establish your residence within the sect?" Zhao Hao answered, "I am not accustomed to the rear mountain. Please arrange for a peak within the inner sect for my residence. I wish to reside on the same peak as my senior sister." Yin Tiankong readily agreed. The three then soared towards the main hall of the sect, where Yin Tiankong designated one of the principal peaks for Zhao Hao. Both Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang were exceedingly pleased, as the peak was quite splendid. Subsequently, Zhao Hao and his companion began their cultivation within the grand hall of the main peak. Yin Tiankong had already informed them of the minor realms of semi-immortality, providing Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang with a clear understanding of their cultivation path. At that moment, in the guest quarters of Hongtian Palace, 5 middle-aged men accompanied by 10 prodigies arrived at the residence in Xianxia City. Upon entering, they immediately began to shout, "Gao Feng! It turns out to be you 5 bringing your entourage. Mark my words, none from Xianxia City will enter Hongtian Palace this time. Remaining here is merely wasting the resources of Hongtian Palace. I advise you to return promptly to avoid humiliation." The 5 city lords of Xianxia City darkened at these words. Responding, "You from Tianping City are the ones who will be left with nothing. Look at your motley crew." Tensions between Tianping City and Xianxia City flared, leading to a heated exchange. The animosity ignited like dry tinder, escalating rapidly, just as both parties were on the brink of a fierce confrontation. Elder Hong arrived on the scene. "What do you think you are doing? Do you intend to cause trouble in my Hongtian Palace?" The lords of Tianping City immediately fell silent upon seeing Elder Hong. "No, we were merely chatting." However, Elder Hong was unwilling to let them off the hook. With 2 half-immortals from Xianxia City now part of the sect, he was naturally inclined to favor Xianxia City. If there is a next time, Tianping City shall no longer be welcome at Hongtian Palace. Any individuals from Tianping City will be summarily eliminated. The people of Tianping City scurried away like frightened rabbits. At that moment, the Lord of Xianxia City bowed respectfully to Elder Hong. "Thank you, Elder Hong." Elder Hong replied, "No need for thanks. The 2 friends from your Xianxia City are now part of our Hongtian Palace's upper echelon. In the future, feel free to approach me whenever needed. Do not hesitate." The lords nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the lords, accompanied by Zhao Xiao and 10 others, began to leisurely stroll around the plaza. Nini tightly grasped Zhao Xiao's hand, feeling a bit timid amidst the crowd. However, no one dared to make a move, for the rules of Hongtian Palace were not to be violated. With over 200 eligible cities present, the plaza bustled with numerous cultivators. Nini, accustomed to her routine, took out a Hongtian fruit and began to eat, having subsisted solely on fruits for days. Her actions immediately attracted the attention of those around her. Whose family is so cruel as to let a little girl eat Hongtian fruit, as if it were mere fruit? This remark drew a crowd around the little girl. Nini, still clutching Zhao Xiao's hand, felt a surge of fear. At that moment, a chubby boy of about 6 approached her. "Give me your fruit," he demanded, extending his hand. Seeing the boy's fierce expression, Nini retorted, "You're not a good child. I won't give it to you." After saying this, she took another bite of the fruit. The chubby boy, frustrated by Nini's refusal, clenched his fist, ready to strike her. The lords were about to intervene when they were blocked by several individuals accompanying the chubby boy. "What do you want? How dare you touch our young master of Qixing Peak?" The chubby boy sneered, "You little brat, today I'll show you my power." His hostility stemmed from knowing that the fruit in Nini's hand was a Hongtian fruit. He lunged at her, but Nini, still too young to grasp the situation, was momentarily bewildered. Seeing Nini in distress, Zhao Xiao and the others rushed to confront the chubby boy. The individuals blocking the 5 lords shouted angrily, "You scoundrels! How dare you!" In a swift motion, Xiao delivered a punch that sent the chubby boy flying, followed by a pained thud as he fell to the ground. Zhao was well aware that this chubby boy had an extraordinary background. After the altercation, he promptly produced a communication jade tablet to send a message to Zhao Hao. The individuals obstructing the city lords were disciples of the 7-star peak from Hongtian Palace, though their cultivation levels were not superior to those of the city lords. They often bullied others, relying on the reputation of the 7-star peak. At this juncture, the chubby boy began to weep uncontrollably, exclaiming, "Grandfather, kill that wretched girl. I want her dead." Xiao approached and embraced Nini, saying, "Nini, dear." Immediately, Nini buried her head in Xiao's embrace, stating, "Sister, that chubby boy is naughty. I want my brother to beat him." At that moment, Elder Hong arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing the chubby boy sprawled on the ground, he furrowed his brow. "Gao Feng, what transpired? Explain it to me. The 7-star peak is not to be trifled with." Gao Feng promptly recounted the events as they had unfolded. The disciples of the 7-star peak interjected, "Elder Hong, this wretched girl dared to strike our young master. You must be fair in your judgment." "I'm already aware of this matter. It is your wrongdoing for coveting another's Hongtian fruit. Being struck is well-deserved." At that instant, a terrifying pressure enveloped the plaza. "Hongtianxi, how dare you?" Chapter 195, Slaying the Peak Master of Hongtian Palace. An ominous elder descended from the sky and landed on the plaza. Upon seeing the elder, the chubby boy scrambled to his feet, declaring, "Grandfather, kill that little wretch. I want her Hongtian fruit." The elder's oppressive aura forced everyone in Holy Radiant City to kneel. Hearing the chubby boy's words, the elder frowned. Hongtian fruit. His gaze shifted to Nini, who indeed held the coveted fruit in her hand. "Hongtianxi spoke, Xiaoxia. You'd best refrain from making any rash moves. Otherwise, I fear you may not be able to handle the consequences." The elder, intrigued by Hong Tianxi's words, retorted, "Oh, what makes them so formidable that even I cannot contend with them?" Hong Tianxi replied, "The young lady's relatives have already been taken in by the sect master. Soon our sect will gain 2 elders. You would do well to think twice before acting." The elder, upon hearing this, scoffed dismissively, "2 elders? I thought it was something of great significance. This girl dares to strike my precious grandson. Her death is inevitable." With that, the elder unleashed a surge of divine energy aimed at Nini's right hand, which held the storage ring. Xiao, now overwhelmed and kneeling, cried out, "Nini!" The energy struck Nini's right arm, yet it inflicted no harm upon her. The elder frowned at this unexpected development. Subsequently, he intensified his energy and swung again at Nini's arm, but still, she remained unharmed. Witnessing this, Hong Tianxi swiftly positioned himself before Nini, shielding the young girl behind him. "Grandfather, I want her Hongtian fruit. You must kill her." The elder observed Hong Tianxi's actions and remarked, "Hong Tianxi, it would be wise for you to step aside. Otherwise, I shall strike you as well. As long as I do not take your life, the sect leader will not hold me accountable." Hong Tianxi remained silent, resolutely positioning himself in front. The elder, undeterred, summoned his divine power once more, launching an attack towards Hong Tianxi. However, with a single move, Hong Tianxi was sent reeling, spitting blood. Witnessing this, the elder again unleashed his might, directing his energy towards Nini. At that moment, Nini was abruptly swept into someone's arms. "Brother, woo, Nini is scared." Zhao Hao cast a cold glare at the elder. Initially apprehensive, the elder's demeanor shifted upon realizing Zhao Hao had only just entered the semi-divine realm, allowing him to relax completely. "Listen, I'm not being unreasonable. Have your sister hand over the Hongtian fruit and sever an arm. Then this matter will be settled. If you resist, I won't hesitate to kill you. My father is a high elder of the Hongtian Palace, and I am confident the sect leader will not pursue this." Zhao Hao remained silent, but in his heart, he had already condemned the elder. "Grandfather, quickly eliminate that wretched brat. I want a Hongtian fruit." The chubby boy greedily fixated on Nini. "Sister, kill his grandson." Upon hearing Zhao Hao's command, Fang Ningxiang unleashed a frigid sword aura towards the chubby boy, swift and urgent. The elder was caught off guard, having never anticipated that anyone would dare to attack his grandson here. The sword aura cleanly severed the boy's head. The elder bellowed in outrage, no? As he beheld the decapitated body of the chubby boy, madness ensued. "You shall all perish today. No one can save you." Just then, Hong Tianxi rushed over, exclaiming, Xiao Jiuhai, have you lost your mind? The square is filled with the elite disciples from various cities, and you dare reveal your power. Xiao Jiuhai? Zhao Hao inquired of Hong Tianxi. Elder Hong, is he from Xiao family? Indeed, my friend. He is from a Xiao family and has joined the Hongtian Palace due to his formidable strength. At that moment, Xiao Jiuhai's divine energy surged, sweeping across the square. The elites from various cities fled swiftly. Zhao Hao also exerted his pressure, relocating the lord of Shenghui City and 10 young disciples to safety. Since you are of the Xiao family, I feel no remorse in eliminating you. Sister, take it down. Hearing Zhao Hao's words, Fang Ningxiang activated her divine power and charged at the elder. The elder, witnessing Fang Ningxiang's approach, roared, I shall see you dead. As the peak master of 7 Stars Peak, his strength was at the semi-divine void realm. However, Fang Ningxiang, capable of battling transcendent beings, faced no challenge in eliminating the elder. Drawing his long blade, the elder lunged at Fang Ningxiang, but she did not summon the Ice Phoenix. Instead, she released her icy aura, instantly freezing the elder in place. Subsequently, with a single, forceful strike, the ice sculpture was shattered, resulting in the immediate demise of the elder. Witnessing the death of Xiao Jiuhai, Hong Tianzi could not help but feel a twinge of fear. My friend, having slain Xiao Jiuhai, you may find yourself in considerable trouble. His father is the esteemed elder of the Hongtian Palace, a formidable half-immortal. He continued, moreover, he is backed by the Xiao family. Upon hearing Hong Tianzi's words, Zhao Hao waved dismissively. Elder Hong, I appreciate your defense of my sister. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. At that moment, Hong Tianzi was engulfed in worry. The Xiao family has been driven from their lair by my hand. What is there to fear? Hong Tianzi was left in a state of shock upon hearing Zhao Hao's declaration. You killed the great ancestor of the Xiao family? Zhao Hao replied. I cannot confirm if it was indeed their ancestor, but my sister and I did eliminate a half-immortal from the Xiao clan. On Tianzi remarked. If you are capable of vanquishing the Xiao family's most powerful ancestor, it seems I need not concern myself about you any longer. The battle had now concluded, and Zhao Xiao flew over, exclaiming, Brother, that old man intended to sever Nini's arm. I was terrified and failed to protect her. Tears streamed down her face. Zhao Hao reassured her, Do not fret. There is yet to be anyone who can harm Nini. My sister is not so easily touched, clad in celestial-grade armor. She possesses complete protection. No one in the cosmos can inflict harm upon her. However, Zhao Hao was determined not to let the Xiao family escape unscathed, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the elder. As fate would have it, Xiao Changjiang had already learned of his son's demise. Utilizing his divine sense, he surveyed the situation at the square and instantly tore through the fabric of space to arrive there. Who has slain my son? Fang Ningxiang interjected. Are you referring to an elderly man of the Xiao surname? If so, I am the one who has taken his life. Upon hearing Fang Ningxiang's words, Xiao Changjiang launched an assault against her. Fang Ningxiang summoned her full divine power, manifesting a vividly lifelike ice phoenix at the tip of her sword, which she then propelled towards Xiao Changjiang. Aware of the ice phoenix's formidable nature, Xiao Changjiang also channeled his divine energy, forming a white tiger that lunged at the ice phoenix. However, the white tiger was ultimately torn apart, allowing the ice phoenix to continue its assault on Xiao Changjiang. Chapter 196, Slaying the Elder. Observing the approaching ice phoenix, Xiao Changjiang summoned all his strength to shatter it with his long blade. As the ice phoenix was destroyed, Fang Ningxiang smiled, for upon its shattering, it transformed into chilling air that encased Xiao Changjiang in ice. He was momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, Xiao Changjiang exerted his full divine power and promptly shattered the ice enveloping him. Fang Ningxiang, unfazed, prepared to unleash her full might to eliminate this old scoundrel. Her divine energy began to surge within her, the blue energy coalescing at the tip of her sword like a raging flood. Gradually, a colossal ice phoenix, magnified 100-fold from before, began to take shape, its hue shifting from a pale blue to a crystalline deep blue. Since mastering swordsmanship at the Stone Tower, Fang Ningxiang's lethality had increased exponentially. The deep blue ice phoenix soared towards Xiao Changjiang with the swiftness of lightning, casting an overwhelming shadow. Upon witnessing the phoenix, Xiao Changjiang felt a flutter of anxiety. He exerted all his divine power to intercept the ice phoenix, yet he gravely underestimated its might. His divine energy was instantly frozen by its formidable presence. The ice phoenix surged directly before him, unleashing an astonishing chill that rendered Xiao Changjiang trembling. Under Fang Mingxiang's command, the ice phoenix erupted before him, enveloping him in a frigid embrace that transformed him into a frozen statue. In that moment, Xiao Changjiang found himself powerless to escape. Fang Mingxiang then struck the ice sculpture with a fierce punch. "Stop!" Yin Tiankong rushed onto the scene, but arrived just a moment too late. The ice sculpture of Xiao Changjiang shattered, leaving behind no trace. Upon witnessing the demise of Xiao Changjiang, Yin Tiankong felt a pang of sorrow. "Ancestor, what could possibly justify the killing of the elder?" He inquired of Fang Mingxiang. "You may direct your questions to Elder Hong. He is most aware of the circumstances." Fang Mingxiang replied. Yin Tiankong learned the details from Hong Tianxi and sighed heavily. Hong Tianxi subsequently revealed that the Xiao family had also been annihilated by Zhao Hao. Turning to Zhao Hao, Yin Tiankong stated, "Ancestor, the fault lies with Xiao Jua as grandson. You are in the right. Their demise was deserved. However, the death of an elder is a matter I must report to our ancestors." Zhao Hao nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Fang Mingxiang approached Nini. "Nini, the villains have all been vanquished by your sister. Are you not pleased?" Nini replied, "Sister, you are wonderful. That little chubby boy attempted to harm me. He is not a good child, and I will not share my fruit with him." Shortly thereafter, Hong Tianxi managed the aftermath, and the lords and elites from various cities reconvened in the square. This incident unfolded like a mere interlude, causing no significant upheaval. Zhao Hao chose not to return his mountain peak, but remained with the people of Xianxia City. Nini nestled comfortably in Zhao Hao's embrace, exhibiting a deep reliance on him. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Tianpong City were filled with trepidation. They had not anticipated such formidable backing for Xianxia City, prompting them to steer clear of it. At that juncture, Zhao Xiao and others approached Zhao Hao, exclaiming, "Brother, that person was truly wicked. Thank goodness you arrived." A month swiftly passed, and Hongtian Palace commenced the selection of disciples. Nearly 200 cities sent representatives, amounting to over 2,000 individuals. On that day, the personnel from various cities gathered at the outer gate of Hongtian Palace. Zhao Hao, cradling Nini and Fang Mingxiang, observed for the sidelines. At this moment, Elder Hong stepped forward to preside over the proceedings. "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the day of recruitment for disciples at our Hongtian Palace. This time, we shall accept only 200 disciples, and the first challenge is to assess their physical constitution. Only those possessing a special physique may join our esteemed Hongtian Palace. Please line up to touch the detection orb." Subsequently, the queue of over 2,000 individuals was divided into 3 groups, all heading towards the physical assessment. Hong Tianzi was attentively observing the process. However, after half an hour had passed, no extraordinary physiques had emerged. The majority were merely ordinary spiritual bodies, leaving Hong Tianzi somewhat disheartened. While it is not a prerequisite to possess a divine body to cultivate to the divine realm, having one certainly facilitates breakthroughs. By the end of the assessment, approximately 500 individuals were found to possess special physiques, with only about 100 having divine bodies, among which Zhao Xiao and her companions were included. The first round had thus eliminated nearly 500 participants. The remaining 500 were then ushered into the inner sanctum of Hongtian Palace. The second round of testing was even more unique, focusing on loyalty. It seemed that the evaluators from each city had already assessed the combat prowess of their candidates, so Hongtian Palace did not emphasize this aspect in this round. Over 300 individuals entered a chamber where illusions began to manifest, challenging the deepest secrets of their hearts. As the palace faced formidable adversaries and was on the brink of destruction, these individuals were compelled to make choices. Most of the disciples within the illusions fought valiantly, choosing to stand with Hongtian Palace. Ultimately, over 300 passed the trial. The third round involved a test of combat strength, where each disciple was required to prove their prowess in a tournament format. In the end, Hongtian Palace successfully evaluated 200 individuals, 50 at the Divine Monarch realm and 150 at the Divine King realm. From Xianxia City, only 5 made the cut, including Zhao Xiao and her companions. At this juncture, the lords of numerous cities reluctantly parted with their chosen disciples, retreating with heavy hearts. Zhao Hao looked upon them with great joy. The stronger the human forces became, the greater the advantage they would hold against the demonic entities. Following this, Yin Tiankong escorted the new disciples to the inner sanctum of the sect, where the elders were prepared to receive them. Zhao Hao, and Fang Ningxiang settled into Hongtian Palace, their status as ancestors granting them significant influence. Meanwhile, Xiao and her companions were assigned to their designated peak. Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang held the authority to recruit disciples. At this moment, in the ancestral mountains of Hongtian Palace, one elder remarked, "Those two newcomers possess exceptional abilities, so I have appointed them as ancestors of the sect." The other elders, hearing this, interjected, "What makes this lad so special? Though they are merely at the initial stage of semi-immortal, I suspect their strength has already reached the immortal realm." The others were visibly astonished. "Are you certain?" To know that there's not a single individual among us capable of transcending to the realm of immortality is quite disheartening. I am certain I can sense their formidable prowess. This young lad has already slain a venerable elder upon his arrival. Quite the rebellious spirit. Nevertheless, I have also heard that the catalyst for this incident was instigated by the younger generation of the Xiao family. At this moment, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang are diligently refining celestial-grade body-refining elixirs upon their mountain peak, while Xiao and her companions are tirelessly engaged in their cultivation. In this very instance, Yin Tiankong gazes upon the newly inducted disciples with great delight. These disciples are indeed exceptional, with some possessing divine physiques. Yin Tiankong selects a few of them as his personal disciples. The Hongtian Palace is situated in the bustling heart of the Hongtian continent, with a vast marketplace outside, bustling with cultivators exchanging goods. The palace is home to numerous semi-immortal beings, as nearly all elders belong to this echelon. The remaining disciples include several divine sovereigns and emperors. The Hongtian Palace stands as the most formidable sect among the human race. However, due to its location on the Hongtian continent, the ongoing conflicts between humans and demons in the starry expanse have seldom garnered its attention. The palace has consistently opposed the demon race of the Hongtian continent, which serves as the headquarters of the entire starry demon race, thus rendering it the epicenter of the cosmos. In recent days, Zhao and her companions have received resources from the sect, yet the young ladies possess ample resources of their own, rendering the sect's offerings inconsequential. Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang frequently guide Zhao and her friends in their training. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang continue their own cultivation with the celestial elixirs, both experiencing advancements in their realms. The venerable elders of the Hongtian Palace have also emerged to recruit several disciples with divine physiques. At this juncture, within the grand hall of the Hongtian Palace, Yin Tiankong solemnly reports news to several elder ancestors. Esteemed elders and ancestors, according to the information we have received, several semi-immortal ultimate realm ancestors from the demon race have recently emerged from seclusion. I fear that a great war between our human race and the demon race is imminent. At this moment, the faces of the elders and ancestors reflect grave concern. One elder remarks, "It is not only the Hongtian continent that will be affected. The entire cosmos is bound to plunge into the quagmire of war. Our two races have been embroiled in conflict since time immemorial, with neither able to annihilate the other. However, the overall strength of the demon race surpasses that of humanity, resulting in the demon race occupying considerably larger territories across the cosmos. Now that the demon race has grown powerful and seeks confrontation, we find ourselves compelled to engage in a defensive war." Among those present, Zhao Hao and Fang Ningxiang are included, both participating in the discussion as ancestors. Upon hearing their words, Zhao Hao cannot help but reminisce about the Chaoyang sect. When the battle ensues, it is certain that the Chaoyang sect will also be drawn into conflict. "Ancestor Zhao, I wonder what your thoughts are regarding the impending war?" Yin Tiankong inquires of Zhao Hao. "Do not panic, everyone. Though our human race finds itself at a disadvantage, I possess certain elixirs capable of augmenting our combat strength, ensuring that we shall not be subdued in battle." Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, the numerous ancestors widened their eyes in astonishment. "Young Zhao, what kind of elixirs are these that can enhance our power?" Zhao Hao smiled and replied, "These elixirs can elevate a person's strength to the pinnacle of the divine emperor realm for the duration of 1 hour. The assembly was taken aback, incredulous at the potency of such elixirs. If indeed we possess such powerful enhancements, our finest warriors will not falter. Zhao Hao continued, "However, I cannot simply offer these elixirs for free. I seek some elixirs from the sect in exchange." Yin Tiankong inquired, "What kind of elixirs does Elder Zhao require in return?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Hao responded, I need some high-grade divine cultivation elixirs and high-grade explosive essence elixirs. Is there such a stock within the sect? Yin Tiankong affirmed. Very well, I shall arrange for someone to procure them. At that moment, the eyes of those in the hall sparkled with hope. If these elixirs truly exist, then there would be little to fear in the impending war against the demon race. Shortly thereafter, an elder entered, holding a storage ring, which he directly handed to Yin Tiankong. After examining it, Yin Tiankong passed it to Zhao Hao. Upon inspection, Zhao Hao promptly handed over a batch containing 2,000 pinnacle divine emperor elixirs to Yin Tiankong. These are the elixirs I mentioned. Feel free to scrutinize them and conduct trials. Yin Tiankong, having received the elixirs, summoned a disciple at the divine king level and instructed him to consume one of the elixirs for testing. Mea moment litu. The disciple radiated the power of the pinnacle divine emperor realm. The supreme elder and the ancestors looked on in astonishment. Yin Tiankong then declared, "Unleash your most powerful attack upon me. Let us gauge your strength." The disciple responded eagerly, "Yes, master." He then unleashed his full strength in an assault against Yin Tiankong. Boom! The disciple's formidable punch struck Yin Tiankong's palm. Ah, quite impressive. Indeed, the strength of the pinnacle divine emperor realm. It appears Elder Zhao's elixirs are exceedingly effective. Yin Tiankong remarked, "With these elixirs, combined with the lords of the various cities, our elite combatants will not fall short. However, our semi-divine strength is still somewhat inferior to that of the demon race, and we shall require the guidance of the elders for that." Zhao Hao waved his hand dismissively. He meticulously examined the storage ring handed to him by Yin Tiankong and found it filled with a plethora of elixirs, which brought him great satisfaction. Zhao Hao then stated, "Sect leader, I will be returning to the Chuyang sect shortly, and when the great battle commences, I shall return with my senior sister." Yin Tiankong nodded in agreement. Zhao Hao then entrusted the elixirs to Fong Ningxiang. Ding! The system detected the host gifting 20,000 high-grade divine cultivation elixirs, returning 20,000 celestial-grade cultivation elixirs in quality. Ding! The system detected the host gifting 20,000 high-grade explosive essence elixirs, returning 20,000 semi-divine ultimate elixirs in quality. In the days that followed, Zhao Hao returned directly to the Chaoyang sect, subsequently relocating it to the Hongtian continent. He entrusted 200 semi-immortal ultimate pills to the Sword sect. As the war between the human race and the demon race erupted, Zhao Hao produced a considerable number of semi-immortal ultimate pills to aid humanity, ultimately leading to significant losses for the demon race. The vanquished demons retreated from the territories they had occupied, leaving the starry expanse in a state of disgrace. A decade later, Zhao Hao and Fong Ningxiang ascended to the realm of immortals, soaring into the heavens.